Hey guys, everybody is talking about this video with TikTok Tony. We're going to get into all the chroma deets from this week and whatever else we can get ourselves into right after this.
She's talking about Mercury is in retrograde. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but check this out.
Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Praying to the give me something to believe in. Play this for my fam, they gon' say that I need Jesus. Turn up with my demons, it's already too late, baby, by the time you read this. Poured up strong, this tequila got me in my feelings. The butt in the head, like my name was Beatles. Blowing out the speakers, fuck a noise complaint, middle finger to police. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week? Club too crowded, this shit weak.
You hungry?
Make the Uber drive through Mickey D's. 20 piece, please. Back to the crib. She throw it back like TBT. Legally Blonde on DVD. Then that brain was Ivy League. Come see me. Keegan Michael, she got the key. Trip expensive, love is free. She got the bag off PPP. Morning sex, call it Sunny D. Not a joke, but it's tongue in cheek. Eggplant emoji next to the peach. Yeah, blah, 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 you know what I mean. Back it up. Retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week?
Okay, but I still don't know what that means though. Like, can you break it down for me? Like is the planet like spinning backwards, or like I'm just trying to understand it. Like that's just why you were being weird. It was the planets, or okay, fine.
Hello. Okay, I'm unmuted. Good. I hear Mercury is in retrograde, so that song is definitely fitting. How's this sound? Gosh, it's been forever since I've been on cam, since I've used my mic, all the things. How's it going, guys? Hey, Shady, Yep, Kelsey, Penny, good to see you guys. Hey, Monica, you got laundry to do? Well, we will keep you busy. Hey, Nicole B, good to see you, love. Steph B, Audrey, Grandma freaking Sherry, love you, girl. Let's balance out this week with the deets live. You'll be back after the intro? Oh, the intro kill. I try to keep the intro short. It's only like 2 minutes and 3 seconds, I think. I don't know. It's not very long because I don't like a very long intro either. I like a shorter intro. Hey, AMAC, Melissa J. Melissa Jade, if you guys are not subbed to Melissa, you better go sub to her. She's the best, but also I love her intro. It's me, Melissa. It gets stuck in my head. It's hilarious. AMAC is another one. Her and Sofla Mama are doing the Real Housewives of YouTube. It's great. Hey, Carrie. Good to see you, babe. The Soup has her own channel. That's a good one, too. And she goes live with the Jerks. Hey, Steph. Hey, Okie. K-Brace. Yes, I hope everyone's having an amazing Sunday. It feels like Saturday for me. So if I say Saturday, excuse me, I had to keep checking the calendar. Let's see here. Okay, welcome back to the streets, love. Appreciate that. Hey, Magpie. Malicious Intent. Good to see you. And you guys can drop links to channels. I love that. I was grabbing a pib. Did my song play? I hope it played. Hey, Kimberly. K-Brace, I said that. I'm just making sure. I'm scrolling quickly. Bad Log Files. Like that. That's an interesting name. What are those, puppy dogs? Cute. Adorable. Hey, Pointer Lover. Cool Gamer. Rock a bit. Good to see you. Hey, Trish. Citizen Sleuth. How's it going? Hey, Chasing. Another great channel. No, Rocco. Free the tatas. 12 months. Holy cow. I was just telling someone, like, Carrie's one of the girls I've known the longest on this silly old app. Free the Housewives Marshmallow Nation. We are here. Hey Kim. Hey Zen. Jennifer. Bridget. Oh goodness. The planets. Yep. You think Mercury is the least of our issues? I have not seen this interview. I have not watched this interview. Going into this blind. First, before we get to that, because I want to know what you guys think about the interview. And I did go ahead and do a StreamYard link if anybody wants to hop up and review it with me, that's fine. But the backbacks, the clear the list. I wanted to say backbacks. That's not what I meant. Clear the list. I have a community post talking about what we're going to do with basically our entire summer's members' revenue. And I've gotten a couple of wish list emails. And so sorry, it's been a busy weekend. I haven't had the time to go through them. But then I will start listing those on my community post tomorrow. So if you guys want to get in on that, if you want to send a wish list, if your kiddos are in need of school supplies and, hoping that that'll happen, go ahead and send me one. Check out that whole community tab. I think it explains it perfectly. Make sure, though, when you are on Amazon and you are creating a wish list, there is a tab in there somewhere that says like share my address. Make sure that is not clicked so that your address is not shared. And you can use a fake name, like you can use like we use Baby Crew for his baby shower, or you can use your dog's name like Coda or something. You don't have to use a real name, but whatever name, or you can just put a first name too. It'll still come to your address as long as you have your exact address on there. But they make you put something in there, but don't put your full name in there because we don't want any doxing going on. Hey, Papa Jones. Marshall Dove. I just spoke to my Marshall at 3:00 in the morning, my time. I think it was like 5 in the evening, his time. I was like, oh, he woke me up. Oh, well, that's good, Soup. That's good. Hey, T. Good to see ya. What do you do in the aliens vein? I don't believe in aliens, so you have to ask Tracy. She believes in aliens. Hey, Allie, another great channel. Criminalities, another great channel. I do too, Chris. I sing it. I sing it. That's for sure. Go with the aliens might be these streets have been they've just been wild, y'all. So, what did you guys think of this? Is it an interview or is it just like a chit chat session? I heard it's more of just like a chit chat session than an interview. Thank you, Tiny Dancer. Hey, Jacob. Forever Army, Zero Jules, good to see you. Hey, Six Up. Hope you're doing well. Another great channel. So is Zero Jules. Teacup Kraken. Oh, Grandma Sherry's dropping links. So is Nicole B. Thank you, guys. Feel free to drop them all. Yes, Carrie is definitely trouble with a capital T. I'm 2 minutes behind. I'm getting there. Tony won't stop lying about Joe. That really bothers me because it doesn't have to be a scandal. He declined that it. He declined that it. That's it. Oh, Joe Petito. Yes. Okay, does he bring that up? Good. I will bring up your community post when they bring that up in the interview because you have a really great little community post about that. Hey, Earth. We should do a poll about what people think of the interview. I think that might be interesting. I expect it to be like, oh, so you were okay with TikTok, Tony? Really? Okay. What is that? Hang on. Let me take a drink. I have no clue what that was. It was like a whistle in my throat. You can even put, yes, you can put family as your name. Yep, you can put anything as your name. Pointer Lover thought it was a good interview. I don't believe in aliens. I know. I don't. I'm sorry. I do love my Marshall. I miss him so much. And he got extended orders, so he's going to be gone until like right before Crew's birthday. So I'm really sad about that. I'm bummed, but he's having a great time. He is loving this deployment. It's his favorite. Hey, Wolfie. Good to see you, love. I think it was to pat Tony's tushy, and he provided enough word salad for a buffet. Remy, always giving it to us straight up. I like her style. No, we're going to go over Don Wells had an interview. With the news? I didn't watch that thing yet, but I heard about it. No, TikTok Tony hopped up on Brittney J's panel, and I have her link in my description, and I'll drop it too. Furniture intelligence. I almost said future intelligence. Furniture intelligence says Tony is a little. I gotcha. Tiny is an amazing clip channel. I feel like we have another handler in this case. In my opinion, Tony is Seth's handler. Oh, where's Nanya? I know she is, but she's going to lose her title as top handler. I don't think the right questions were asked, but that's me. Okay, I did put in my description. I don't know if many of you read the descriptions before live. I don't, so I don't blame you. But I did put Cher's interview with TikTok Tony because that's just what the girls were saying in Discord, that Cher did most of the questions. So I was just being honoring. Really? Okay. I don't know if it'll post. So you have to email it to me, and my email is in that community tab. Because I don't know if you guys can post links in my community tab. Like typically you can't post links on YouTube unless you're a moderator. So if you email it to me, then I will be able to share it out. And then let me know in the email if you want your YouTube name shared with it or if you want to remain anonymous with it. And either is fine. Thank you for sharing out, Tiny Dancer. Hey, little Irish girl. Who else been busy? Oh my gosh, not the Chili's parking lot. Don did an interview. There's a new video. Chasing, would you grab the link to that video and drop it in chat? I can't even think of the news station that did it about summer. Yes, beyond all chat. I'm almost to the bottom. I'm like on the same time as you guys, so I got to be there. Cher pulled a semi-constant Sue instead of 2 minutes. It was one more question. We're bless Constant Sue's heart. We're never gonna let that one go, are we? Like it's just one of those, like there's YouTube moments that are just fried into your brain, and I think the 2 more minutes is just it's in there forever. I loved what nonsense dropped late last. Ooh, what she dropped late last night? Her review of Brittney. I saw that, but I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Okay, let me cue this up. Here, I can share it so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Are we gonna make fun of shit? I'm not going to. I'm not a fan. But I mean, people are allowed to have their own opinions. You guys can do what you need to do. Don't be nasty. Don't be nasty. Oh, he's already there. See, where did he hop up here? Holy cow, how long is this? Okay. I'm not going to show the chat. Let's see if we can take these guys a little faster. All right. Oh, let me put up a poll real quick. Can I do it from my phone? Someone said you could do this stuff from your phone. Community moderation. What is that? No, I don't like that. Okay. All right. I'm going to start this and then I will put up a poll. What did you want me to put in it, Tracy? It is long. Well, we might not go through all of it. Your brain melted a few hours ago. Nonsense dropped all the things. What did Nonsense drop? 90 minutes is more like it. Okay, I'll have to look up what Nonsense dropped. He went up because Seth was in chat. They were calling Tony an asshole, and Brittney J invited him up. Oh, who was calling him an asshole? I mean, he is. You are. He is. So there's that. There's that. Okay. Let's start this, and then we'll hop over and see what Nonsense did, and I'll make a poll.
I don't want to. All right, here we go. Hey, Tony.
How are you?
Good. I appreciate you coming up.
No problem.
Okay, so are you aware of everything the screenshots and all of these allegations that have been made? Have you heard about it?
Brittney, I got to be honest with you. When I saw your live pop up, I had no clue what you were talking about, but I can tell you that I can answer a few questions for you.
Okay.
The lady that said that I said there was an engagement letter signed on Pascal. There's going to be a lot of things that are just completely not true, but that's the first one.
Okay.
And there are receipts to that. You can go back and watch Pascal's show. I simply said that Pascal is the one that introduced us. There's never been an engagement letter signed. I'm free to quit donating my time and money anytime that I see fit. And Seth is free to get rid of me anytime he sees fit. It's a volunteer job, and there is no money or contracts that have ever changed hands.
Okay.
As far as trying to take content creators.
Did anybody think there was a money or a contract? I'm not aware of people thinking that. I'm sure that was something they were discussing in the live prior to this, but I thought we all kind of knew that, Tony's in it for Tony. Okay, yes, I was in there for that one. Whole chat was calling him POS, including Brittney. Really, Penny? Until he got on panel. Then it was a 180-degree turnaround. Spineless jellyfish. I mean, okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah, we've seen that before, haven't we, Sue? People totally switch it up. The original title of her stream was Tony Mathis trying to take down. See, I did see that. Someone shared it, I think, in Jones's Discord last night, and I saw it like right before I fell asleep. So I did see that the title had changed. I couldn't remember what it was. But Tony Mathis trying to take down YouTube channels. What the fuck is going on? And now she's changed it to Tony Mathis joins us to answer questions. All right. He showed no receipts, but stated he would be willing to do so. You think he will be real? I doubt it. Okay. Well, what should the third option have been? Let me know.
There's channels down. Brittney, I can tell you in the last 2 weeks, I don't know when somebody supposedly said this happened. I
agree, Misty.
But in the last 2 weeks, we've put 7 billboards up, done 3 interviews, and planned a vigil. And the last thing on my mind is content creators right now. So
okay.
I don't know where that came from. It's not true. I have a civil suit right now that's tied to a criminal suit pending against a content creator, but it's not even on this platform.
Okay,
so he's got a civil suit against someone, I'm guessing on Jonesy. I'm guessing on either Facebook or TikTok. Probably TikTok, right? Is that my girl? That is my girl. Hey, Jonesy. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Hey,
Just woke up.
You've watched this, right?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good.
Okay, let me know if it goes crazy because I got my earbuds in.
Okay. So what did you think? So Chasing had me put up a poll. Where did my poll go? And
Uh,
do you think Tony did a good job answering all the questions? Since you've
No.
seen it, what do you think? You don't think so?
no.
Okay.
Mm-mm. I think
Ooh,
it was
okay.
deflection.
Mm,
And blame everyone else. It's just, but
Mr.
I get why
Dawson.
Chasen, got what she got from it. Everybody's going to get something different from it, but I didn't.
Mm,
I thought this was, I don't know, pretty poorly done.
you
I've got a
think?
lot of thoughts. Hmm.
Okay, well, hey, I'm glad you're here then. Casing says, I think there is so much misinformation. It was actively being spread. I was glad he went up and attempted to give some info. Yeah, but does he prove any of his info? And do we believe his info? Do we believe what he said? Hey, Bendy. I don't see you, but I see people telling you hi. So, hey, Bendy.
Hey, Bandy.
They were taking all the ish until he rolled in. Okay. Okay. I hear
Yeah, they was
Betty's brought
talking mad
up.
shit. Hmm.
The lawsuit is not about Betty. His lawsuit with another content creator. I'm guessing it's someone on TikTok. Something different. Hey,
I don't
Sophia.
know, because he's got something with Lady K as well
Nuh-uh.
for the recorded video of
What?
the Dick Tony slip. Yep.
Okay. Do they talk about that in here?
No. And Lady K
Okay.
doesn't really talk about it either. She says she can't, but she's mentioned that there is something going on.
Go figure. BJ
So
didn't
I'm
impress it
guessing.
that much, and Cher was joking around way too much. Okay.
I don't know. I felt like Cher acted like it was her panel. BJ and a lot of them were talking a lot of shit before he got up there.
And then
And
they
then once
changed
he
their
got up
tune.
there, yeah, it was completely different. It was like, no, like, I don't know. There were a few things I was glad that they asked and they stood their ground on. So I do appreciate that. But yeah.
Popcorn and M&Ms. I got a joke. A friend of mine had a meme of SpongeBob eating popcorn, and I said, "You know what would make that meme so much better is if SpongeBob had a pib with him." And he's like, "Done." And so now it's
Oh
a
my
meme with
God.
popcorn and pib. I don't know why his name
Yeah,
made me think of that.
they did speak about the dick talk extensively. I'm just saying he doesn't mention anything with Lady K. Does that make sense? Like he
Okay, I
talks
see.
about it,
Doesn't mention
but he
her
doesn't.
name at all.
Yeah, he
Okay.
doesn't talk about who or what. So
Oh, I gotcha. I know, Pixie, right? It has gotten it got bad faster than other missing kids cases, that's for sure. It sure did. It exploded. And don't come for me. Don't crucify me. I think that part of that is to do with us, with the anti-tragedy pimp channels. And I'm not
what
saying that that's
does?
bad, or the debunking channels. The reason that it exploded so quickly, this is just my thought and opinion, because people were debunking it and correcting things. I think they got crazier quicker. Like, stuff was getting called out a lot faster, and it wasn't going on for an extended period of time, so they had to change up schemes.
Hmm.
I don't know how else to word it. You know what I mean? So, I'm
Yeah,
not saying it's
I
our
could agree
fault.
with
I'm
that.
just saying, like, it helped it explode, though, because when
We
you
we
come in,
jumped on top of it so
yeah,
quickly.
or when
Yeah.
you debunk a lie quickly, then they gotta come up with a new lie because they gotta keep the grift going.
Yep. I
So,
agree.
all right, let's listen, but
Okay, because I just want to tell you so you know, because and I do want to be fair and say this, Tony. I have, from the moment I started the live, I said I don't know. I don't know. I want to ask questions because we have supported Seth. I still support Seth. I don't think, I think Seth is the one that has been trying to find his son. I've seen him out here pleading with the public. So, I'm not coming at this from a nefarious standpoint. It's just really concerning when you see things like that. But what they're alleging is there was someone in a group with you. who has taken screenshots of some group you were in and shared them with another content creator. And in these screenshots, it's
Okay, before we get into this, I gotta correct this right here. Lavender, hibiscus, and honey. I love that name. I do like lavender, hibiscus, and honey. But Mr. Pibb has nothing to do with Dr. Pepper. Mr. Pibb is
Oh
a
my
treat
God.
unto itself. It is a
Bitch.
soda in its own class. And so weird holding just the can because I always keep it in my brewmate, my Nana brewmate. But yeah, no, I love Pib. I'm obsessed. But I don't know if you guys remember me and Nanya introduced you to Mama Tot Ophelia on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was watching some of her TikToks this week, and she is making this complaint that like all the sodas in the South are flat. Like she's tried like a million of them and they're all flat.
What?
Coke,
No.
Pepsi, Sprite, Dr. Pepper. She's tried like everything. And she's like, you know how a non-flat soda is kind of like spicy. It has a kick. She's like, I
Yeah.
can tell it's not going to be spicy. It's going to be flat. And so, yeah, like all of them have.
Why is it spicy? Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm like, oh, I got to ask Johnson if her soda's spicy.
All our sodas are spicy. I think Mama Tot's taste buds might be messed up right now.
Well, she's in Alabama, so maybe, I don't know, maybe it's something with her area.
It could be.
Sorry. Sidetracked us down, Mr. Pibb. Conspiracy Avenue. All right, we'll go back. Let me go back a little bit because I didn't quite catch it. Okay, so she's talking about the text messages that came out recently, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
has taken screenshots
Hey, Scott.
of some group you were in and shared them with another content creator. And in these screenshots, it's basically they're accusing you of paying Bullhorn Betty to follow the Bower Sox. They're saying,
So let me give you a little background. We were in a Facebook group. See if I can get a light on in here. I'm sorry it's so dark. I'm sitting in here watching a football game.
I just appreciate you coming on to clear it up
deny
for
it?
us. You didn't have to do
See.
that, so I appreciate it.
Did he
So-
say he came up here? He has not seen these pictures yet?
Yeah.
Because I do think that's a little
That's
shady. Like I'm no fan of Tony. Sorry, Tony, but I do think that could be easily manipulated. Like, why would Tony go
Well,
on Facebook and send pictures like that? Like, obviously, it'd go back to him. So I'll give him that.
So let me, and I appreciate that. So we were in a Facebook group of a bunch of TikTokers that supported Seth that I created a group with.
Okay, so does he just sideswipe the whole money sent to Betty? I don't know. They kind of bombarded him with like 3 questions at once. So
Yeah.
do our pause for transformation uses, but yeah. I was like, wait, I want to hear the answer about the money sent to Betty.
We had 2 or 3 ladies that were in that group
Okay, he
that
explains it. Thank
left the group.
There you go.
Them and the other girls had a falling out. As you guys know, I seem to somehow get the blame for everything. So when they left,
I feel you.
they took a
Oh.
lot of that frustration out on me. And there was 5 or 6 subgroups that these girls created that I was not in.
Okay.
And what created the falling out is a couple of these girls went and they chased down a content creator's mom in her hometown and connected with her mom. And they did a bunch of really wild things that I did not know about because it was all going on in a group that I was not in. And they told me that that was for my protection. But yet when it all blew up, somehow they blamed me, which is fine. I mean, as a spokesperson, you get blamed for a lot of things.
Poor Tone Tone.
Poor Tone Tone. He is he's definitely, I get major used car salesman vibes from this guy.
Yeah.
I've gotten that from the jump, and he's absolutely circle talking here. Hey Bendy, you up here with us?
Yes, I am. Hi, girl.
What does that
Hey, Bendy.
What does that mean when your nose itches? Company's coming?
I
I don't know. Well, those old wives' tales. Someone will know in the chat, but my nose is just itching. Yeah, he's absolutely the victim. Absolutely.
I think he's slicker than baby snot. I'm not gonna lie. He's a he just gives me used car salesman vibes, just like you said. And the thing about
Snake oil salesman.
Mm,
And he oils himself down with that snake oil too. Don't.
that's he's slick.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
Someone's-
I go ahead. Sorry,
No,
Deeds.
I was just talking out loud. Obviously, talking. Sorry. Keep going.
And I think the issue here is with somebody like Tony, you have to ask a specific, very specific question, or he will talk around the answer.
Okay.
And I don't understand how this person is the PR guy for Seth and doesn't know anything about these texts.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to represent your client, sir? Which he does refer to Seth multiple times as his client, if you don't know what's going on out here in the public.
Well, that would go to what is the job of a spokesperson for a missing child's family? Like, what should they be doing? I don't know that
Not
there's a job
this.
descriptor for that, but yeah, I would agree. Not this. Okay. Well, let's hear his explanation. What's he got?
But I can tell you now that regarding Bullhorn Betty, Betty went down when she went down on that trip. She had been hanging flyers all day. She had had lunch with Seth. She had helped him set up his YouTube account. And then on top of that, she'd been stalked by Terry. He got her pulled over, and then they had their little
Stop it.
altercation. And I
You
knew
stop
that
it
she
right
said on the
now.
live that she
Oh, come
was
on.
getting ready to go have a steak. So I bought the woman a steak, and it was because of all she had done for Sebastian and Seth that day. And it
Hang
was
on, girls.
due to what she had experienced with Mr. Bowersox. And I sent her $50 to buy her steak, and that's the extent of it.
Oh.
And in the
Wait.
memo on my Venmo, it says, enjoy a steak or get yourself a steak or something to that effect. So that shows you how things get spun out of control. I'm a person that lives in Oklahoma. We back the blues strongly. I don't do things that break the law.
Would you be willing to share and be transparent with your Venmo and Cash App and stuff, at least
Yeah,
towards, I don't know if you know her
absolutely.
name's not Betty, it's Andra.
Yeah,
But
it's Andrew
towards,
Griffin. But
so
yeah,
like, would you do that?
I certainly would.
Oh,
I
that'd
don't
be
know.
appreciated.
I don't know. Let's see here. Let me see. I don't want to.
But you don't got to do it tonight. I was just wondering, would you be open to do?
He does have to do it tonight. She shouldn't have said that. Sorry. I wanted to see if he got to the memo part, and he did. And he said,
He's a liar.
buy yourself a steak. Well, is he a liar? Is he a liar, or is that screenshot fake? I think he's a liar.
I think he's a liar too. I think he absolutely said beating up Bowersox.
Well, and he
Absolutely.
just said that what's his name? The Bowersox guy. What's his
Terry.
Terry, thank you.
Mhm.
Terry was following her, and we know Terry wasn't following her. We know that. We all watched it. So
I don't know how you can follow
Tracy,
somebody
you
when
believe him.
okay. I was trying
Well,
to
he
give him
did. He did say that, but he said the other as well.
yeah, I was trying
I'd
to
have to
give
go
him
back
the
to-
benefit of the doubt on this part until he continued speaking. And
Really?
now I am more inclined to believe that the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I think he probably did write on the memo line, buy yourself a steak for beating up
Mhm.
the proud or for beating up the Bowersox. That is what I think. I think it's both.
Mhm. I do too. I think it because it said because I think you're exactly right, Jen Lee. Buy yourself a steak because he had said something about he was proud of his girl and buy yourself a steak, and then under that it said for beating up B-Sox.
Yeah, beating up the B-Sox.
Yeah, and the fact that you're up there, Tony, talking about you don't engage in anything illegal. Well, I don't know about that because I'm, like what if that's whatever. But what I will tell you is how you're so proud of your girl Bets over there. She definitely did something illegal. Hopping out of your vehicle in the turn lane in the middle of the street of the road, not even the street. It's not like this was in a neighborhood. Okay. She was at an intersection, wasting the whole green light for other people, because you know how it is trying to make a left-hand turn. Okay, she wasted that whole thing, and she got out of her vehicle and confronted him. That is got to be illegal in some state. I'm pretty sure it's illegal here in Florida, and we let everything go. You got to really do something before people will start to stare. And even I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, so Yep said that was a message with the person he was talking to because they asked him if he sent her money, and he said, I bought her a steak. So you're saying, Yep, that he is mixing up the his messages with his Venmo, with like the memo that he put in on the Venmo? Okay, let me see. I'm gonna go to Yep's channel. She said she put up the Venmo a few days ago. Okay, here. It's kind of hard to see. I'll drop her link, or someone can. This is the Venmo receipt, June 25th at 8:50 p.m. to Andrew Griffin. You paid Andrew Griffin $50 beating up B socks. And that is from Tony. Oof.
Not a good look, buddy.
No, not at all. Not at all. So I mean, what do you think about that, Earth?
Oh yeah, she was paid.
So what he's doing here, this is where this schmarmy used car salesman thing comes in my book. Is the fact that he's doing this circular talking, and he's, mixing in the text message conversation mixed in with the Venmo receipt. And then, later he can claim he just mixed it up.
Can you see on there, Deets, what time that was sent? Is that included in that
8:50
receipt?
p.m.
That's when he sent the receipt. But when did he pay homegirl here?
Oh, okay. Oh, let me see. I don't know. I can't see it on there.
Okay. See, the reason I'm asking is this is what I think. You're right. He's
it says 55 minutes ago. The screenshot was taken at 7:50, and he paid her 55 minutes before that. So a little before 7, based on the math.
So after the fact.
Yeah, right on time.
So here's what I think. I think this is where the used car salesman, you have arguing semantics. I think what he's arguing basically is what the meaning of is, and that's it. What does this show? At the very minimum, what it shows is he is he is fine with what Betty did. He thought it was a joke, and he sent her money.
He said that. Thank you, Wolfie. I love that. He said that Terry was following her. So he absolutely is trying to perpetuate that narrative instead of what we all saw with our own 2 eyes.
Correct. I mean, look, he lives there. She doesn't. He was at Costco, for Pete's sake. Okay. Yep. That how you can be in a public place. She's the one that was, driving all over Hell's Half Acre and talking while dressed like a lime green Skittle, wearing Chris's face on her shirt.
Not a Skittle.
So weird. It's so weird.
Well, some people say green M&M, but I beg to differ. I think that particular hue of green is closer to the Skittle, to the lime Skittle than it is to the green M&M. But that's just me.
Oh, come on. Let's call a spade a spade. That looked like the slime dude from Ghostbusters. Come on. Call it for what it is.
Oh my God.
Somebody should have just called the Ghostbusters and just, do some of that slime shit
She
on
looked
her.
like
She would have,
Slimer.
She looked like
Yep.
she looked like Slimer with hair.
Oh my
Yep.
God.
burned out hair.
All right. Let me see. Where's our poll sitting? We've got 200 votes in. Do you think Tony did a good job answering all the questions? 79% say no. 79% say no. I'll give it a few more minutes.
I have to agree with Sweet One here. It doesn't matter if you put her up to it or not, because at the end of the day, she's going to do what she's going to do. But at the bare minimum, what that receipt shows is that he condones what she did, and it shouldn't be condoned. She put a lot of people, including herself that day, at risk, acting like a fool in the middle of traffic.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Not just herself, which is troublesome, but she put other people at risk as well.
She absolutely did.
Yeah,
she absolutely did.
It was awesome. That was definitely an eye-opening moment for me. That like, whoa, Betty has gone way too far and down the hole in this one. Like, she's literally getting out of her car, going and screaming at a man. It was wild.
Yeah, I mean, what if there was an ambulance or a fire truck behind and they couldn't get through because she was blocking traffic?
I mean, or not even just that, but like, what if someone did something to her, or thought that the man in the car was doing something to her and got aggressive with him?
Of course that. Well, yeah, of course that too.
All around, it could have been bad.
Well,
all around.
I mean, look, road rage is a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and if somebody was to, I can promise you, if that was Tony sitting at a red light and somebody was to come running up on him, they'd have a pew to the face. I promise.
How about if the shoe were on the other foot? How about if the shoe were on the other foot? What if?
Oh, everybody would be outraged.
Somebody had ran up to her vehicle and put a camera in her face and screaming, "Why are you following me?"
Or a man screaming at a woman. Yeah,
correct. I mean, it's all bad. It was all bad, and it shouldn't have been condoned. She was out of control that day. Period.
Yeah. I agree.
The only thing one needs to know about this non-integrity having beta male is that he's 100% BHB, ridiculous, insane, repugnant actions. After that, everything else is irrelevant, in my opinion. Of course, that's what Sniper said.
Boom.
And Mr. Mathis, let me tell you something, sir. You was doing a lot of lying up on that panel last night. Don't make me do a recap of your bullshit on TikTok, sir. I will break out them recordings.
Well, do it. Yeah, debunk him. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through this and
you want them? I'll let you debunk them.
I haven't heard this yet, so we'll do what we can as we go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna pay somebody to stalk somebody, because that's not what she was there doing. I mean, if you watch the live, she's a close friend of mine, and whether you like her or not, she's very close to Seth and I, and she was not there to stalk anybody. She got in an altercation with Terry after she noticed that Terry was following her and taking a picture of her license plate. You can clearly see it. She saw him in her rear view mirror. But I'll share a Venmo. I mean, I have receipts for my claims. The sad thing is that
we don't know that he took a picture behind her vehicle. We know he paused behind her vehicle. That's all you could see in that video, is that he paused for a couple seconds and then he kept it going. So that's all we know.
Yeah, we only know what she said. I didn't see anything, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's just that from how it was filmed, we can't see. So we can't say one way or the other. Neither can you, Tony. You ain't got magic.
I don't think Betty can either, because she was she was looking at her camera, she spots it in the rearview mirror, and then she goes into rage mode. So I don't think she was paying close enough attention to tell that he was what he was or wasn't doing in the car.
Exactly.
Right.
Don't have to prove guilt. It seems that we are always having to prove innocence. Regarding Caleb Harris, I had an administrator of our Facebook group that sent me a picture and a video that I did not care to see. I was not involved in the case anymore. And I can assure you that I sent that to nobody. And I had many people ask me for it. And I told them that Randy was a coworker and a friend of mine, and there was no way in hell I was going to be sharing that information. And quite frankly, when it was sent to me, you know, they didn't even know if it was him at that point. So, you know, that didn't happen either. I mean, and Brittney, the only thing I will say, and I have no, you know, you can have my cell phone number. I gave it to Josh the lab the other day, and we had a great conversation. If you ever want to ask me a question, I would much rather make myself available than to be tagged and you know, have a video with that kind of a title on it, because I'm not hard to get a hold of. I'm glad to talk to you at any time.
Right.
It is a little disenchanting, you know, to hear you just make up your mind that I'm an asshole when we've never even had a conversation.
I don't think
No,
that's
no,
fair.
no. She's just questioning it.
No,
She's,
I don't think that's
she's
fair.
just questioning it.
No.
She's honestly
No. You are an asshole, sir. You are an asshole. There's no-
Disenchanting. Look at him pulling out his $2 words already. He's like, that was disenchanting. Not necessarily the best use of it, but okay. Did she call him an asshole? Those that
Yes.
watched it.
Yes, she did.
Oh.
She called, what she actually said was, I think Tony is a manipulative asshole. That's what she said. Which
Oh, she's
you
not
know, it
wrong.
is what it is. I mean, like, I'm not, but she did say it. And the fact of the matter is, I have serious issue with Tony's response to the question regarding Caleb Harris. You don't want that picture because you're not working on the case anymore. How about you don't want that picture and you wonder how somebody got that picture in the first place? How about that? How about you don't want that picture because there's no dignity in that? Those pictures. I know we all have a morbid curiosity to some extent, but Jesus, come on, Tony. Like, you know, what are you doing? You didn't. So what you're saying is, if you were working on that picture, or you were working on the case still, you'd have wanted that picture.
Hey,
Well,
Trevor. Good
to be
see
fair,
ya.
Jen Lu, it's been rumored on TikTok that he was circulating that picture.
Right.
Well,
but his
if it's
explanation is that somebody gave it to him. And then he
Yeah.
says, I didn't want that picture because frankly, I'm no longer on the case. That's
so
an odd statement.
that is an odd
It's
statement.
true. Yeah.
But I did actually catch part of Titanium Built's live from last night. If anybody hasn't seen it, she has Stephen Crabtree up there. And he said that the way that that picture got sent around is someone had posted it in, Jones, and you had me go listen. What was it? Their Facebook group, and the mods had to quickly take it down. And
Yeah.
so he doesn't, and it wasn't Tony that had posted it in there, and one of them had sent it over. So I don't know. It's rumored that it's going around. Well, then that's all it is, or that he's sending it around. Then that's all that is a rumor. And yeah, I'm with Chasing on that. Like, we got to have proof before we put that on him.
Yeah.
You know,
I
you
don't
hear
know
on
that he sent that
Titanium's
around.
live that, yeah, Steven said that, you know, he's in that group and mods had to quickly get in and remove that because someone had posted it.
Right.
So
My issue was his reason why he didn't want it. I don't know whether I don't know if he sent that around because I can't prove that. And
right.
I had asked in another chat when they were going over these screenshots from these group texts. Is there anything in those screenshots that prove that Seth knew what was going on? Because a lot of people were in the chat and they were very upset with Seth. And I felt like, well, wait a minute. I need to see a connection.
I haven't
you
been
know?
through all the screenshots, so I don't know if there's anything
Yeah.
in there that's, you know, indicative of Seth knowing. what
Right.
was
So why are
happening.
we getting onto him? I mean, listen, there's to each his own, but for me personally, I have not seen any proof that Seth knew anything about this yet. And I
Mhm.
haven't seen any proof that Tony sent around these pictures. I just thought that his response to receiving the picture was odd and off-putting to me. That doesn't mean anything other than just exactly that. It's off-putting to me. That's it.
Well,
She's
that's why I've
talking
been.
about the screenshots that have been sent out. Like, someone from one of Tony's group chats started leaking screenshots. So that's what Bendy was just talking about.
Oh yeah,
No.
sorry, chasing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've been on TikTok for the last couple of nights. All I've heard that there was photos circulating. I did not hear about any video circulating of that young man's passing. Okay. Only screenshots. That's it. I've been trying to track down who's been, getting them and who the main source was that actually got the copies. I haven't found who that main source was.
Hey, Kate, the bestest.
I started with his little main regulars that he hangs out with, because those are his go-tos up on TikTok. His little shit starters.
All right, let's get back on track here.
Honestly, privately, for me being too hard on you and Seth privately. Like, this is not fun for her to do tonight, Tony. I'll tell you that.
When you were talking about Brittney here, you were talking about someone who has put her butt on the line. She has had faith in Seth. She has been there 100%, and she's not done anything questionable. So that doesn't work.
I get that. But Brittney, am I incorrect here? Was it you that said I think Tony's an asshole, or was it somebody else on the
I may have said that.
I said that. I said you're a liar and you're an asshole. I said that for sure.
Okay. Well, my apologies. And I thought it was you that said it, Brittney.
No, I did say that I want to be able to ask questions because I don't blindly follow anybody, because
that's fair. That's fair. Completely fair.
Honestly, Tony, there have been some horrible things that have come out, and if it is things that you are innocent of, Seth is innocent of, it's horrible. And I will say I'm sorry if you have been falsely accused of these things.
They have attacked my wife, who's got nothing to do with any of this. They've sent emails to my work. They've sent emails to my family, content creators, and it's one that's doing it. We finally snatched his IP address.
JLR.
When he sent an email, believe it or not, the same person was sending emails.
Okay. You snatched an IP address. You know what that's going to do? Nothing. It might tell you a general location of where a person is, but if that person wasn't using a VPN, like we have a VPN, but if we're not using a VPN, it shows up in a city that's an hour away from me, is what my IP address goes to. So it's not going to do a whole heck of a lot. But he says, like, these people, I haven't heard anything at all about his wife at all.
I hadn't either.
I don't know if anybody else has. I haven't heard anything at all about his
But it
wife.
could be on TikTok. It could be something we're not seeing. But I know he's alluding to JLR when he's saying this.
You think so? But then he says all these creators, and then he says it's this, we know who it is, it's this one guy. So then he narrows it down to one guy. I do believe that people are, sending him crap. I absolutely believe that. But I haven't heard anybody mention his wife or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about his wife, but if that stuff's going on over at the Tickety Talks, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about TikTok. Nonsense wants to know, Johnson, do you think he's talking to JLR or Dolly?
What do you mean, like talking to him behind the scenes, or talking about them in this part? Hold on, let me read.
I don't know that he talked about it before. He told his wife to stay off the internet. Kim thinks it's his own crew that's turning on him. I haven't seen her reply. I'm going to play a little more, and then I will pause when I see her reply for you.
Okay.
To the pet rescue that we're donating money to. And he got a little bit careless, and one of the IP addresses got captured. But we've been through it. The pictures you're talking about on TikTok, that did not happen either. What nobody talks about is I went back and replayed the live. I showed a recording of me going into my TikTok lives, pulling the video up from the night before. They said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I was with my best friend, who's a 60-year-old stage 4 cancer patient, fishing in Minnesota. When I did that live, that they put that overlay on, it's the same person that sent the emails to my work and to this poor lady at this pet rescue, who also sent emails to Joe Petito.
See?
So they said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I went back and played pretty much the entire live.
Pause there.
Hang on.
People could see the real live
one
unedited, and of course, there was nothing there. I was in my pajamas sitting in the hotel lobby.
I want to hear the rest of his explanation. I know we all got a lot of thoughts on this.
Okay.
I did the live, and my phone was face down on a table.
No,
But you just get tired of defending
that was
yourself
it.
against this.
All right. First of all, okay, you go.
I want to respond to nonsense. No, I didn't thank Dolly at all. Dolly don't usually send emails like that. The reason I thought JLR was because it's a pattern for him to send emails to multiple different people, harassing type
Yes.
emails,
Families,
blackmail type
work,
emails.
stuff
Yes.
like that. That does sound like him.
Everything he said right then about the emails and all the different types of people getting the emails, it reminds me of Deeds. It reminds me of Queen. It reminds me of everybody JLR's done that to. So I personally think JLR. That's just me. That's in my opinion.
It sounds like his actions for sure.
It
I
does.
agree.
No, Cat's Eye. Not on TikTok that I'm aware of. And he mentioned like a 13-minute mark. It was at like 12 something that it happened. And Lady K was streaming his TikTok live while he was, or it wasn't his live, but the live he was on while he was live. And she didn't even catch that was on there. Somebody else did, left it in her
Dolly found
account.
it.
Was it Dolly that found it? It blew up
Dolly.
the next day, right?
Yep.
And she didn't know why her live was blowing up. And yeah, that was on there. So she couldn't have edited it onto there while she was live. So no. He might have been doing all the things he claimed. He might have been in a fishing lodge in the lodge.
No, she
but
had no
I'm
idea.
guessing he went and took a bathroom break. That's what I am guessing.
I mean, how
Hang on,
could
my
have been
little crouton is here. I'll be right back.
Okay. I mean, how do we know if it was a green screen slip? Sure. Could have been a little peen slip? Sure. But hey, we all had a laugh at his expense. I don't care. He's dirty as hell. He's doing a lot of things to mess up this case. I don't care. He needs to back off this case. He's gonna mess it up for anybody.
He's thinking, but he's thinking the 1202 mark is the 1202 mark on his TikTok live, and that's just not the case. It's the 1202 on Lady K's live. And Lady K started her live at a different spot. Like she wasn't there from the very beginning to the very end. So her time is actually, her timeline's different. So he just didn't take the time to go and investigate it. He says he did, but he obviously didn't, or else he would have seen his dick pop up across the screen. Sorry, not sorry.
Say it correctly.
I can't with you.
Johnson.
His tallywhacker.
No, dick. Do it right.
He should have seen his dick pop up across the screen. Lord have mercy.
I fell out when you said that.
I had to snuggle that grandbaby for a minute.
Oh, I love that for you, Deets.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm like,
Look.
wait, guys, I go live twice a month, and you bring the baby over the one time I go live. So frustrating, but I love it.
It's the explanation for me. At the end of the day, this situation is the least of my concern. It's the other stuff that he's done in this case. That's not a big, that I'm like, whoa. This situation, the only thing that I can say about this is, sometimes it's not the crime itself, it's the justification of the crime and the explanation of the crime. Tony, stop PRing, sir. You are not good at it. What should have happened is, what you should have said is this: look, I'm not that great at working the tickety talks. I was live. I took my phone to the bathroom. I made a mistake and I'm sorry. That's all you had to say. But you blew it up into this big, huge thing. Just the situation was a big, huge thing, just for clarity. And now look.
Just
God, I cannot.
That's what I think. Like this, in the grand scheme of all the things going on, I don't think that this is a huge deal. That it's definitely not a huge deal, but it's unfortunate. It's a very unfortunate slip for him. It's very embarrassing for him. And honestly, even if he is aware that was him and he is lying about it, I wouldn't expect any different. I wouldn't expect him to do anything but deny. But
hold on, chasing. how can Tony ruin this case? It's
Yeah.
simple. If you watch these TikTokers, he's telling these TikTokers what to do, what to say. He's doing a lot of things on that app. That's why he ain't doing it up here. One, those people are reckless on TikTok. They are nasty people. He's got them doing background checks on creators over there. He's got people over there
Do you
checking
have
in on
proof
the
of
ex-wife.
that? Like I
Oh,
haven't seen any.
there's recordings of it. On TikTok, you have a choice. When you do your lives on there, you can take them down or you can upload them. They
Right.
don't upload their lives. They're only short videos up there. They take those down. There's a few of us that actually record them. I've got them uploaded on 2 different platforms.
Okay.
I have several of them.
I don't. Okay.
There are some up on my channel right now.
So this is what I'll say to that. Can he actually ruin Sebastian's case? No, because law enforcement is going to do what law enforcement is going to do. And their investigation will be their investigation, completely separate from Tony or anybody else for that matter. So the only thing that I think that Tony could do that would be a hindrance is later on down the road, potentially, it's going to just not be it's not a good look. But that, as far as whether or not, in my opinion, as far as whether or not Tony can actually do anything to prevent Sebastian from being found, I don't think he can.
I hope not. I really do.
I don't think so either.
I really do, because look, his people that he's had on TikTok since this case, they're dropping like flies, and they will be willing to talk. I mean, even a couple of them have been over here talking. I mean, you got one gallivanting around here talking.
Who?
She's in everything. Her name's Barbecue Lady.
Oh.
She's all over.
Yeah. I don't know how. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know how it'll affect his actual case, besides being a hindrance to law enforcement. If it is going to cause people to call in, unnecessary tips or frivolous stuff, things like that, that could be an issue. But I haven't seen. I can't speak on all of these like TikToks and things like that because I
I'll send them to you. I'll send them to you.
So,
but no, I'm not saying if it goes to court, will it ruin it? I'm not saying that. I'm saying with all the, calls that go in that they need to check this, check that, it's becoming a nuisance. It can ruin. It can take time away from actually looking for him.
No,
that
it won't. It won't take. No, it won't take
I
time
hope
away
not.
from. It won't take time away from actually looking for him. When calls come in, like if someone were to call Hendersonville, or Henderson, whatever county, Sumner County Police Department, and report Bullhorn Betty for something, that opens a new case. So that's not going to take the detective that is working on Sebastian's case away and it doesn't attach Bullhorn Betty doing shenanigans with flyers and walking on properties. It doesn't take those resources away. What it does is it soaks up the resources of the county. So you're adding extra calls and situations into a county, and that does soak up resources, but it's not going to. I feel like people have this idea that it's going to steal the detectives that are working on Sebastian's case away from them. That's not going to happen.
I really hope
but
so.
it can soak up the resources of the county for sure.
Yeah, the case is the case.
Yes.
It's his missing persons case is being investigated by law enforcement, not YouTube, and definitely not TikTok. So they know what they're doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the jobs that they're in. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But what he is doing, though, in my opinion, that is damaging is he puts things together, words together in a way to convey a specific thought without saying it directly. And he's going to do it here in a little bit. He's going to talk about, he doesn't, it's not a statement. He asks a question, but it's actually a statement. When we get there, I'll let you guys know. But that is what, in my opinion, that's the type of, but that's not damaging to the actual case.
Hey, Brandy.
That's just,
I see him as
okay. That's good to know, though. That's really good.
That's what I'm saying, Remy. Yes, it can be a drain or a strain on the department. I see him more as a noisy cricket, as someone who is going to inject misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracies into the case based on what I have seen so far. But that's why I'm listening to this, so we can see, okay, is he doing that with this one? So far, he's just kind of deflecting.
It's this craziness because
Yeah.
it never ends.
Well, apparently I did call you an asshole, so for that I apologize.
Well, I thought I saw your box light up, but you know.
That's right. You know what though? I have to tell you this, and I'm probably gonna get some shit for it, but
Who cares?
people don't like me anyway. It's the fact that you come up here and you're willing to have a discussion with us.
That's true. He walked right in, straight up into the lion's den.
That you got my respect for that. Because, yes, I told Justin to get his butt up here.
Tony, when stuff like that happens, sorry, Justin, when stuff like this happens, do you turn that over to the law at all?
So, in a court of law, I mean, I was a federal process server for a lot of years, and I worked with, attorneys for day in and day out for quite a while. And, you have to have legal standing when you turn things over. And even defamation cases, you can go give an attorney a $2,500 retainer. And if you win, if you can't show measurable damages, you're going to win the case and you're going to get $1. And so it gets to a point where you realize that most of the people attacking aren't doing anything to help my client or Sebastian. And so you become oblivious to it. But, the truth is that Seth and I, this is what a lot of people don't know. I'm more like a brother to Seth than I am a spokesperson. And he's got another lady that's more like a sister to him than she is an event planner.
Right.
And it's just the three of us for the most part. And, the relationship we have is private, but it's also very, very deep. I represented Seth for about a month.
Very, very deep. How long have y'all known each other? Like
This
5
sounds
seconds.
like the girls Wade Wilson be talking to. We are in love. We know each other so well.
Thinking. It sounds like a prison relationship.
And then they get called out on the social media, and they're like, "New phone, who dis? That person on that phone call is not me no more. I don't know. I've completely changed. I'm not that person." Wade Wilson, who? It's the same thing. I don't know. I don't understand how their bond is deep like that, but whatever. It's, I guess, not for me to.
I feel like true deep bonds take years and a lot of work and a lot of effort. And that's just my opinion. Okay, I'll shut up.
Well, we have a deep bond now because we're both covering the same case. I don't know. It's weird.
Right. No, you're right. I agree. I mean, it seems extra for no reason, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just a little dramatic.
Absolutely.
Period.
Absolutely.
Hey, Georgia
When I
Pear.
found out that he and I grew up 15 minutes apart, literally spent Sunday eating dinners at the same place. And I'd represented him for a month before I even knew that, because I thought he had been in Tennessee and California and didn't know that he grew up in a little town in Kansas.
He's married, Sue.
And then I dug a little deeper and got to get close to his sister and found out that her childhood best friend was one of my wife's bridesmaids. So, we're connected in a lot of ways, and we've got a very, very brotherly relationship. And, that's why he gets defensive like that, because he knows what happens behind the scenes. He knows when he's having a rough day, who's there for him. And Brittney, I didn't take a dollar from Randy Harris either, but when I go to Tennessee, I mean, I'll be in Tennessee for 5 days, leaving on Thursday. And, those hotels, that travel, those meals, those come out of my wife and I's pocket. They don't come out of a GoFundMe.
Can I ask? I want to ask this question. I do want to clarify this. I looked this up myself. Michaela's Mutts is not the same Michaela.
No,
that's not her. This lady was she's a veteran.
It's a very unfortunate name, but it's not the same Michaela. And she is a phenomenal human. So is her husband.
Hey,
they have their business licensed. Everything's filed properly. But just to show you how vile some of these content creators are, her husband is the one that trapped this IP address. The gentleman that sent it did not realize her husband was an IT guy. So he had 4 or 5 emails that were sent.
He trapped this IP address. Like he chased it around and caught it in a mouse.
Lord.
I don't make fun of boomers, but that was a total boomer.
Trevor Lee is on his pettiness today, and I'm here for it.
I know. I am loving it. Yeah, because it's neighbors for his prom choices. Alternative.
Jeez.
Doesn't mean we go way back. I love it, Trevor. His other comment just had me dying.
I think all but one of them were from a VPN, but one of them was captured about 6 minutes from his house.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's not that, but to your question, sorry, I got off on a tangent, but it's not the same Michaela. It's not any relation at all.
Well, one of the aggravating
salad.
one of the things I'm seeing people from
Dude just spent 3 minutes to tell you no, it's not the same Michaela.
I know,
Next
right?
question.
Yeah, we
Not the same
definitely,
Michaela.
me and Yep immediately, mainly Yep, I trusted her to go because we were like, what? Michaela? Sutton, it can't be. It can't be. And I was ready to roast this dude.
That would have been funny.
No, it's not the same one. But yeah, it took forever for him to say that.
He gives longer Miss America answers than I do.
Right. I'm meaning right to the Miss America answers.
No, I be giving long ass Miss America answers. It's a problem, Deets. I recognize it. I'm working on it. It's
what
a
happens
developing
is
skill.
People forget what the initial question even was because they've lost track. They're off in the weeds. They don't even know what you're answering to now. That's what happens when you give Miss America answers like you just did.
Well, frustrated with, and they keep asking in chat is, why is the money from the vigil going to Michaela's mutts, and why is there not a reward fund set?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. All that money, where did it go? Why not? Because for me, one of my kids is missing, and I raised something like $23,000. That's just what we saw publicly. First thing I'm doing is setting up through like an attorney or law office sort of thing, some kind of reward fund. Because Tony, these days, people will talk for some money. Like with Summer, we did have quite a large reward fund. From what I remember, I want to say $50,000 to $80,000 somewhere in there, and no one came forward, but sometimes a little bit.
So here's what I'll say about the reward. First off, anytime that any money goes to Seth for anything, which it hasn't since I've been representing him, he gets viciously attacked, and he didn't want that to happen. So he wanted to donate that to a cause that would make Sebastian proud, which was a pet rescue. Sebastian's favorite animal is a cat. We actually tried to get a kitty rescue, but we couldn't get a return call from him. So
is that where all the GoFundMe money went?
No, the GoFundMe money, you're fairly accurate on the amount there. To my knowledge, again, I don't have access to that.
Just over like $23,000. I was just wondering, did that go to Seth? Did that help? Maybe it helped with living expenses. I understand that because he wasn't working. I just want to know, where did that go? Do you know?
So I will tell you without sharing Seth's private information, which I won't do. I'll just simply say this. The first 60 days, as you guys know, he was searching every day. And he was off work. And he was off work far beyond that when it got to the point that he couldn't hardly walk because of his neck. So he did not get any relief from his job until just recently.
You just had surgery too, right?
Wait.
Correct.
What about all the coworkers? Right, Trevor. What about all the coworkers that donated their FMLA?
From what
PTO time.
PTO. From what I understand, they got their PTO time back. From what I understand.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I don't know.
I don't think he was searching every day, though. Okay. So that's another rumor that we'll have to dig into, whether he got his PTO back or not. But I do know, I mean, he even mentioned it in the beginning that, everybody had donated their PTO to him. So who knows?
I would love to know if it's true or not.
Me too. Some was reverted back. I'm not sure all of it was. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Because there was a point, like right around the time of the surgery, maybe a little before or a little after, that there was talk from Tony that Seth was trying to get on like short-term disability.
Yeah,
so I'm wondering if what had happened was initially there was PTO time donated. and then maybe the short-term disability was approved and it was retroactive from,
Oh, could have been, yeah.
you know, and then like that. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know.
Seth said he gets $2,600 a month. That's like less than minimum wage.
Yeah, he makes as a corrections officer, not even a corrections officer, a jailer. Yeah, that's about what they make here too. $1,200 every 2 weeks.
Is that even minimum wage?
Yeah.
Is that bring home maybe?
Yeah, it's after taxes.
Okay, instead of gross. Okay. Wow.
I can't remember where I heard that nonsense. It might have been Truths. I don't know. I'd have to go look.
I don't think he quit his job. I don't think he quit his job. I hadn't heard that either.
That's correct. So he had to live, and that GoFundMe money is not gone. But without knowing, you know, when he was going to get some relief from his job or when he was going to go back to work, you know, and the other thing too, you know, the law enforcement has been pretty adamant, and there's a lot of things that they advise that we may or may not agree with, but they've been pretty adamant about there not being a reward offered. It is something that is still on the table. And you know, it may still happen, but I can tell you this, if you know anything about Seth Rogers, Seth Rogers has not spent a penny of that money that he didn't have to spend to live. The man is not a fancy guy. The man does not have, I have not seen the man have one new item anywhere around him since I've been representing him. You know, they attacked him over his motorcycle, and he had his motorcycle far before Sebastian went missing. So
we didn't see him out shopping for a new one, so
no,
Yeah. Well,
I mean, he's not a guy that buys.
You didn't see the Proudfoots out shopping for a new one either. You saw them delivering flyers. So there's that. In one of Truths or Clues Streams, it was a good while back that, yeah, I don't know how you can't give back PTO. Yeah, if the employer was giving it back to those who donated, they just give him dollars rather than the PTO pool. PTO is tracked, and it's a process. It'd be a huge thing for them to give it back. I don't even know how that would work.
Right. So maybe what they're saying is they're not talking about the literal time. If it was set at all, maybe they're talking about some type of reimbursement, like Chasing is saying, financially. Not, you can't talk,
right.
You know, PTO
Maybe
time is accrued. Yeah.
I don't even know how they would put that in their books, though. That's what I'm wondering. Like, yeah.
I believe it was maybe Clues, because I just checked Discord. I think it was maybe Clues stream it was set on, and she said it was because he quit his job. But since then, I've heard him on panels, and he says he's just waiting for clearance to go back from his doctor.
That's what I've heard.
That's what I've heard as well.
I don't know which is true, you know.
To be honest, I don't know what to believe anymore.
I just find Tony's answers to be less than direct. Questions are being asked, and they're not answered directly. It is what it is.
All these merry-go-rounds.
Right. The company can't pay out the PTO twice.
Right.
But they could. See, I don't even know. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't even know how they do it. If they had put, if they had all donated their PTO into a pool and they were paying him out weekly, and then maybe they did, just if he did get on disability or something and he didn't need the rest of it, maybe they divvied those hours back up. I don't even know how that would work. That's above my pay grade.
Clothes or fancy
he's still in the same apartment. Sorry, like that. He's still in the same spot, right?
Yeah, they raised his rent, and he didn't even want to move because that's right.
Right.
Tony, I'm Justin. I have a few channels, Justin for All Clips and Pearls. I've never spoken to you publicly or privately, but nice to meet you. I have a couple questions. First, why do you think, in your opinion, the perception that people, have of you. Like, what do you think it is that gets you the amount of criticism? And I'll be the first to say I have criticized you, and I'll tell you why here in a moment. But I try to take things. I always try to be sort of fair. I try to be as fair as possible, on each individual basis, right? On each individual thing. Like, I'll be the first to say whenever that, they said your junk was being shown or whatever. I've never thought it was anything. I think in my opinion, it was just something that, but
I agree with that.
You two know what a dick looks like. Stop it right now. They both know what a penis looks like.
You stop that right now.
Come on.
My God, John
I mean, again, I go back to the fact that it's not important, but they know what that looks like, and it is what it
cannot.
is. It is what it is, people. Okay. All right.
John, this don't make me start clowning you. Come on.
Oh.
That doesn't
But
even make sense.
Yeah,
But there-
even I agree with that.
But there is things that I will say here shortly. But I just want to ask you that question there. Like, what do you think it is that everyone comes hard on you for?
It would be simply an opinion, Justin.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
not
just asking your opinion. I mean,
You're
what
not
do you
going
hear the
to-
most?
So here's where we struggle. You hear all these things and these reasons people have made up their mind, and you won't see a situation where I've disrespected somebody. I have a couple times I've gone in on a couple of creators that were viciously attacking Seth.
A couple.
And I don't apologize for that because that's my job. But in a normal setting with people like you and Brittney and people that, haven't been attacking my client, you'll never see me be disrespectful. You won't see me raise my voice.
It's your job. It's your job to go after creators, dox their livelihoods out.
Who is he doxed?
He's doxed JLR, which that's no surprise. His life's already been doxed out. He's gone after Queen. He's gone after Savage. Savage hasn't done anything besides record. That's all she's done.
Yeah.
All she's done is poke fun at him. She's never poked fun at Seth except express her opinion about the things he's done, but she's never called Seth any names. But it's your job to go after creators.
Yeah, that is weird. It's my job
fuck outta
part.
here.
Absolutely weird. Brantley, love you, Brantley. He says, as a gay man myself, I most certainly know what a dick looks like.
Right.
Oh,
But Tony,
Brantley.
But Tony, I have the recording where you were showing your own live that you did. You edited that part out, fool. Stop lying.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of people have the actual recording of your little screen flip, sir.
This is just a whole mess.
Yes.
Look, I don't agree with his wife being notified that that happened. I don't agree with that, okay? I don't. But he edited his own stream that night. It happened. He edited that part out. Sure did.
And again, I go back to I understand why he's denying that portion of it. I'm
Could you
now
imagine?
like,
I'd be
yeah,
mortified. Oh my
I
God.
would be too.
The right thing to do would have just been like, yeah, my bad. Shit happens,
Yeah,
But then
my
again, I
bad.
can't see
I've
myself
edited
owning it like
it,
that either.
and you guys are disrespecting the case by continuing on with it. Is probably
Yeah.
how we should handle it more so than deny.
Yeah.
But I do understand why he's denying. Yeah, it was weird of him to say though that it's his job. So let's hear what else he has to say.
I think a lot of it has to do with, at least initially, getting Seth off of YouTube and creating more of a professional situation for him where he doesn't get on a channel and look down and see the chat and lose his mind, and then give content creators more content to play the next 4 or 5 days attacking him.
Sure.
And I think me taking him off those channels, it pissed some people off. But even the people that are the most vile towards Seth and me, I can tell you that I've never met those people. I reached out. I'll just say this, JLR, and I hate talking about other creators on your channel, but
I'm
some of the
gonna.
harshest critics.
No, you don't.
JLR, JS for Justice, and some of his crew. I initially reached out to those people. I reached out to JLR through Justin on TikTok, who
Mhm.
reached out to him through Magnolia. I knew that at one point he supported Seth, and it seemed that he had quit supporting him.
Yeah.
I asked him if he'd like to have a conversation because I thought that we could use his platform for Sebastian. He had no desire to talk. He'd never met me, never talked to me. They put a criminal record of mine out there that was not mine, which was fine. I mean, I carry a lot of federal documents that I wouldn't have been able to have with a record like that. But again, I don't owe that to anybody. And I even reached out to Jay's for Justice through email and said, hey, if you'd like to have a conversation, I can answer some of your questions and we might be able to get on the same page. And,
Mhm.
we could come on and do an interview. And she didn't want to talk. She simply wanted to bring me and Seth on the panel. And, you put Seth in a situation on a call-in show where if she's got all these things in her mind that she doesn't have answers to, then they're calling in like they used to on another show. And again, he loses his mind and he gives everybody content. And
Okay, let me pause this word salad. I mean, I'm following him, but it's like verbal diarrhea with this dude. I agree with you nonsense completely. So much to say it's better I don't these days because I don't trust none of these clowns on any side. They're all doing the most to muddy this stuff and create noise. Absolutely. They are. I know, Sniper. What are these federal documents? I'm thinking he's talking about like federal clearance, different clearance levels he has, maybe? I don't know. The way he worded that was weird. It's I don't even think it's mansplaining. He's just verbal diarrhea is all I can think of because he's just throwing out so much crap.
Yep.
and that's not what's good for him.
Right.
So I think
So,
a lot of it has to
I
do
don't
with
remember.
that.
well, that was going to kind of push you on this. So my main opinion about you, in the negative form, has been because, and I'm going to tell you why, because of Trevor Lee. I've known Trevor for a long time. I've worked with Trevor, from in person to afar, and I
Get to
know
that,
that
Trevor Lee.
you
It's
and
your
Trevor,
time, dude.
whenever you first, started becoming,
Okay, now, full disclaimer, I have seen receipts from Trevor Lee, but I don't know what he's about to say here. So I'm going to take it in. But I hear he flat out lied. So we'll
yeah.
see. Not Justin, Tony.
I don't want to say managing Seth. I don't know what the term you guys use, but
That's a good
working with
term.
Seth. Um,
I know.
that
Eddie.
Trevor did call you, and from what I understand, he was disagreeing with something. I can't remember what it was about, to be
Well,
honest with you.
you're already inaccurate there. I'll tell you what
Okay,
happened with Trevor
tell me.
Lee. So they his team before me had made the determination that there was people on his team that needed to go. Now these are people that I did not know, never broke bread with them, never talked to them. I say I had a phone conversation with one of the PIs. This all stemmed from his team and Seth deciding that it was time for the PIs to go. So when that happened,
That's what it was. Yes, yes, it was a disagreement on the two PIs, and I think he was
the problem,
expressing his opinion on the PIs,
well,
and that's
he wasn't expressing his opinion, Justin. He was blaming me for Seth firing his PIs. So
well. I mean, that
I
I'm not
quit.
going to say because I don't, he's not here. So but I'm
Well,
just telling you what
I have the text.
Okay, that's fine.
I have the text. And I will tell you, and I don't want you headed down the wrong road, which is why I'm kind of cutting in. He called me.
Wait, whoa. Don't say something like that and try and drive right past that. What does that mean?
I think he's meaning he doesn't
No,
want
I want
Justin
him to
be
answer. What does
confused.
that mean?
Oh, okay. All right. I was trying to take it all in, but yeah, we needed a little break because Tony's doing his verbal diarrhea thing. Whew. Yeah, it's lies. I don't know what you want me to say and what you don't want me to say, Trevor. So feel free to hop up if you want to, or if it's okay. Like, you let me know what it's okay to share. But he is lying right here. He is lying. Oh, did you hear Crew? He's gibbering in the other room.
Yes,
Okay.
I heard that. How
Did you?
adorable.
He's like, yep.
So cute.
He's chasing the
Oh.
doggies. Okay.
Yeah, he wants. Oh no, he wants to come up here and show off.
I know. Probably. Probably. This place too crazy for that, or I totally would.
Oh, he wants the hostile takeover. Come on.
You can mention anything I should. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure because I didn't want to overstep. Hey, Shady. How's it going, love? All right. Let me hear a little bit further and I'm going to pull up my. Did you say somebody else say something?
It was me. I was just going to say
go ahead,
really
Mindy.
quick. Tony, you need to back the milk truck all the way up, sir. Because I recall that you were part of the email chain conversation situation regarding these leaked, not leaked phone calls between one of the PIs and Chris Proudfoot. So how is it you didn't know these people all of a sudden?
Word salad.
I got questions.
Word salad. Lots of questions. I do. I know. I wish I had that clip. That shut up, Cher. But I actually appreciate her interjecting here, though. She's trying to keep him on track. She's like, no, you're not going to blow past that. So
yeah, look at
I'll give
Grandma
her half a gold star for that one for sure.
Tony.
Which part?
What just come out of your mouth? You came up here. You don't want to see Justin going down the wrong thing, and so you're up here tonight. What does this mean? The words that just come out of your mouth before I interrupted? What's that mean?
So what that means is he's starting to tell the story, and there's already inaccuracies.
Yeah, but you kind of gave him a warning, right? Or no?
So
okay,
that's how I took it. But just
okay,
let
I was just wondering.
That's how I took it. But just let him carry on. Explain this.
Sorry. Carry on.
So what happened is Trevor called me, and he started getting aggressive with me about being the reason that the PIs were gone. I very quickly told him if he had questions.
Okay. So since Trevor said I could share it, I'll share the screenshots if you want me to. Otherwise, I'm just going to read it off. Here's Trevor getting aggressive with Mr. Tony Mathis. He says, Chloe is an amazing investigator and human being. I am deeply saddened by the decision made, Tony. You savage, Trevor. How could you say such vicious, aggressive things to this man?
You evil little man.
I can't believe you told him you were deeply saddened.
You're a monster.
He is a monster, isn't he? I'm deeply saddened. That was the first message. Then they had a phone conversation. Tony called Trevor the morning of the Pascal interview. He disagreed with the decision to let the investigator go. He said, we had a very civil conversation, and he told me he promises she won't be spoken badly of, even though they let her go. I thanked him for saying that because I believe she deserved that respect. Oh, hang on. I got someone up here. Is it? Oh, it's Trevor.
Yay.
The monster himself.
In the flesh.
Meanie version.
He's in the flesh.
I'm very scared. What's going to happen?
I know they get real aggressive,
Don't be.
I know. Okay, so I was just kind of reading out what you wrote earlier. Was that so? They had this phone conversation before they go on Pascal, and Trevor says it was a respectful conversation. Like it went well. Then they went on Pascal, and you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I don't know why he's saying the initial conversation was non-civil. It actually was. I thought it went well. I texted him what you just read, and then he called me, and we spoke. And I told him, I disagree with the decision that they made as a collective, or Seth made, or however the decision was made. But I said I think that was a poor decision to make, and told him why. And he told me that he respected her and that she would not be drugged or anything. He would defend her. He said he has defended her and he would defend her. And we left it at, they made their decision, but going publicly, they're going to defend her. And I said, well, I think that's good. I think that's respectful. And I could tell you who to bring on or who to let go, but I think it's good that you're going to at least defend her. And then they went on Pascal that night and in front of thousands, talked bad about the PIs. And that's when it kind of
very poorly about the PIs. I remember that. That was included in the reviews that Jenny and I were still doing at the time. So yeah. Hey, Adrian. Wow. Do you want me to play a little bit more of him? Because he hasn't gotten to the second portion. Does he get to the second portion that you shared in the chat?
Yeah,
he mentioned some of it, yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
yeah, he goes further into it.
Okay, I'll push play then. So yeah, that very first portion, let me read it again for those that missed it. This is Trevor being very aggressive with Tony. His exact words are, "Chloe is an amazing investigator and human being. I'm deeply saddened by the decision made, Tony." I just can't believe you wrote such vitriol to the man. Like, that's so much. I know, he needs to totally calm down. It's way over the top.
I'll just never be able to forgive myself.
Did you write it? Did you send it in all caps? Is that what I don't understand? Trevor, did you bust a caps lock on this man? Is that why he is damaged and is scared for his life?
I am very proud
here.
I know Trevor's age. He's the same age as my son. He capitalized Chloe and Tony. He used commas in the appropriate places. He used apostrophes in the appropriate places, not after cases like somebody, he put a periods where they're supposed to be. I mean,
that's what did it. It's all that punctuation. Look what you did, Trevor. How dare
proper
you?
grammar totally made that vicious.
Oh, you should be ashamed of yourself, Trevor.
Every night.
Not the
How can you sleep at night?
There was not one emoji, Grandma Sherry. Not one emoji.
Not even an emoji.
You didn't put You didn't. How? Okay. Now that
That's
tops it
where
right
the
there.
viciousness comes in, Trevor. Don't you know that you have to put in a smiley face emoji to soften the blow?
Yes. Anytime. Right. Yeah. You got to put in that like crying, laughing face emoji. Anytime you say something real deep, it might be taken, a little sharp. You got to put that crying face, laughing emoji. That way people know, I'm just joking with you.
I think it was the fact I left out allegedly, in my opinion.
We're so proud. The grammar of it all. All right, let's hear what else this guy has to say.
About that, he needed to reach out to Seth because he had an open line of communication with Seth. Then he started texting me, and I redirected that text to a group text with Seth on it, which I have screenshots of.
Well, so
Seth
do
told
I.
him very clearly in those texts.
So do I, Tony.
Redirected. What did you give him? The 404 error code?
I had no.
Shut up, Tony.
You had to redirect it. I know.
Text to a group text with Seth on it, which I have screenshots of. Seth told him very clearly in those texts that I had nothing to do with the PIs being gone. I had no PIs I was trying to bring or anything like that. My PIs before were in Corpus Christi, but his team and Seth decided that it was not the right fit for him for whatever reason.
Now, sorry to delay us. Hey, Sleuthy and Jules, I saw you guys just pop in. Yeah, it makes me nauseous too. Didn't he try to bring someone up from Corpus Christi though? That dog handler? Or no, just a searcher. She was just a searcher, right?
Yeah, he wanted to bring up Nina Glass.
Nina Glass. Yes, thank you. I say that a lot too, Shady. I say I digress a lot, and I'm trying to pull it back in, and I say in my real life absolutely all the time, but ever since coming to YouTube and learning a prayer garden, I try to rein it back in, but I hear it slipping out, and I'm like, no, rein it in, but I can't help it.
Please don't mention that name.
Trevor would not let it go. He continued to press. He continued to come at me and blame me. And no matter what I said, Justin, he was not going to let it go. And when they got rid of some of the search people, again, not people I knew, not people I had ever met or talked to. I was the fall guy for all of that. And I had nothing to do. I've had something to do with people that have come in to help since then, but they're not people that were related to what Trevor was doing or what the PIs were doing at all. People that are helping with signs and whatnot.
I mean, okay. So, but I mean, so what? He wouldn't let it go. I mean, can't you disagree on issues and it still doesn't have to be war? You know what I mean? Like, I've just never. I mean, Trevor's going to express his opinion just like we all are, but Trevor is literally the first person I knew that took Sebastian's case when nobody, and I mean nobody, was speaking about it. Nobody was interested in it.
Yeah.
Nobody cared. 40 people in his chat. And this was a, he's a man now, but he was a kid back.
Okay, first of all, Trevor always had more than 40 people in his chat. I remember your first one when you were streaming the search, and there was over like 200 people in there. But go on, Justin. Go on. That's just me being petty.
Around the time Summer Wells went missing, and the kid at the time, gave like $1,000 of his own money. Yeah. He has really high character, and let me tell you something. The night
Justin,
I was on, one second.
Just a second. He has never.
Please,
Trev
Jules.
has never attracted any kind of controversy.
No. I mean, I think probably the biggest was Nina, and Trevor's like, he's like a family member almost to me. The night all of that went down with Seth. Now, listen, I have always taken for Seth. I know the man is innocent. He didn't do anything to his son. It's clear. I mean, there's not a better alibi you can get than being literally in a jail, right? I mean, that's what I tell people. There's not a better alibi. But I was furious.
Transformative pause, and I'm paging Jones into the back chat.
Yes, with Seth the night he came up on Smiley's, and I told Seth that. But just because I disagree with Seth or I disagree with you on one thing, to me it's I can disagree with you on something and still not think you're a horrible person and just the vilest person at the end of the earth.
Right.
So,
and we still have grace for Seth because he's,
of course.
So
he's
a grieving.
He's a grieving dad.
What?
Yeah, I agree, Justin.
Nobody had this is so interesting watching the dichotomy of these different sides. And I hate saying that. Y'all know I hate saying that. You can't see my air quotes, the different sides. But it's so crazy that people that are all gung-ho for Seth think that everybody out there is just everybody else is bashing him, and those that are just all gung-ho for the Proudfoots think the exact same thing about Seth. And so that middle ground, we're losing it. It's becoming smaller and smaller every day, smaller and smaller. Yeah, everybody thinks the opposite. It's crazy soup, crazy town.
Let me address that for you. That blow up you saw that night, it came after 15 to 20 different screenshots that were sent to him and some of them to me about things that Trevor was saying on different platforms. And quite frankly, most of them were directed at me. And I think Seth had just had enough, and he decided that he wanted to let everybody know that it was his decision. It had nothing to do with me. And to this day,
I do not want to.
Trevor still blames me for all of that. Now, you don't see me talking about Trevor. You'll never see me talking about him. Anything I've had to say to him.
About him now.
You're talking about him right now. What do you mean?
I know.
He was texting me while I was on my fishing trip and saying nasty stuff.
Never. I heard him talk about you the last time he was on a panel too. So
of course,
what is he talking about?
He's completely like gaslighting the whole situation. I'm not still on him because of the situation where they let go of the PI. I realized that was their whole collective that made the decision. Seth had the final say. Whatever. The issue was he lied to me and said that she would be defended in front of thousands of people. They up on the panel completely trashed her. And then when I brought that up to Seth, and he's like, well, I had the only, we had a group text with the three of us, and he said he had the only part in letting him go, and then it's not Tony's fault. And I was like, that's fine. The point is Tony on your behalf lied and said that she would be defended. And I keep saying that was my issue with Tony, is he lied and let her be trash. And he kept saying,
Uh-huh.
he blames me for her being let go. I don't care who made that call. That it doesn't matter. It's the fact that he said she'd be defended and she wasn't. But he's talking in 100 circles because he's like trying out for NASCAR or something, and he's not getting to the point.
Well,
I always thought
once he's done with his circular reasoning there, Jones and I are going to do a dramatic reading of your guys' text messages.
Okay.
No, I don't. Yep, I don't want no short men on my panel. Just saying. Just saying.
Now, Trevor, were you speaking ill upon this man the night before Smiley's panel or a few days before Smiley's panel? Yes or no?
Not that I can recall, but well, okay. I brought up the situation, this whole phone call thing. That's what he's talking.
Yes.
If that's speaking
Okay.
ill, then I.
You were on Granny's, weren't you?
Yes. And I brought up what he had said because it kept being completely twisted. And I was like, "Here's what actually happened," and I showed some text and I said, "This is the truth." If that's speaking ill, then yeah. But I mean, I didn't just go on and on about him. I don't.
Yeah, you didn't go at him like
No, you
personally. The way I remember it, Trevor, was that you had what your issue was is not that she was let go because you realized that you don't have any say so over that. It was the way that she was treated after the fact. You were told that they would defend her, and they did the exact opposite. They trashed her.
Exactly.
And that's
That
what
was
your
his
issue
issue.
was, not that she was let go, just the way she was treated after the fact, after being promised something else or told something else.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when you
I thought I was crazy for a minute.
He's trying to present himself as this respectable business guy, and he very well could be and professional, he carrying around all these federal documents, God knows why, but he is. And just wait until you hear these messages. Wait until you hear them. It's a completely different Tony.
Thank you for
Stuff to
answering
me,
that.
what have you. Anything I've ever had to say to him, I said it directly to him. I haven't said it to, to other people. But he's young. You're right. And he chose to take to social media and call me a criminal and call me a crook.
You're talking about him.
Say what?
You're talking about him right now. You
Thank
said
you,
you never.
Wells.
You said you never talk about him, but you are right now.
I'm simply telling you what he chose to do.
I know, but you just told us that you weren't going to talk. You were going to take it directly to him if you had a problem with him.
Well,
all you got to say is that he was saying things that were not nice to you, and then move on.
Okay, we can do that then.
Yeah.
So that's personally for me. That's been.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't know. It might go a little further. I don't know. Listen to what Justin has to say. It might change right after that.
It seemed like whenever you came in, this is my opinion. I'm giving it to you honestly, and I hope I'm really trying to be respectful. But it felt like I think probably people felt like they were giving their all. I know Trevor was, and I don't want to speak for him. That's for sure. I'm just speaking on how I felt on something, but it felt like you came in and then everyone was thrown to the side.
It was very bad timing, Justin. I mean, I can certainly see how what the perception was there, but when I came in, I had my hands full with cleaning up some of Seth's interviews and some things that were a challenge.
Oh.
While I was doing that, Seth was working with the rest of his team to get rid of the people that he did not want involved, and it was 1,000.
What?
Okay,
What
so that was
Seth
it.
interviews and challenges? What did he have to clean up?
Well, that's the problem. He shouldn't have had to clean anything up for Seth, because Seth shouldn't have been out here running amok on these YouTube streets the way he was.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
But yeah, I think that's the end of the Trev part.
He did not, Shady. I can tell you the exact date he started speaking ill of Chris and Katie. It was his interview. Well, I'd have to look it up. I have it somewhere.
The same thing with the sheriff's department. He was speaking kindly of everybody until a specific time.
It was Terry Lynn's interview when he went into
Everything
Terry Lynn's
changed.
chat, and Jenny and I had such a hard time getting through that live and matching it all up because it was such a chaotic live. But that's when he started speaking ill on Chris and Katie.
My problem with Tony with this part about Trevor is He is
Publicly,
making it.
anyway.
He is making it seem like he is just this meek and mild old man who was just constantly being berated or attacked in the text messages, in the DMs, and it's like, bro.
Oh yeah,
Come
let's
on.
read those. Why don't we read those? Okay,
Okay, you got to tell me if you can still hear me over here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. Okay, so I start out right. I'm gonna be Trevor, and Jones's gonna be Tony. So Trevor says, Tony Mathis, I write this to you in your official capacity as Seth Rogers' spokesperson. Let this please serve as my written notice that my efforts to find Sebastian will not cease. Many have said you guys plan to serve me with a cease and desist and possibly a suit to follow. I will not be scared into being silent, nor will I be silenced by a clear abuse of the civil system. So again, let this serve as official notice that I will continue my efforts towards the safe return or recovery of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We can't hear you, Johnson, if you're talking.
Damn, so it does silence me over there. So
okay.
I don't know how. Unless you put
All
it
right.
on the screen, I wouldn't be able to read it.
I'll read. Okay, so then Tony replies, I'm not under contract. Send your bullshit to him and quit being a trouble-causing, whining little bitch. You continue to be scared to take your drama to him. You are pathetic. That was Tony. Trevor replies, children name call when they don't have a point to make, but I digress. I didn't do anything to you, and this misdirected anger is very weird. I can't help that people don't think you're a good PR guy. I was simply sharing with you that I have no plans to cease or desist. You have been the person speaking about these letters, so I contacted you. Sebastian deserves a lot better than this, a lot better than your games. Oh, let's see. Where'd it go? Okay. Tony replies, you're a very disgruntled little crybaby. Boo-hoo. I didn't have enough value to keep from getting fired by a grieving I didn't have enough value to keep from getting fired by a grieving father. I think he meant you, but he said I. You see, he knew you, unlike me, and I thought you brought no value. You proved his point by stirring up high school girl drama on social media after you were booted. You are a child yourself trying to use another child for platform game. Sad little guy you are. Trevor replies, Seth let you go? News to me. I guess the little things count though, right? Because he missed, yeah. Trevor goes on, I literally gave up my platform to work more behind the scenes on cases and with families, but believe what you shall. One of us is a college student and the other is a 50-plus-year-old man, though their behaviors would indicate the opposite.
Period.
It's sad what you've done to this case. I'm sorry you felt such a desire to be involved that you drowned out the voice of a missing 15-year-old boy when he needed it the most. Shame on you, Mr. Mathis. And Tony replied, I think you have a future as a professional crybaby. You are good at it. And Trevor sends a meme that says, maybe you just need a Snickers.
Listen, that was Mr. Meek himself being all mild and calm. But no, it was completely the opposite of what he's saying here on Brittney's panel.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. Trevor was being the professional one, and Tony was being very aggressive and
Calling him a
petty.
crybaby, whiny little bitch. The fuck out of here. You're a liar, Tony Mathis. Click the link.
Yeah, he did have people talking about the cease and desist towards you. I'd like to also clarify, I appreciate the ones. Oh, I was not a perfect creator, and I absolutely had moments where I created drama just for the record.
Oh, I was just pointing out what she had said.
Gotcha.
But yeah, no, I just thought it was funny that he was like, I have the text. I was like, I mean, we can show him, but you're not really going to want that.
I know. I don't know why he made it sound like in there, like, "Ooh, I've got the text, Trevor." Like, it doesn't make you look good, Tony.
No, it
It
actually
doesn't
does
at
the
all.
quite opposite. It makes Trevor look kind and confident and patient.
And he
Right.
wasn't being aggressive. You were letting him know that I'm not going to stop talking about Sebastian. You can send me the cease and desist, but I'm going to continue on. And he got aggressive.
That's right. So overall, Trevor did all the things right.
Yes,
Tony,
but
you did not,
just
sir.
think about that. The fact that he lied about that, knowing that Trevor's got the same text he's got. Like, what
Right?
else is this man lying about? We
Isn't it funny
just
how that
called
works?
it.
He didn't accept the Snickers, by the way, if anybody's wondering.
He didn't reply. It was funny. It was
that's
not
just
just a
rude.
it was a Snickers protein, y'all. It was a Snickers protein.
So it was healthy. That's
Right.
healthy.
even better. That's just rude, Trevor. I'm sorry you were treated that way. You
It
offered that man
was.
a snack and a healthy option snack at that. Just
I
rude, Tony.
I just
Come
can't
on,
believe
man.
his first one though, like the very first reply
Mm-mm.
to you was send your bullshit to him. So he's telling you
Stop being
to
a
go
whiny
straight
little
to
bitch.
Seth, which
Yeah.
isn't this his job? Isn't this Tony
Yes.
Mathis's job to intervene and handle these situations for Seth? But he's like, send your bullshit to him and quit being a trouble causing whiny little bitch. Like, what? And then he called you pathetic. You continue to be scared to take your drama to him. You are pathetic. It's just no, why would he put that on the father of a missing child when you're the spokesperson who's going around talking about cease and desist? You're the person he needed to contact, and he did professionally. And in my opinion, you're the one who acted like a whiny little bitch.
Could you imagine how Tony would have twisted if it went the other way? If I would have contacted Seth and talked about the cease and desist and all these things, and he'd be like, "Trevor Lee is out here contacting the father of a missing child about
Right?
and desist." He could
It
contact.
makes you wonder if that's what his intentions were. Like, if you would have contacted Seth and be like, oh, he was just aggressively contacting, the father of a missing child and bringing him into high school girl drama. Those are Tony's words, but
That's what I think he would. Yeah, I think if you would have texted Seth with this, he would have spun it as, look what he's doing. Doesn't Seth have enough on his plate? His son is missing.
right.
And here comes mean Trevor Lee for no reason, just addressing things with him. And he's a monster. I mean, that's what it would. And you weren't going to I know there's no real winning, but you take my meaning. You were not going to look. They were not going to make you look good in this situation, no matter what you said. No matter
because
who you had contacted, because they couldn't.
They embarrassed themselves on Smiley's panel. That was a very embarrassing moment for Seth and Tony. And I do agree with Justin on that. It was a turning point for a lot of people in this community. And it shouldn't have been, because they should have realized some of Seth's actions prior to that. But
sometimes
regardless,
it takes people a while.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a turning point. Absolutely.
It was. It was not a good look, the way that you were treated on that panel.
No, it wasn't.
And that is when it started to turn. And it honestly actually kind of panel behavior got worse after that, despite Tony saying my job was to come in and keep him off of panels. Well, you didn't do that either. So whatever, Tony.
Yeah. The fact that on that phone call with me, he, told me basically that I was going to be the fall for the phone call.
I remember you saying that.
With Chris on it. That was they pushed all around. Yeah, he was like, he told me that I was going to be the fall for that. So no matter who I contacted, like you said, I was going to be the fall for this whole. Like I looked bad for contacting them at all about the PI situation, and then I was going to be the fall for the phone call. That's just how they wanted it.
Yeah, they set you up. But
see, the thing is, the way Trevor was treated on that panel that night. Look, any actual creator would put a stop to it. Smiley just sat there all stupid and dumbfounded with her hand over her mouth, acting like she was in shock. Now that she was acting, she should have put a stop to that, but she didn't. She liked the numbers.
Yeah, she does that. I've seen her do that on
yeah.
multiple occasions. Multiple occasions.
Wish it had been.
If it were Deets, if
But
it were me or anybody else that had that kind of outrage on a panel, all of us would have put a stop to that immediately.
Well, it
Either
just
mute
wasn't
them
a
or throw
good
them
look.
backstage.
It wasn't a good look
Uh-uh.
for anyone. Cash, you say you're not listening, but I know you are. 14 months. All right,
So
let's hear a
I
little
am
bit
sorry
more.
that happened to you, Trevor. That was not good.
No, it wasn't.
And I'm sorry they continue to spin things as if you're some kind of, you know, you hulk out on people in text and just go on these rampages and of terror, you know.
I
and
know.
poor Tony over here, all he wants to do is help this father in his.
We're definitely gonna have to have a talk on your grammar. I mean, you need to give me like some pointers because it was pretty good. You did a great job.
But Trevor, next time you're gonna have to put some LOLs in there. You're gonna have to put some emojis in there. You're gonna have to step it up a bit, dude.
I'm gonna have to put
Okay.
opinion after every sentence. You know,
Yep.
make sure.
You have to step it up a bit. And don't forget to put, I will be offering to buy you a Snickers afterwards.
I'm gonna play for a little bit and run and grab a fresh pib.
100% his call. I had never met any of these people. So, and much like not meeting Brittney and her, you know, her moderators and people in this panel, I approached the people I had a chance to meet the same way I approached you guys tonight, with kindness and, hey, let's talk. But the decision to get rid of those people had already been made before I came on, and he was in the process of doing that. It just took him a while to make it official. But, you know, Seth can tell you himself, and he's told many, many people that was 100% him. And he has always been the guy that controlled his team, period.
Sure.
Oh, I believe that. I believe that.
I don't know. You know, it may have been timing. I don't know. But you know, that's the way it felt. That's the way it seemed to look from my point of view.
I get it.
You know,
it's a lot easier to keep people if there's people that Seth in his mind and heart thought that added value. It's a lot easier to keep people than it is to find new ones. So I'm sure he had his reasons. A lot of the Trevor situation had to do with the PIs. It really wasn't even Trevor himself. And, you know, I don't know that Trevor directly ever did anything, to Seth until after the PIs were let go. I mean, again, I don't know those people. I had one conversation with,
I don't either, really.
With one PI, and then I had a few conversations with the other one after she was gone. And, you know, I never had any bad conversations with them. Never had it.
So then it doesn't make sense why his reply wouldn't have just been, you know, we're sorry you feel that way, Trevor, but this is the direction that Seth wants to go. I mean, it's that simple. He's the one who blew this up into something. Like, you know, we understand your point of view and blah, blah, blah. But
and what came out as a result of the blowing up of it?
I know. Yeah. And then it became public. It became a whole ordeal. It just
we learned about what the deal was with that call between the PI and Chris Proudfoot and Tony's involvement and all of that. So this is, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic for him to say, you know, you're the one who turned it into high school girl drama when really, when you look at it, he was, because he could have been the adult and put on his big boy panties and just said, you know, we're sorry you feel that way. We're sorry you thought we were trashing the PIs. We weren't. But, you know, we appreciate you guys for understanding that we're moving in a different direction. It's that simple. That simple.
Or what about just leaving people on red? What is wrong with that? Why does nobody employ that method anymore? Sometimes it's best not to say anything. Just leave people on red.
Leave them on red. Absolutely. I don't know, Cammie. I really don't know what exactly makes him a real PR person. I think he just invented it himself. Not like invented PR, but like he came up with this.
Self-titled. He gave himself the title.
Oh yeah, he capitalized. In my opinion, allegedly, he capitalized. He had a friend, you know, very unfortunate situation where he worked with somebody who had a missing who had a missing child or missing adult child, and he helped him in terms of the PR for that, if you want to call it that, the interviews and all of that, as a friend. And I think that's one thing, as if a friend calls you up and says, hey, I need your help in any kind of situation, whether
Absolutely, you would
they need
jump
you,
right in.
you jump right in and help them. And that's what a friend does. And I think that was where it started. And then he took it to a situation where he saw a case where there was a parent who didn't have a person like that, whether he had asked for one or not, or, just didn't have anybody that was doing this PR quote unquote stuff for him. And he was like, well, I'll jump into that. And then when you do that for a situation where you basically, for lack of a better term, inserted yourself, it gets a lot slippery. It gets a lot more slippery because it goes from you helping a friend who asked you to help to you then taking on a position that you're not qualified for. Right. Jumping into a case as a PR person versus jumping into a case as a friend of the father are two very different situations. You could say you're friends with him now, but he wasn't friends with him when he met him. He jumped in as quote unquote PR, and then now says they're they're brothers. They go way
now
back
they're brothers.
Way back.
Prehistoric era. They were walking dinosaurs together.
Correct.
Because they have a weird, Kevin Bacon connection.
Oh yeah. They touched the same sand at the beach.
Right. They sat at the same cafeteria once in 1985. So now they've known each other for 7 years. It's ridiculous. Tony is wholly unprepared for this new position that he put himself in. He has no idea how social media
making it up
works.
as it goes, right?
Yeah.
He's making up what it actually, because what does us, I go back to that question. I've been trying to think about it was, what does a spokesperson for the parent, or he was trying to be for the parents, but for the parent of a missing child do? What is their job description? What is their role? The only other one I can think of off the top of my head is Tim Mullen, and gosh, that's not a good example.
I mean, a true PR person would not, first of all, they would understand how social media works. They would understand how just generally social media works, right? But then they would also have a really good understanding of how each platform works, because YouTube is not the same as Facebook, is not the same as TikTok, is not the same as Instagram. And they would not be cahooters with a bunch of people from social media. There would be a very clear line, a very clear wall up, because and they would be able to answer, like, look, if his intention when he clicked the link on this particular panel was to address this screenshot situation, right? That's exactly what the subject would have been, is the screenshots. Show me these screenshots. What are you talking about? And I will answer them. That's the only thing that didn't get answered throughout this entire situation.
Yeah.
That, and PR doesn't typically make it worse.
Right. They are both self-proclaimed PR people. It's bizarre. All right, let's hear a little more of this. We've barely gotten into it.
Had anything against them, really didn't know them or know what they were doing or any of that kind of stuff. That wasn't my job.
Yeah, I just think it would be one more thing, and I'll promise you I'll shut up.
No, good.
I think it would just be nice to at least heal things where you can.
Yeah.
Go to someone and just say, can we talk this out? Can we, just for the sake of it all, really? Relationships matter, perceptions matter. And, I think we should always be, to at least, offer that, and maybe not, be on the same track, but at least have a general piece about it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Justin. And I will tell you that it gets to a point, there's not a lot of members of our team at this point. It gets to a point where we've got a full plate, plus we've got a full-time job, plus we've got a family. And when it gets to the point that you're getting attacked every day and a lot of it is baseless, you don't really have a lot of time to try to talk through things with people that have already made up their mind about you without giving you a shot. So, if you got into trying to have conversation after conversation with people that had already made up their mind about you, you wouldn't get anything done for Seth.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, I know, again, sorry, one second. Go ahead. someone talk. I got my alarm clock.
Okay, just one thought. So it's the story that you were telling earlier, that at the beginning, Seth was kind of going around on the different YouTube channels, and then you came onto the scene, and you guys decided to work together and whatnot. You said tonight that part of that, your role was to make this, I think you used the word professional, to make it a professional thing, that he wouldn't go up on a channel, get upset about what's being said in the side chat, and then act out and make more content for later, right? That's
Correct.
not really how I remember it at all. The way that I remember it, and tomorrow I'll go back and double check my memory, but the way I remember it is that Seth came on the scene and he was devastated that his son was missing, and he was activated, searching anywhere and everywhere that he could. He had friends of his, I think, from where he works, that were also with him, and he garnered an immense amount of support on social media. Everyone was standing beside this man. Everyone.
Okay, so let's talk about that while I have you up here, Trevor, for a hot second. He did, when they went public, when the parents started speaking out, was I want to say it was like 3 weeks into Sebastian's disappearance before they did their first public appearance. I could be wrong. But Seth was, we keep hearing about Seth searching, and I only know of, there's the JLR search that he was on, the one that JLR videoed. I know from you that you did one with him as well. How many searches did you see him do? Because you were there, you were speaking with him behind the scenes. I don't want to put out, that he was or wasn't. So I just would like to know the factuals.
Yeah, as far as when I was there, he searched once, and I was only there for like 2 or 3 days.
Right.
But he searched that one day, and that was it. A lot of the time when I was there, he was running around, going to different. He's going like to the school and meeting with his lawyer and things like that. So things involving the case, but not searching.
Which is typical. You'd expect that for
Yeah.
a parent of a missing child to be doing.
Definitely. And he, at least the time that I was there around him, when they were out, besides the day we searched, I know that he had told me that's the stuff he was doing. Then there was the search with JLR and the his coworker, Seth's coworker. There was that other search, I believe, that JLR also filmed where like everyone was out. It was a huge search.
Okay, I remember that one.
There's that one, and then there's the video from, I don't know how long the search was, but there was the video from that night where he was like clearing that garage area, that like outside. It was in the dark, and he was just going around. He was calling Sebastian's name. Somebody may know better what the building was, but it was like some.
I remember it.
Outdoor building, yeah, that they were going through like the different garages and stuff and clearing. Those were the searches that I can like definitively say he was involved in. Outside of that, I'm not sure.
All right. So he was doing, he's doing a decent amount of searching. When did it end? Because it felt like, pretty quickly after that, we just didn't see anything until this last one on the boat. There became the issue with his shoulder hurting and not being able to search. I remember that being a discussion.
Yeah, there were a lot of independent searches going on pretty regularly. It wasn't every single day because it was all volunteer based. It was people who have full-time jobs and just doing it as they can. But as far as Seth himself searching, it definitely wasn't as much as it's been said. It wasn't like every day. He got out there some early on, and then it did kind of slow down. Like I said, the independent searches were still going on, but as far as him leading searches, that definitely did slow down.
Yeah. Okay. I have it in March. He stopped his searching, but factually I'm not there, so cannot see. Absolutely. Oh, Trevor is very respectful. Very respectful.
When he's not being a monster in text.
I know, when he's not sending Snickers memes.
He was answering questions. He was thoughtful. He was kind. People's heartstrings were, everybody felt protective. They were worried about Sebastian, but they also felt protective and worried about Seth. And it seemed like that when you showed up, when you began to be a part of the conversation, it seemed like that changed. It seemed like suddenly Seth was a lot more combative.
How are
The
you, buddy?
team,
I'm good. How are you? Good. I'm listening.
the team is falling apart,
That was awkward.
and then people online began being attacked, and he lost.
See, I don't put this all on Tony. I remember it a little differently. So the searching kind of petered down. I do agree with Jules in the fact that, he did pull on everyone's heartstrings. I'll never forget him crying out for his son. And you could feel, whether you like Seth or don't like Seth, you could feel that real raw pain in his voice on that news interview he did.
Mm-hmm.
And I empathize with that completely. And I sometimes when I get really, really frustrated at some of the antics, I try to remember that moment. But it kind of, the searching petered down and the panels amped up into overdrive every single night. It was late night panel hopping here, there, everywhere. And the stories that Seth was sharing started to come out. We started to see parts of him that didn't fit with how he was portrayed earlier in the case. The things that he was saying himself went off a little bit. And that was before Tony. That's how I remember it, though. I don't know if anybody else does.
No, that's how I remember it. To me, it seemed like it was already going in a negative direction before Tony came aboard. And then when Tony came aboard, the minnow was just lost. I mean, that's it. It just went it went to hell in a handbasket, like super quick after that. It just escalated so much quicker. And yeah, I think I agree with your assessment, Dietz. That's how I remember it. Was that I've always thought that part of the reason that Seth went on the panels late at night is because his son is missing and he goes home to an empty house. And all he wanted to do really was talk about his son. And
I understand that.
Yeah. But I think what ended up happening is he was asked questions and he wasn't in the best frame of mind to to think about the long range consequences, perhaps, of the answers that he was giving, because I think he just wanted people to care about Sebastian as much as he does. And so I think that perpetuated and escalated a lot of drama. I think that, I'm going to leave it there.
So his first panel, he did some news interviews and then he called into Pascal's show. I'm trying to, what date was that? Was that May? I thought it was earlier than that.
I thought it was too. See, I thought that all that happened in like March before Easter. It seems like Easter was a turning point, is when it started.
March 11th is when he called the Pascal show. Yes. So he called Pascal on March 11th. And then I'm going to go through here and see when his next panel was. I think it was, he stayed quiet for a bit and then it was Terry Lynn's. After Pascal, it was interview number 10 and he was on Terry Lynn's panel. What date was that? That was March 18th is what I have. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
My good. Yeah. So yeah, middle of March is that's when Gavel and I were, like she said here, we were catching the lies like lightning bugs. They just started, especially with that March 18th panel with Terry Lynn. He just wasn't fitting up to all the other things he had previously said.
Right. That is, I think for me, because I watched those lives, I was in the chat with you and Gavel Geeks. And I think for me, the first thing that kind of was like a little bit of a red flag for me, or something I paid attention to, was the change in internet access. It went from no internet access at Seth's to, which is not, it's just something I paid attention to. Does it mean anything?
It doesn't mean it's
know.
it wasn't a lie. It's just, the story progressed. We learned more information.
Yeah.
We took more in. Yep. Nancy Grace on the 20th.
Yeah. It just seemed like more details came out and a different picture, which that does happen. I mean, that's kind of when when they're on the news, they may sit with the interviewer on the news for an hour, 2 hours, and we only hear 5-6 minutes. So, we're not going to get a whole lot, but when you're on a live stream on a panel like that, more details are able to be learned. And then there's always the follow-up questions, and then more details come out. So it just sort of, a different picture, maybe a clearer, fuller picture started to
fuller
emerge.
picture.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Tony says in here that Seth hasn't lied once. Oh, don't make me get the notebook out, Tony. I'll get it out, bro. I don't know. You call it a lie, misremembering, fib, change a story, whatever you want to call it. I got discrepancies. That's what I'll call it. We found several discrepancies.
Yeah.
Wow.
He lost a lot of his support fell off, and that's kind of how I remember. I seem to remember it like different than the way you described it.
I agree with you. That's what I'm curious. When he says he had to come in and clean up things that Seth has said, I'm curious, where does that come from? Because like Jen? Sorry, it's a tiny screen. Jules, sorry. Like Jules
that
just
was used
said.
a lot. That term was used a lot. Clean up stuff.
Clean up stuff, and that sounds in true crime. You can take how that sounds, right?
Give me just 1 second, Cher. Listen, prayers for Sebastian's not being removed, but here's what's gross. You're coming in chat trolling with the damn rooster.
Oh my gosh.
I can't see that.
She hadn't asked she's asked one question. Who cares about the troll? Move on.
Guys, you're never going to get anywhere with to go. That's not how it works.
Or just can you give us an example what you had to clean up or no?
So we had some creators
Hey,
that were
ATS.
taking bits and pieces of what he said
I'll get it out.
and not playing things in context. When I say clean up, I'm not talking about, Seth was a disaster and I had to come in and fix him. That's not what I'm saying at all.
But
Seth has always been a broken father.
Because I'm like, Chris Proudfoot needs the person cleaning up after him.
Yeah, I had a night on the phone with him, and that was plenty for me.
Oh wow.
Lord.
And then I just have one more question. I'll mute again. And I know this isn't the Summer Wells case, but I do know in that case, Don and Candace were offered like a person that could do media for them through the state, the county, whatever. They were offered someone, and the law actually said that they denied it and just did their own thing. Do you know, was Seth, we'll just go with Seth because that's your client, as you say. Was he offered anything from the law for someone to help him, like in the presence of media, something like that? Or that's what you guys are trying to do now? Or like, how come was he not offered someone? Because I know that's an option. That's my question.
Well, so I can't speak to that. I don't know. I wasn't here early on. I can tell you definitively that when I was introduced to Seth, I did not at that time have any desire to do anything other than potentially help him with the search team. Seth spent probably 2 weeks talking to me daily about being his spokesperson, and quite honestly, I didn't know that I had the time in my day to help him. I was out fishing on a Friday. I don't remember the date, but I remember that he told me that regardless of what Chris and Katie decided, that he really needed some help and would, can you please help me? And, after realizing that he was, in my opinion, he was really struggling just in general. I went and talked to Randy Harris, Caleb's father, and they were in a situation where they didn't really care to.
Does he ever, I'm trying to get through his word salad here. Does he ever clarify like how he connected with Seth? Like, how did that come about? Because we've learned, hey, Bieber, haven't seen you in a hot minute. Hope you're good, love. We've heard about this team. At the point that Tony came in, he had a team around him. So why was Tony needed? Like, he's making it sound like he had to swoop in and save the day in a superhero cape.
Right. Okay. So he does sort of talk about it, I'll have to let you decide whether he clears anything up or not.
Okay.
But yeah, he does kind of address it, sort of. And this is the thing. This is why I don't understand what Tony is even doing, because if you're coming in and because somebody has asked for your help, wouldn't one of the first things you establish is to know what's been going on up until that point? Where you can see where potentially mistakes were made and where improvements could be made.
And what you need to improve. Absolutely. If you're going to clean it up, so to speak, as his words, not mine, you would need to know what you're cleaning up, right?
Correct. And, you need to know what the mess is so you can get the right cleaning product, as it were. I mean, I don't, it almost, I'm just going to say it. It almost sounds to me like what Tony does is give himself some plausible deniability. And I find it highly irritating. It's very frustrating to me. I've tried with this dude. I've tried to give him the benefit of the doubt so many times. And this, for me, has personally doesn't really have a whole lot to do with Seth. It's him. Seth has done some things, to be clear, but this is about right now what's happening
about
for me
Tony.
is Tony. And I have tried with this with Boo Boo the Fool here, and I cannot do it anymore. And I'm really trying to be, I don't want to be a monster. I can feel it coming.
I'll send you a Snickers.
You finna get an emoji, Tony.
Yes. Okay, let's hear his reasoning then.
To have, a whole lot of media attention. They talked on the phone, him and Seth did, and Randy said, I really think that you ought to help the guy. And so I agreed to help him. That's something I hear over and over again, that I've inserted myself into these cases, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Randy was a friend and coworker of mine. He asked me to help him. I helped him until he didn't need the help anymore. Seth asked me to help him, and I told him I would help him until he didn't need my help anymore. So I did not ask either of these fathers. I mean, I don't have a background in this, guys. I'm learning as I go.
Can I ask a question to Tony?
Yeah,
Sure.
As long as he's okay with it, sure.
Of course.
Tony, this is Nana.
Hi, Nana.
Hi. The situation between you and Trevor.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm listening and I'm observing what's being said by everybody. Do you think
Did I miss it there? I mean, he just kind of breezed over it. I don't know. It felt very glossed over, the connection, and that he's learning as he goes.
Right.
You would think if you're going, you feel like there's this role that you can fill and this person that you can help. I don't know.
It's like, it'd be like me, Deets, reaching out to you and saying, hey, I heard that you need help remodeling your entire house. I have literally zero experience. I don't know what goes into remodeling a house, but hey, let me handle it for you. Don't worry about a thing. It's all going to be
even worse
great.
than that, Bendy. You then saying, here, I can help you remodel your whole house. And instead of going and watching YouTube tutorials or TikTok tutorials or something to, fill you with knowledge of how to do it, you just show up with a hammer and say, we'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, YOLO. I don't know anything. I don't know the difference between a support beam, a non-support beam, but hey, let me
get it.
Pass me that sledgehammer. We'll figure it out.
That's what it sounds like. Like, don't worry. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Your house might fall in, but you're insured, right? We're good. Hey, MK.
We need that meme with the dog drinking the coffee and the
I
fire
got it.
all around. That's what we
it.
need. We need the it's fine
I got it.
meme.
It's fine.
Yeah, this is fine. No biggie.
No biggie.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's kind of what it
No
sounds
need to
like.
get alarmed. No. Everything's just peachy keen, jelly bean.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, Kim, I don't know if there is or not, but it feels like it. I don't know. Feels like there is a payoff somewhere of something. It doesn't mean it's monetary.
Yeah, not all payoffs are monetary. Somebody it does. Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
Think it would help because I think that's when everybody started with on board of Seth was a jerk when that all happened.
Yeah.
So
No.
would you think it would help since Justin is a great friend, and if Justin you want to do this, of him that maybe you and him and Justin could sit down and talk about this and work this out?
I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, I can tell you that at this point, there's probably not going to be any conversation between Trevor Lee and myself, and I highly doubt that there would be with Seth. I'm not going to speak for him. I think that
that
there's just been too many things that have been said,
show's
and I'm
over.
not talking about him. Let me clarify that. I'm just pointing out how we got to where we're at. I just think that bridge is not going to be rebuilt. But he's got Seth's number, and if Seth wanted to talk to him, he could reach out to Seth, and I'm sure Seth would have a conversation with him if he chose to. But I can't speak for him on that. I mean, Seth is.
Aren't you the PR guy?
Aren't
you the spokesperson? Doesn't a spokesperson just generally speak for the other
kind
person?
of sounds like Nana wants to do the cleanup instead of Tony.
Right. Now, listen, Nana, I appreciate that you want to be over here and you want to build a peace treaty and everything. But, babe, that ship has sailed. It is at the bottom of the ocean with the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, the Titanic, the Mayflower. That's not happening. In order for there to be peace, in order for there to be a bridge built, there has to be a foundation of truth. And
Yes.
Tony just sat up on this panel not 30 minutes ago and lied his entire face off.
Right.
About a situation that occurred by and large in text. So there's receipts.
Yeah. And his portrayal of it was completely the opposite of what we saw.
Correct. Like, I mean, is there a different Tony that was speaking in that text message that day? I mean, what is happening here?
Maybe he just remembered it differently.
Yeah, it's all about perception. My
I
perception was when somebody says deeply saddened, they're attacking me, and it's vicious.
I know. I paused it at a great spot on Tony's face there.
Yeah,
Ooh.
you did, because that's the side eye I've been giving you, Tony, since minute one.
Thanks. Seth is a big boy, and he's not a weak man, and he does do, for the most part, what he wants
Why
to
are
do.
you up here then instead of him?
Good one.
Or why is he
Ma'am,
not up here with you? Well,
ma'am, she asked me to come up.
no, I was just wondering, but Seth was in the chat, and I asked the question, like he disappeared, but then you're up here. I'm not. That's not no dig. I was just, I was just wondering.
Well, first off, Seth is out of town.
No,
and
you can just say that's okay.
Hold on. Back the milk truck up. Seth is out of town, so what? He can't click a link. He was in chat. This is why.
Was he though? Did you? I didn't catch that. I wasn't watching chat. For those that watched this live,
I saw it.
No, my question is, Cher just said that Seth was in chat, but then once Tony hopped up, Seth was not in chat. It makes me wonder.
Well,
did he comment in chat after Tony went on panel?
Oh gosh, I didn't pay that close of attention.
I wonder, but if Seth is out of town, Chris and Katie get crucified every time they leave their street. So you're telling me it's okay for the parent of a missing child to leave town?
It's I know. I don't even know what to say. I'm feeling a little verklempt at the sudden turn.
All right, that's cool.
The rules have changed, and I wasn't informed.
I missed the memo because when Chris and Katie left town, there's an entourage of people hunting them down and taking pictures, and how dare they leave their home? This is wild.
But even if look, this is why Tony, you're not good at PR. Yeah. The right answer to that question is this: I'm the spokesperson. And I'm the one involved in the screenshots, which is the question, which is what the original live was supposed to be about. What good would it do to have Seth up here answering questions about a conversation he was not part of? See how easy that is?
Yeah.
And all I got is a good enough diploma, Tony. And look at me go.
She didn't even watch any YouTube video
Sure
tutorials on
didn't.
how to be a PR person.
Sure didn't.
Cat's Eye said Seth left after he chatted to remove the hashtag. Oh.
Yeah, that was the end of
I
it.
know, ATS. Where's Sebastian? I know.
First off, Seth is out of town. And
No, you can just say he can't make it. That's okay. I was just wondering.
yeah,
Well,
and I am, my
So-
job is to represent him. So, I have the answers to the questions Brittney was asking. And she was kind enough to invite me up, and I figured I would answer those questions.
But so far, he's
Someone thinks I'm being
said
rude.
to
I feel like I'm
ask
being
Seth.
fair.
I have
I
a
do
question.
appreciate you,
Right.
Tony. I know I've been hard.
I don't think you're
Many
being
of the
rude.
Okay,
questions.
that's all that matters because I have been hard on you. I do appreciate. I still don't believe everything else.
Yeah.
Like,
So many of them have been
dirty.
asked Seth. You're gonna have to ask Seth.
Right.
you
You're
know?
gonna have to ask Seth
That's
that.
up
Now,
to
you'll-
him. That's his choice. Blah blah. Yeah. so
Right. So
many.
exactly what are you doing? And by the way, I wanted the answers to the questions pertaining the screenshots. That's what I was interested in hearing. I don't really give a rat's fat kneecap about Tony's feelings. I don't,
Sure is
I
that.
don't care if he's pro Snickers, anti
Mhm.
Snickers. I don't really care about any of that. I think this is just my personal opinion. I think that Tony got up there because he didn't want to address those.
Someone said it in here earlier that they think that Tony just went up to deflect from Brittney showing those screenshots, and that's what it feels like so far. And we're
Yeah.
only an hour and 40 minutes into a 4.5-hour live, so
Right.
absolutely feels like that. It's a terrible damn. Well, Titanium so far, Cher's doing pretty decent on her interview. I'll say that. I guess she's trying to hold his feet to the fire.
I'll be honest, but I appreciate you being up here. Now, people say you don't like to answer the hard questions or whatever. So if you're ever up for like a friendly debate, I'm down. Now, Bullhorn Betty will never let you do it with me. But I mean,
Bullhorn Betty.
I
Well,
think
I'm
there's
not-
hard
listen,
questions out there that I think you're skirting around. Personally, I'm not. That's all I'll say.
So
but I do
what are-
appreciate
what
you
are
coming
those-
up here.
What are the? I've never dodged a question unless it involves Seth and something that he doesn't want to answer.
Mhm.
But I have no issue answering any questions. I have nothing to hide.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
And you are definitely dodging the question.
You have dodged quite a few of them. You haven't said no comment. You haven't not answered, but your answers, your verbal
Right.
diarrhea, your word salad is absolutely dodging the
Right.
actual questions. Yeah.
replying with a bunch of words that have nothing to do with the question asked does not an answer make,
No.
sir.
That's a dodge.
Correct.
All right. So if you've got a question that you think is a hard
Well,
question,
I've got a hard question.
Do it.
I've got one. I've had like 3 people text me this, and I've heard about a dinner, but I don't know anything about it. And I'll just read what it said.
fire away.
It was, and again, I support Seth because I believe he's innocent, but I just like to hear your opinion on this.
Okay.
Allegations about Seth being inappropriate. The
Oh,
dinner
yes.
after the vigil, the one Pascal abruptly left. There are screenshots floating around that Seth allegedly made pervy comments to Jaden's girlfriend. I have no idea who Jaden is.
I didn't hear any comments. Quite frankly, at that dinner, we were in Red Robin. It was very loud. Pascal left because it took us a while to get seated, and he had I'll just say this: he had some people with cameras in his face at the vigil, and that was the reason he left. It had nothing to do with anything other than that. I walked him to his car. We had a great conversation. We're still friends today, still talk on a regular basis. But I can tell you that I spent most of my dinner talking to T-Rev. I had never met him in person. He had some hard questions for me relating to my background and things that were being said, and we talked through those things. And I did not hear, most of the time, Seth was sitting next to Michaela. I was sitting across from Seth and next to T-Rev, and I did not hear anything that he said that was inappropriate.
So took him 3.5 minutes to say, I didn't hear anything. BHB's tripping about Trevor where? On her channel? You want me to pull it up? This is boring the heck out of me. Or is she live right now? I don't want to play her live. Let me see. Oh my gosh, her thumbnail makes me so sick, the one with Katie. I don't see anything. What one's it on, Jay? What? I don't know her other channel's name. Bendy had to step away for a second. I'm looking at Bullhorn Betty. What's the other one, guys? Bedtime Betty crime stories. Oh, there she is. Okay, she's live. Bullhorn Betty strikes again. Yeah, I'm not gonna stream Sniper, so we'll play it after it's done. Oh my gosh, I heard a snippet of it. You want me? I don't want to stream Sniper. That's rude. Hey Jay, I found it. You up there?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. What's she saying?
She's just basically backing Tony up and saying how much Trev has changed, and she was trying to tell Justin that, and that he is just super disrespectful. Yeah.
No, we read it, ma'am. He was not disrespectful.
No, she thinks he's just a disrespectful human being, period, because he didn't take no shit from Seth.
Yeah, I'll wait until it's over and then we'll play it. We'll play a little more of this word salad. The kids are doing that. Have you seen on TikTok where they take Cruz like starting to walk, he's pulling himself up and he's, stepping and everything. But on TikTok, parents have been taking like a hula hoop and letting the baby hold on to the hula hoop and walk in front of him. He's doing such a good job with it. It's so cute. Like, man, all these great ideas. Okay.
Wait, I have something
The
just really
Jaden?
quick to say.
Oh, yep. Go ahead, Ben.
Very quickly, though. Again, we're going to have to back the milk truck up. We're never going to get this milk truck in drive at all at this point. We're continuing to be in reverse.
Right.
How is it that the YouTuber, the streamer, Pascal, objected to cameras in his face? He literally goes live with his camera on. Tony, that does not make a lick of sense, sir. Not a lick. Ridiculous. And it was how turned could a Red Robin be on a dadgum Sunday, for Pete's sake? How loud could it
that
really
was
be?
so weird that Pascal he went to the bathroom and then left for no reason. And then the answer he gives is, well, hey, MJ, how turned can it be? Well, I mean, Betty can turn up a Chili's parking lot, so maybe Red Robin could be turned up. I don't know.
Slide on my knob, like corn on the cob. Get in with me and do your job.
Should download it. You have to wait for it to be over to download it, but I do have it pulled up.
Meet me at the Red Robin, Jonesy. It's going down.
Red Robin.
Yum.
Yum.
I've never had Red Robin.
Oh, you're not missing anything. It's gross.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like I can't even think of what it. I mean, it's like
It's like Fuddruckers if they didn't care.
Yeah.
Fuddruckers is good. Red Robin is caca.
Yeah, Hazel, there's absolutely more to this story. 1,000% there's more to this story.
And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here's Jaden. I was there.
Yeah.
What's the damn chances that
Yeah,
Jaden,
the real
everybody's in
Jaden.
this chat?
But they're not in the chat at the same time, Jones, and you notice that?
No, they're not.
This reminds me of the rumor with Michael Jackson and LaToya Jackson. Remember after he had that accident with the pyrotechnics on the Pepsi commercial? The Enquirer used to report. I remember because I was a huge Michael Jackson fan, and the grocery store, they would be the, whatever. And they used to say that Michael Jackson and LaToya Jackson were the same person. And that's why you don't see them in the same place at the same time.
Yeah, Red Robin's just a hamburger joint. And maybe you have a good one in your area. Titanium says hers is good. The two that I've been to have been bad, so I gave them 2 shots. I was done. No one showed it was. Yeah, how do we know it's the real Jaden? How do we know? There's no way.
Yeah.
And Harlot said, "Hey Harlot, it
Don't
does
his
make
mama
sense
come
that
in
he wouldn't
too?
want cameras in his face when he isn't live streaming or isn't up to it, my opinion." I will say this, I was watching a influencer, and she has like 13 million subscribers, and she said that same thing. She's like, I can make content all day long because it's me and my camera, but going out in public and having people notice me and film me, it is different because, you know,
Okay, I will give
we
I
don't
will
know
give
what
Tony
they do.
back
Yeah.
1/10 of a point in the interview round. That's it
All
for
right.
that.
All right.
1/10 of a point, Tony. You're welcome. But I don't think that was happening because there's been a lot of footage from that vigil, and Pascal was very amenable. I remember he was talking with
Yeah.
what's his name?
He seemed uncomfortable to me, but that's
He
just
did.
With what's his face? He did the hot dog bringer. Which again, you're at a vigil, they're serving hot dogs, but you got to go out to eat afterwards. Wonder about them hot dogs. Anywho,
And yeah, he was uncomfortable. And regardless of whether he quit or not, I know that's been a big debate with a lot of channels. Did Pascal quit? Did he stop covering? He absolutely has pulled back 110%. So
yeah, it didn't in the footage that I saw from Pascal, it didn't seem to me that the uncomfortability came from a camera. To me,
no, it
seemed like
came from all the
something
white
else.
people standing around him. I'm sorry. I'll be the one to say it.
I mean, it could have been. It could
He's
have
in
been a culture.
Hickville, Tennessee, girl. Hickville, Tennessee. Got all these whiteys around him, like biker dudes. Yeah, I
It could have been
mean,
a culture shock. Could have.
it absolutely could have been, and it probably was. I'm just
Or maybe things were said that made him uncomfortable. I don't know. I
Yeah.
wasn't there, but I just found that Tony's explanation, I'm only going to credit him back 1/10 of a point, and that's where I stand. The end.
I've got her stream pulled up. If someone lets me know when it's done, then we'll stream her. But let's hear a little more from Mr. Mathis.
Okay. Jaden said I was there. Is this the Jaden that was at the dinner?
It may very well be.
So I heard what was stated.
Look at that timing.
I pray to God that it's not
Yes.
true what they're saying is said. I pray to God that's not true.
Hey, Dad.
But I mean,
I can tell you that I can say that Jaden and his girlfriend are like family to Seth. And if Seth ever had done anything to offend them, they would talk to him directly about it. But I can tell you that they love him like a father figure. So I would not be surprised if this was more manufactured information.
Well, that's what I was thinking. The way some creators have, the little bit that I know about this, they've made it seem like Pascal.
Crew's telling me bye. He was chit-chatting. I was going to unmute so you guys could hear him. Say bye. No, he wants
Quit
the computer.
on. Quit on.
He can't hear you guys. I got an earbud in.
Well, damn it, Dickie. Damn, you do that to me all the time.
Aw. No, now he's not talking. Now he's just staring. All right, I'll push play again and give him kisses.
Pascal went to the bathroom. He came out, then he's like,
no.
Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but he's like uncomfortable and he's like, hey guys, I'm leaving abruptly.
That's not what happened at all.
I mean, Pascal is very professional and so I would never question Pascal's character either. So
agreed.
So
Jaden, there though, there's going to be Tony's side, Pascal's side, however many other people at the table, and then somewhere in there's the truth of what everyone. Because if we all watch the same car wreck, we're all going to describe it differently in defense of Tony. But
if that's really Jaden, if there's a way we could verify if that's really Jaden, he can clarify if these people are lying or not, because they're claiming that Jaden is the one that said it.
And I need Pascal up here then, and Jaden.
And now I will say, and if SW is in chat, that's Pascal's mod, also my mod. Pascal went live and he did a lot, and I wish to God he hadn't deleted it, but he did a live stream
He did.
Correcting the,
He
you know,
did a really
telling
good.
people.
He did a really good live.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm talking about, where he was telling everybody, listen, I'm not leaving Sebastian's case. The vigil was lovely. I had a really good time. Nothing
Yep.
happened. He
Nope.
did say that.
He got
He
a
did.
newborn too. You know,
He
I
did.
mean,
And
he's
he
got a
does have a
family.
newborn. You're
Oh, a
correct.
couple of months old.
So,
not a
Tony, I'm
newborn.
going to ask this because I'm not even going to lie. Like, this thought's crossed my mind before, too, because with these cases.
Sorry, as soon as I muted again, he just started chatting up a storm. So I was getting all those lovins in. So what'd I miss?
Well,
Nothing.
And then this question is about to get asked. And let me just say this. I don't understand why this question is important at all. First of all, why would Tony know Chris Proudfoot? Chris Proudfoot, Tony is a Crane salesman. It's not like
he's a
Chris
salesman
Proudfoot
and
is
Chris
out
is an
here buying up
operator.
cranes. You know,
Like,
that's like
you
what
guys got to know each other, huh? No.
Oh my
Shut the fuck up.
I don't understand some of these questions.
It's weird.
Oh, I was just reading the by crouton messages. Okay. All right, let's hear what he says.
It's been crazy. Okay. It's been crazy. So, this person says, if you are comfortable asking, I think many of us would like to know if Tony knew Chris Proudfoot through the crane industry. Tony as a salesman and Chris Proudfoot as an operator.
That's the question I had. Did you know Chris Proudfoot prior to this case?
Crane, gang, gang.
They want to know because this is the connections these types of true crimers put together. Just
Yeah, that's
right.
So ignorant to me.
I ate a hamburger one time. You know who else ate hamburgers? Probably every single serial killer
I did.
and Jonesy. So
Do
we're
we
all
know
connected.
each other, right? Oh my God.
Percent no. So let me explain to you. I cover. I live in Oklahoma, as crazy as this sounds, and I cover northern Colorado, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, and Montana. In addition to that, so obviously Chris is in Tennessee. I don't even know that we have somebody that covers Tennessee. But in addition to not being, not a crane community, a lot of people like to say it's small. It is, but that doesn't mean.
I mean, this is so easy. This is so easy.
Just
No,
say
we
no.
don't know each other.
No, we don't know each other. He operates a crane and I sell cranes. I don't sell cranes to the crane operators.
Period.
So no, again,
Done.
period. The end.
Crane gang. Crane gang.
crane gang gang.
Hey, Choctaw. Am I saying it right? Choctaw or Choctaw? See, this is where I always mess it up.
Choctaw.
Shocked. See, I'm not even
Shack.
doing it right.
Shacto. There you go. Oh, well, now Nonsense and I are related because I probably ate a burger that might have come from the farm so that she was raised on.
Yep.
So there you go.
So you really...
I know all the
Nonsense supplies beef to serial killers is what I'm hearing.
The serial killers, Jonesy and Jen Lou.
Yeah.
Look at what Seth said. Can you imagine asking him for directions? I would be so lost.
No, I would give up and walk into the woods and forage on my own. I don't care if I'm in a car. I'm just done at that point. No asking him questions, period.
Me too.
Life
I
is
would bust
over.
out a map before I would ask this fool.
Oh my gosh. Pascal is an actor. I'm sure he was comfortable. He might have been. I don't know if he was comfortable. Something made him uncomfortable. Maybe you mean he was comfortable with the cameras and stuff like that. I could see it if he's an actor, yeah.
That I'm going to know a guy that owns a crane company in Tennessee. In addition to that, I would never know a crane operator at all. Now, when Chris and I talked, we talked a couple of times about me representing the whole family. I wasn't even familiar with the company he worked for. We simply talked about the model of crane he operated. I was vaguely familiar with it. It's not a brand that we represent, but I would not know operators because I'm generally dealing with owners or VPs or people that make buying decisions.
He's trying to make himself sound important.
That's a little weird, still, right?
Say what?
Is that? I mean, so you didn't know him personally, but somehow there's ties to you in the crane world prior to this, or I guess the crane community. I didn't even think it was a crane community, but you were pretty.
Of course, there's a crane community, Share. There's an everything community. Every industry that there is, there's a community of those.
She said, I mean, it's still kind of weird though, isn't it? No, share.
It's
You
just a
also thought Kylie
coincidence.
Rodney was sacrificed on the picnic tables in Truckee. Stop.
Yeah. She does have some weird conspiracies.
I mean,
That's
this is just one of those things. It's an odd
right. He's
coincidence.
just
You
a
know,
salesman.
look, Joneson and I both like burgers, and I understand Deets does as well. I mean, can you imagine the trouble the three of us get up to? Well,
shocking.
nonsense is over here. Her dad supplied the beef to the serial killers that eat the burgers. So there you go. I mean, this is ridiculous.
This is so silly. You got to admit it's weird because those are the conspiracies that they came up with during the Summer Wells case. So many conspiracies very similar to that. Her specifically, very, very similar, such as look at the connection between Tony Mathis and Chris Proudfoot. There's something there. You got to admit it's weird. Like, there's some wild ones.
Humans doing regular, everyday human shit.
How I can't believe there's two men in this country that work in the construction industry. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it?
To that world prior to Sebastian's case.
Well, I've been in the same industry for 8 years. Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay. Thank you.
There's 3 degrees of separation between everybody, right? Is that what it is? 3 degrees separation.
Yeah, I'm sure if he and I talk long enough that maybe
Really
there's
working up to
maybe
that
there's
gold
somebody that may
watch,
have worked with
huh,
him, that may have worked for another guy that knew a guy that I knew. But
Right. I mean, if we talk long enough,
yeah,
you know, we would find somebody. I'm sure that we know where we've talked to. Or I mean,
Like Tim Mullen.
yes. Ugh, Tim Mullen.
Have you ever met or talked to a Tim Mullen? Are you familiar with Summer Wells' case, son?
Stop
you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
it right
No,
now.
ma'am. I know
Not
nothing
you,
about
Deets,
Summer Wells'
Chair.
case.
I know. I'm like,
Not you.
quit it. Why are you doing that? No, I'm with you. I'm like, why? Why is she trying to? I bet that'll be a conspiracy before too long.
Mhm.
Some sort of connection.
Mm-hmm.
What do you need to know about cranes?
Yeah,
I
here
know.
comes Tony. He's like the Hank Hill of the crane world. The crane, I'm sorry, the crane community. He knows all about cranes and crane accessories and materials. I mean, fuck off.
Propane
And accessories. Dango, dango.
Okay, I was just wondering.
But no, I did not. I did
You
not
don't
know
know Tim Mullen though. No, like I am being funny, but at the same time I am being serious. Is that a no for knowing Tim Mullen?
I don't know anybody named Tim Mullen.
Okay, thank you.
And like I
That's
said,
just for my own little tinfoil cap question, Tony.
I did not never have knew of Chris or Katie or any of their family or anything like that. And I probably talked to him. I want to say 2 or 3 times I talked to him and Katie together. And honestly, I think that when they could not get over the fact that Seth is the one that had brought me in and was trying to get me to represent the whole family. We did an interview with Pascal. It was the first interview that we did. We made it very clear that we were, they were still up in the air on whether or not they were going to use me. And I made it very clear that we were not going to talk bad about Chris or Katie, that we were simply going to talk about Sebastian. We did that. I came back over from my office to my house and I was sitting in the recliner in the bedroom and my wife was, "Hey, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you guys had fun." You too, buddy. And so I was sitting in the recliner in my bedroom and it was about 10:30 at night. And I get a call from Chris and I thought that he was calling to tell me that he thought we had a good interview and he appreciated us not letting anybody pile on Katie or anything like that. And he called and started getting nasty with me. And without going into great detail, when we got off the phone, we had an agreement that.
Was he getting nasty with you the same way that Trevor Lee was? Because if that was the same amount of nasty,
then it means Tony was the one being nasty.
Right. We have completely different definitions. Completely.
Hang on a second, because correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it the leaked phone call between Chris Proudfoot and Nina that is what prompted Tony then to say, "I would never work with this guy.
Right.
He can forget it." So which is it? You had a nasty phone call directly.
Mhm.
You heard a nasty phone call. I mean, see, this is why people don't like you, Tony. Hi, I'm people.
Yeah, you can clip it.
Hell no.
Absolutely.
Hell no.
I know. I wish you could. I wish you would have been able to pull it up. But yeah. All right. Let's see where this crane combo's going.
He wasn't going to talk to me like he's talked to some of these ladies.
Oh, she's still going.
And I did cuss him out, and I own that, and I do the same thing again. And I talked to him on speakerphone in front of my wife, and I never talked to the man again after that night.
Yeah, because I remember I think back to that
Yeah,
one of the
Terry
phone
Lynn,
calls
sorry.
he had where he said that he had a talk with you, and that it was off, like you being the spokesperson for both family members.
Yeah, it was definitely off.
So he was. Oh man, I had a question regarding there's actually a couple, and one will come back to me in a minute. I forgot what it was, but I'm trying to think about things that I've heard that you might know the answer to. Let's talk about the news interview with Seth when he was on the boat with Sonar. I am so sick of hearing this. People are saying that boat was rented for the sole purposes of Seth to do a photo op, and that there was no search that day.
He probably could have borrowed a boat for that, to be honest. That's a reach.
That's absolutely disgusting. It was my boat. It's still my boat. We searched with another couple that came to town to help that were in the boat with us. We searched for 4 days. It was probably 104 degrees in the shade those days. And we searched until he just couldn't go any longer. Each day, there was no. When I talked to Jamie Vaughn at Channel 2 News,
that's what
she
I
asked me how the
was
search.
thinking. Wasn't she the one that said it was a photo? Okay. I was like, well, I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I'm not following it as close as everybody else is, but interesting.
Was going, and I told her that kind of gave her the rundown. I gave her the process of looking for things that didn't belong, items of interest, so to speak. She asked me to send her a picture of Seth driving the boat. We moved out to an area on a mud flat so that it wouldn't show anybody where we were searching. And I gave her the picture she asked for. And that was really it. Unfortunately, they went on further, and I gave her a 30-minute dissertation.
I
there
believe
you go. There's
it.
Jaden right there.
Yep, I want to make sure that's highlighted. Look at that, you guys.
I believe he gave her a 30-minute dissertation.
I haven't
about
heard this. I
the
went
search.
to sleep right here.
Oh my gosh. Yep, that absolutely happened. Tony's finally telling the truth, y'all.
Guys.
I'm just telling you guys, there's so much misinformation. It's like a rainstorm of information every day we get out of bed.
Well, this right here is particularly disgusting, Tony, because I didn't want to repeat it, but I'm going to tell you what they are claiming that he said.
I've already heard it. I heard it earlier today.
It's sickening, you guys. And I'm going to tell you something else that I've heard. And here's another question I got for you to maybe dispel. So they're saying that Seth search teams, he ran the search teams off because he was being very inappropriate with all the women that were helping.
I heard the same.
Let me just tell you this.
I have heard that.
You've got some nice ladies on the panel tonight. If you were volunteering, helping somebody, and they made you feel uncomfortable one time, would you continue to keep coming back and coming around that person?
Never.
I mean, that should tell you everything you want to know. And Jaden, if you're listening, I hope you're doing okay, buddy.
First of all, yes. If someone was being inappropriate while I was helping search for a missing child, would I come back and try to keep helping? I would, because
I was thinking that too,
it's
but
not
I didn't know
about.
if I was a weirdo.
Yeah, it's not about my comfort. It's about, trying to help find that child until it got to be too far, and then I would absolutely dip out.
Yeah, I agree. I thought the same thing when I heard him say that. So I wasn't asleep yet because I thought the same thing. I was like, well, I think I kind of would still keep going back until it got to a point I just couldn't handle it anymore,
Agreed. I didn't like this answer at all.
In here, let me know. I don't like it either.
I had a huge problem with this answer. It's just so basically what he's saying is if you continue to go back, that means that at that point, what are you stopping short of saying, Tony? That they asked for it if he was indeed inappropriate, that on some level, because
I know that's
they
kind of
went
weird,
back.
isn't it?
Yeah, because if they went back on some level, they were okay with it. Get the fuck out of here. No. You shouldn't be speaking for anybody. And at this point, I don't even think you should be speaking for yourself, quite frankly. Maybe you need to just shush.
This is probably where I heard it, nonsense. Okay, let me slow it back. Oh, it is on normal. Here we go.
Owned him, and they put the boat in the water. They started filming Seth driving in a boat, and that's it.
And upcoming is a clip from one of the channels that Seth promotes. He also holds a moderator wrench in this channel.
Seth isn't using Sonar. If y'all think that Seth is the one that's in that boat using the sonar, he's not using Sonar. That video that we seen on the news was a prop. It was just them getting him to. He's riding in the boat for the news footage.
Let's hear that again. Oh my gosh.
Seth isn't using Sonar. If y'all think that Seth is the one that's in that boat using the sonar, he's not using Sonar. That video that we seen on the news was a prop. It was just them getting him to. He's riding in the boat for the news footage. But
okay, okay. Let's see. Let's go back here. Her bubble's going. There we go.
I heard it earlier today.
It's sickening, you guys. But
This, unfortunately, they went on further. Sure, we were just kind of confused, but he searched absolutely disgusting.
The news interview with Seth when he was on the boat with Sonar.
Okay.
I am so sick of hearing this. People are saying that boat was rented for the sole purposes of Seth to do a photo op.
Miss Ma'am.
Here we go. Here we go.
Boat using the sonar. He's not using Sonar. That video that we seen on the news was a prop. It was just them getting. He's riding in the boat for the news footage. But in the actual search for Sebastian, right? That because it was for the video. But if he's not doing that in the actual search, it's a photo op. Thank you. Yes, exactly. The actual search is there's experts with him.
That didn't age well, Brittney J.
So even the channels that are extremely
Oh, Brittney, listen
Yikes
to this outrage.
Yeah. So he was. Oh man, I had a question regarding. There's actually a couple, and one will come back to me in a minute. I forgot what it was, but I'm trying to think about things that I've heard that you might know the answer to. Let's talk about the news interview with Seth when he was on the boat with Sonar. I am so sick of hearing this. People are saying that boat was rented for the sole purposes of Seth.
Maybe you shouldn't have spread it if you're sick of hearing it.
Sick of hearing it.
I can't.
To do a photo op, and that there was no search that day.
He probably could have borrowed a boat for that. To be honest, that's a reach.
That's absolutely disgusting.
It is
it was
disgusting.
My boat. It's still my boat.
It's so disgusting, Tony. I cannot
I
cannot believe that someone would spread that around.
Photo op. Thank you. Yes, he's riding in the boat for the news footage, but in the actual search for Sebastian, right? That because it was for the video. But if he's not doing that in the actual search, it's a photo op. Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Absolutely disgusting, Tony. Thank you, Andy Rose. Thank you. Wow, that's rich. Oh, thanks, Stephanie.
That was Seth's kiss.
14
Wow.
months. That's good. That's good.
We searched with another couple that came to town to help that were in the boat with us. We spent 4 days, probably 104 degrees in the shade those days.
Just a
And we
couple in
searched
a
until he
boat.
just couldn't go any longer. Each day there was no. When I talked to Jamie Vaughn at Channel 2 News, she asked me how the search was going, and I told her that kind of gave her the rundown. I gave her the process of looking for things that didn't belong, items of interest, so to speak. She asked me to send her a picture of Seth driving the boat. We moved out to an area on a mud flat so that it wouldn't show anybody where we were searching, and I gave her the picture she asked for, and that was really it. Unfortunately, they went on further, and I gave her a 30-minute dissertation.
I believe
there you go.
it.
There's Jaden right there.
Yep. I want to make sure that's highlighted. Look
Yeah.
at that, you guys.
I'm just
Look at
telling
that.
you guys, there's so much misinformation. It's like a rainstorm of information every day we get out of bed.
Well, this right here is particularly
wonder where it's
disgusting,
coming
Tony, because I
from.
didn't want to repeat it, but I'm going to tell you what they are claiming that he said.
I've already heard it. I heard it earlier today.
It's sickening, you guys. I mean, and I'm going to tell you something else that I've heard. And here's another question I got for you to maybe dispel. So they're saying that Seth search teams, he ran the search teams off because he was being very inappropriate with all the women that were helping.
Well, let me just tell
I've
you
got a
this.
question about this.
Got some nice ladies on the panel.
Yeah.
I think it's only a question Trevor Lee can answer. So, Trevor Lee, if you hear this, put it in chat. But I feel like something was mentioned about him being inappropriate with Chloe at some point as well. And I want to know if that is indeed the truth.
Jenny's like, let me just go to weatherunderground.com. It was 104 in the shade. Well, it was only 99.
Maybe it felt like 104.
Yeah. What was the feel like temperature? Yeah, he did go to dinner. So write that down and we'll ask him later.
Yeah.
I thought I remember something like that. I'm
I
so
remember,
sick of people spreading this lie I started.
Well, there's so much misinformation and so many different rumors coming from different groups, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm having a hard time to, figuring out what's what right now.
Yeah, there's so much. Like that's what happens. It just becomes overload. There's no way for any one person to keep up with all of it. It's just not possible. Not possible.
On the panel tonight, if you were volunteering helping somebody and they made you feel uncomfortable one time, would you continue to keep coming back and coming around that person?
Never.
I mean, that should tell you everything you want to know. And Jaden, if you're listening, I hope you're doing okay, buddy. Jaden is a phenomenal kid. His girlfriend is incredible. His family's incredible. Very important part of Seth's life. And the fact that people are even saying that is absolutely disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're labeling this man as a predator.
That's the easiest thing. Like, so the easiest thing online is that person's a crackhead or that person's a pedo. Sorry, Brittney, but
Yeah,
that's like not the best way, but you know what I mean. That's why I kind of don't believe it, because it's just so easy. I mean, it's like Amber Heard. As women, we're taught we trust what the woman says always, but no, it's 2024 and women lie and they get it over on men all the time. I'm sorry, so that is hard for me. I want proof of that before I condemn a man of that.
Well, I don't. One thing you very rarely hear me do, if ever.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you consider saying inappropriate things here and there?
You're roboting a little bit.
What about now?
Yeah, you're good.
What about now?
You're good.
Would you consider saying inappropriate things? We've seen the type of things he says on these live streams, right? Would you consider those as making him a predator? I think that's a little dramatic.
Yeah, I don't think that makes him a predator. I just think it makes him, one might say, a raunchy dude or perverted dude. You know what I mean? Like he's very inappropriate with the way it's locker room talk. It's just not the place for it.
Yeah, but them saying that's people basically calling him a predator, I think that's a little too far, Brittney J. I don't think that's what they're saying at all.
I don't think they are either.
Not based on that anyway.
No.
Also, I'm sure Jaden is a very nice young man, and I'm sure he thinks the world of Seth. But what I need to know is how do we know that this Jaden that's in the chat is the Jaden? I mean, come on, Tony.
Yeah, there's nothing there, like nothing in the comments that is something that only Tony and Jaden would know. They're very non-descriptive. It could literally be anyone.
All is well, Tony, trying to help however I can. Oh, that cinched it for me. That's got to be the Jaden.
Allegedly, in my opinion, this is Jonesy speaking, I think it's possibly Seth.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nonsense. I don't know. I kind of wondered if Tony was playing Seth, but it was just weird that they said Seth stopped chatting in the chat once he went up on panel, you know. No, I'm happy to play it from your stream, Nonsense. Thank you for giving us that. That was perfect. That was absolutely chef's kiss, bouncing back and forth between those.
Ever is actually defend myself. I hate to qualify things that are being said, and if you start defending, it qualifies those things. But don't you think it's pretty sick that they did an overlay of a private part and tried to make it look like I exposed myself when I'm talking about a child?
You did.
So, one thing about that, Tony, there is someone said they had the original one.
Well, that's not true if you know anything about TikTok, because the only guy that has the original is the account owner.
Oh
No,
my god.
no.
Oh my
Are
gosh.
you
Called a
new,
screen
Tony?
recording, you loser.
It's called stream sniping. You can
Yes.
I can create a live right now and go to TikTok and open it up and play a TikTok live on YouTube. Write me out. Stop it. This is ridiculous. That's not an overlay.
No, it is
Nobody went back.
absolutely.
You know, and I even thought about this. I honestly thought for a minute, it definitely looks like exactly what it's been described as, right? But it also looks like if you take a video and you use Canva's the worst at it. The background remover of a video, there are if you don't adjust, you have to adjust the video, you have to do the color wheel. Because if you don't do that, what happens is you get that like bleed through. And that's also what it looks like. However, it happened live, bruh.
Yep.
Listen,
And people
stop
were
bringing that
recording
up.
it. They were recording it while you were live on TikTok. Lady K was like, it happened. Just honestly, just own it and move on, because this is making it 10 times worse.
It's making us continue to talk
up.
about it.
Exactly. Stop bringing it up while simultaneously saying you don't say anything to defend yourself. You're about to go on a whole rant right now that is defending yourself. In fact, you've actually defended yourself repeatedly on this stream. You need to stop, buddy. Just stop.
There's nothing wrong with you, Brantley. You can still, we've called out some of the things, some of his lies and things that have been stated by Tony here in this stream that, he's lied for Seth, and we've called it out. It doesn't mean you have to go hard on him. Absolutely not. So thank you. You didn't have to super chat though.
But I agree with Brantley. I don't find myself going hard at Seth, but I will go hard at Tony.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And I played the original on a live the next night for everybody to see. And
No,
then the
you
girls that
didn't.
were in the panel also told everybody we were on the live. It didn't happen, but we're going to play the live again. And I videoed me going into the live folder, picking the live from the previous night and played it through. But it's a very, very simple editing trick. I fly a drone and I have an editing software I use. And all you have to do is stack a shadow over the video itself and drag that into 2 or 3 seconds of duration. And there you've got an overlay.
No.
He knows.
No.
Bendy. He knows. He flies a drone and has editing software himself. He knows.
Well, I've seen you're right. I stand corrected. I've only made 11 billion intros, outros, videos. You're right. Let me just sit down because I clearly don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You don't make a shadow over the video. What is wrong with you? You realize that the video that you're calling an overlay would be is a video because there's movement, ding dong. You can't do that with a picture, with a JPEG or a PNG. See, you don't know what you're talking about. So take your drone and go on somewhere. I'm tired of this. Had enough.
I agree with nonsense here. She said, Brantley, I think you realize how many of these people only involve themselves with Seth because of gain for that, not because they care to. It is gross. I agree. Absolute deflection.
Remy says it's a GIF. But even a GIF is still not the same as a PNG or a JPEG. So it's a GIF. Tony, don't play. Tony, I swear, listen. If you're out there in the universe and you want to answer some real questions, you come over here and click this link, or I'll tell you what, you can click this link, you can email, you can comment, and we'll discuss a time. We're not going to discuss no questions. And I would be happy to ask you the hard questions. Okay.
Well, the point is, and like Yep said, is he got the wrong timestamp. He told us that himself earlier. He went to the 13-minute mark. It was like 12 something. So yeah, if you go past it, you're not going to see it, Tony.
Correct. Also, if you go to the 12-minute mark on the original TikTok,
it's a totally different place.
It's going to be a different timestamp over on a YouTube that was streaming you live. Come on, well, you have editing software, Tony. What are you doing, bro?
He flies a drone. He should know this.
Right.
He should know this.
Over it.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought it was anything to begin with personally,
But then they took that video and sent it to my employer and tried to damage my family's income.
My God. Oh, wow.
I wasn't impressed with
Now
it
that's
either,
wrong.
Justin, but that's nevertheless, it was what it was.
That's wrong to do. Yeah. I don't think anyone should.
No, I wouldn't have done that either.
What just happened?
Somebody
He said
sent
that.
it to, oh, sorry.
Yeah. No. He just said that somebody sent that, took a screenshot of it, and sent it to his employer.
Oh my
That
God.
is wrong. No, that's wrong. But I will say, I like.
Nasty out on these streets.
Yeah, because he didn't intentionally do it. He didn't.
Right.
In my opinion, I don't think he intentionally whipped it out there. I think
No.
it was an accidental moment, slip, going to the bathroom type situation. Very, very unfortunate. But yeah, people shouldn't be taking that.
Just say it was on an accident. Do you know how many times people have been live and tooted on a panel and just been like, yep, it was me.
It is what it is.
I sneezed and it happens. You know, just say you're sorry. It was an accident. I didn't realize. I should have turned my camera off. All the things. I've learned my lesson. I understand how it works now. That's all you had to say.
I'll pop a titty out and
oh, look at this hot mess express.
Holy guacamole. We got the TikTok. We got the Pocahontas of TikTok. Here we go.
I told y'all.
Okay, let's see. Is it gonna
Stories, Bullhorn Betty crime stories. I hope you guys are doing well this Sunday.
She's got an
I was
accent
ready to come
again
over
today.
here about, I don't know, like
where's that accent for? She location? She got location in there, Jonesy? Is that what she's trying to say?
None of you
She
have
talks down country.
Is that what she's trying to do? Is have a
Yes.
Tennessee accent?
Yeah.
Holy
It's exactly what she's trying to do. You'll hear it more.
like an hour ago.
I got her on
taking a nap. I was
1-2-5.
tired. And now I'm waking up and realized I needed to go live. And so I'm going to be getting a shower. Look at that, man. I thought it was awful. It doesn't hurt as bad as it looks. It was just, it was all under the blisters.
Wear some freaking gloves when you weed eat.
How bad? I mean, obviously it doesn't hurt. You just sat there and rubbed it like that.
That's so gross.
After
You
taking
did not
a
get
nap.
a drape, Steph B. That's a Dollar Tree
It's a fucking tablecloth.
tablecloth. Yeah, that's what that is.
Bets.
Kitty's
Come
long
on.
stocking.
No wonder she couldn't iron it. It would have stuck to the iron.
Yeah, it's a plastic or paper tablecloth as a drape. It's her green screen. It's her green screen, y'all.
So I really did a doozy on my hand. This one I haven't peeled back yet. And you guys saw how red that one was the other day. It's nice to see you guys again. This is Bullhorn Betty. This is the Bullhorn Betty Crime Stories channel. And we don't really have a whole lot to go through, but I am, oh, good gracious kid. Get my legs stretched out.
Those queen bee covers.
Lay all over me. And my feet go to sleep. And now she's licking my toes. So
Ew.
we're going to go over a few things that we haven't done this in a while. And this is related to
We haven't done this in a
Sebastian,
while.
Justice for Sebastian Rogers.
Blah,
The reason
blah,
why
blah,
we
blah,
named
blah, blah,
the group.
blah,
Hey,
blah.
me and you, Kendra, it's nice to see you. Sorry, I'm running a little bit late today. I decided to curl up with the pooch, and we took a little nap. And now I look at the time, and it's time for a shower and start to pipe down for the evening. I got 2 hours before
All right,
I used to go to bed at like 8 and get
You
up
can
at
go
4.
for it
Now I
a
go to
few
bed more in
minutes.
the lines of 10 or 11, get up at 4
Okay.
or 5. Oh, Jules,
Oh.
it's nice to see you. I got to tell you, I don't know about you. Today's been Sunday, so
Keep going.
you know, what am I going to make? You know,
Keep going.
I made,
Food.
but for whatever reason, potatoes, they're over so skillet. And I cooked bacon, a couple
Food.
tablespoons, some tomato that made it really thick and tasted really good. For the most part, it was water in there. It was delicious. So it's Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy that disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. We have come under attack yet again, right? Now there's like all these, everybody keeps reaching out to me about these screenshots. First of all, the majority of the screenshots being passed.
We have came under attack. Betty has officially made it. She finally has her we. She has been saying
actual
we for 3 years now. And she finally has a we because Seth and Tony think of her as a sister.
We need some kind of something. We need like a song, some kind of something to celebrate this moment.
Look, Brantley said, those poor braids, child, they struggling, ain't they,
They
baby?
are on the struggle bus.
Oh,
Those are some
Bless her.
thin braids.
Bless her little heart.
That is too much
Little
skin
bit.
for the tickety talks. I'm sorry, Bits. Come
Thank you
on,
for the
girl.
super chat, little bit. She says, also correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he only play the audio? I don't know if Yep is still in here. I know Yep saw what Tony played, so she would be able to confirm if he played the video or just the audio.
I
But
think
thank
she's
you
showing her
so
cheat
much.
for JLR, y'all.
You think that's what it is?
I do. Because she knows he's watching because he mentioned something. He mentioned, a claim she was putting out on him the other day. So she knows he's watching. So I think she keeps puckering those titties up on purpose.
Tony said I'm hiding under my bed. Someone tell me when Betty covers up her trophies.
Passed around our bulk. I couldn't even remember, honestly, if Tony had paid me in Cash App or I thought it was on through chat, the super chat. And I thought it was the super chat that he did for the steak, but everybody's blowing this whole steak out of proportion. First of all, you don't buy people to go harass people for $50. I don't know what trailer park trash idiot says, oh my God, he's paying her to do this. I don't work for $50. Okay, first
maybe not normal people, but you, Betty, you are struggling, babe.
I mean, come on. You just showed us your hand. I'm pretty sure $50
You're
is $50.
struggling, boo.
Like
You take
$50
that
is $50. Yeah. She would definitely do it for 50, Remy. You're absolutely correct. She 1,000% would. And so she got both, right? She got a super chat and a Venmo, so that's $100, ma'am.
Yeah, because two different people sent her one of her subs and then Tony. She said she used Tony's for the steak and she just kept the one from the sub. But yeah, no, regardless, she needs to stop calling herself white trash because that's the only person she's talking to.
I know. Like, take trailer trash out of your vocabulary. Take it out. Hey, little red. $50 make you holla.
Honey boo boo child.
My favorite is when she gets all real pissed up. Dum dum. That's my favorite.
Dum-dum. Yeah.
Foremost, and if I'm going to do something, which I would not do anything that's going to jeopardize my freedom, but if I was going to be paid for something, it better be a hell of a lot more than some stupid $50. I will tell you that right now. Okay, if for any reason I'm going to go out there and commit a crime, and somebody's paying me to commit the crime, baby, it better be $5K or more. Okay,
Nobody said
just take your
okay.
$5K and run. Just
Betty.
Nobody said he paid her to commit the crime. He just paid her afterwards to show support.
Yep. And including that for beating up Bowerstocks, that's the issue. I don't think there was a conspiracy of like, oh, Betty, you go and do this and I'll send you $50. No. He was just a tacky loser who sent you $50 for doing what you did.
And it looks bad. It looks bad. First of all, you are now going to have to go to court to answer about this restraining order situation. And don't you, that's going to come up.
Yep.
And the fact it looks, Tony should have known better. Even if it had one thing had nothing to do with the other, and he was really just being a smartass, he represents Seth in this scenario, right? He's gone around to all of the platforms saying it, right? He's Seth's spokesperson.
Yes.
So what you're saying
listening
is
to that now.
You leave that note on your Venmo for beating up the Bowerstocks.
Yeah. How does that look? How does that look coming from the spokesperson? That's the issue.
Trashy.
What's the other thing
like
she likes?
trash.
Ghetto bitch. That's her other one that she likes to use. Girl,
ghetto bitch.
Stop playing.
Jeez.
Look, this is Florida, okay? You can be in a really nice neighborhood and walk 5 paces and be in the damn ghetto, okay? Stop playing bitty. Stop acting like you bougie.
She does, doesn't she? And okay, let me shut up. Let me shut up.
And it's like I keep my Venmos private. Well, I'm on here, so everybody has, so they can literally manufacture anything they want on these receipts. And so I was talking to Tony. I'm like, what the hell is this? I thought you only gave me the $50 in there. I said, I don't remember you ever saying. He goes, no. He goes, I did. He goes, I don't even remember reading it. I don't even remember unless there's like a little statement there from somebody. I don't even, I probably hearted it or whatever. I don't know. I don't remember. I really don't. And people are like, oh my God, she's being paid. We're going to turn this over to law. That's a great use of law enforcement resource, a petty BS YouTube beef, right? And I'm sitting here like, and it's Lisa B always is in here. And then there was another, one of our Lisas sent me a screenshot for $823. And I'm like, oh shit, I'd love to have a donation like that. Heck, I welcome it. Anybody want to throw $800 my way? I'm not going to stop you. Remember, we still have some legal expenses to pay. You know, you know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is bullshit.
I haven't seen that one. Have you guys? The 800 and
Neither have I. However, Betty, you've run to law enforcement for far less.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has.
Stop
That's what I
playing.
was thinking. But
You
no, I
went
haven't
to
seen
her-
the 800.
She went to the law enforcement. No, yeah, she filed a lawsuit over paper signs in someone's yard. Do y'all remember that with the
She
laundry?
called the law because she didn't recognize a vehicle turning around in her neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop
She
it,
called
Betty.
Remy. Yeah, she called the cops on Pomeranian.
Excuse me. They were Chihuahua Pomeranians. They were a hybrid, clearly lethal animals here. Okay. Like these are dogs that weigh at most
She was
8
scared for her
pounds.
life, bro.
5 of those
so
pounds
scared.
is hair. Okay.
All she saw was 10 pounds of fluff flying at her, and she
She was
called the
like,
popo.
her whole world was ending in that moment.
I never knew true fear until I saw those aggressive ass palm chews coming my way.
Did you see Tony? Betty has 3 cleavages. That's hot.
What the Kiwi name?
Yeah.
Who is that?
I call him Tony, but he changes his name all the time. You can call him Kiwi.
Okay.
Chai weenies, I believe.
Chiweenies. That's so they were dachshund and chihuahuas.
Yeah, she said they were itty bitty on her other live the other day. She said they were itty bitty.
Have y'all ever seen a Chiweenie? Those little poor
No,
little
I'm gonna
babies.
look it
They're
up.
stinking cute, but
They're
there's something
precious.
they don't have like a forearm. So their paw is like attached to their elbow. They can hardly run.
Oh my gosh, look at these little things.
See? What is this gonna do to you, Betty?
Look at that. They were vicious attack dogs, Bendy.
I mean,
Vicious.
There is
my
there's a
gosh,
pit
look
bull
at
that
that
lives behind
one.
me. He is a blue, and he has he looks like super mean. He's very thick. He's very muscular. Sweetest dog ever. Sweetest dog ever. I don't understand the fear. I don't. Betty, come on now. This is dramatic even for you.
Honestly, it was definitely just her trumping stuff up a little bit. Thank you so much. You did not have to super chat again. If y'all notice, Tony said those texts were fabricated, then comes back on and said those texts were taken out of context. We hadn't even gotten to that portion yet.
Oh,
did he?
wait, Deets, wait. Oh, there's a little bit, tiny bit more, but I know that they limit the characters you can use on a super chat. But yeah, it's about to get deep. But let's hear from Pocahontas here. I love it when she screams at one octave below only dogs can hear. This is probably what enraged those little Chiweenies, is this screeching from the bed.
They heard it. They heard it.
You're probably saying something in Chiweenie and you don't got no idea what you're saying. It's like when Dory tried to speak to the whales that time in Finding Nemo. I need to stop.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I haven't gotten an $800 donation on this channel in like I don't know how long. Like, cut it out.
Someone got
Cut
it.
it out. If I'd be sitting up here saying, "Hey, look what I've done," what our beautiful subscriber has done. I'm just like, these people have no bounds. They're evil freaking people. They can't even fight with the truth. They have to manufacture and lie about anything to get the attention of their audience.
doesn't
They're
care,
just that
Amen.
stupid. And for their audience, dude, if you've got to pay for friendship, they ain't your friends.
Period.
Well, that's true.
I hate to burst your bubble. All these channels, you look so cool, and everybody's being friends. Stop making those donations. I guarantee you go right in the back of the line.
That's fantastic life advice,
Ben. My
Thanks.
attention or my friendship. We're here.
I mean, she's not wrong. You
She's
guys
not
don't have
wrong.
to super chat. I'm gonna see your message, or at least try to see your message regardless. And people do need to be safer with their pocketbooks out here.
I
I
agree.
mean, inflation is through the roof. Y'all are sending money.
Milk's $7 a gallon right now. Fuck around.
Is it? I don't even
Mhm.
drink milk. Almond milk. It's always been expensive though. But yeah,
And I'm going to talk the same shit, crack the same jokes with or without a super chat or super sticker.
Exactly.
It's fine.
Exactly.
That's you, Bets.
We appreciate it, and we appreciate those that do. But yeah, some
Can y'all hear my crunching?
No. But now I
Okay.
feel bad about insulting the memory of Pocahontas. I'm sorry, self-aware. Just that's what she
What an
reminds
insult
me.
to the memory of Pocahontas.
It's just that's what she reminds me of up here. Like, ugh. All right, I'm going to change it. The TikTok Pippi Longstocking. There you go.
Thank you, Remy. We love bargain shopping. Remy
Yes.
has Aldi has milk for $3.71. Walmart a little cheaper too. There's no
Ooh.
S on the end of Walmart.
I think it was the apostrophe S, like the contraction. Walmart's a little cheaper. Like Walmart is a little cheaper.
I will go to Aldi's. I'll go to Aldi's tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, Aldi has stepped up their game we like to get our produce there because they used to be really kind of icky stores, but they've become really nice around here anyway. And I love getting our produce there. And they have a lot of organic stuff too.
Yeah, they do.
There's your bargain shopping for tips for the day. We love it. BHB said that had earned a $50 steak. Oh, she did, didn't she?
She did say that.
I remember that. I remember.
We're here for a common goal. It's a missing or deceased person. That's what we do over here. Okay. You don't need to. If you want to support, you support. But don't be buying your friendship over here. It won't work. I'm just saying. I don't want to be people out. If I send you
Bets.
You want to hear it again?
I heard it. I just said the hell it won't. It would absolutely buy her friendship. Absolutely.
It would. If people went in there and started super chatting her nonstop, it would purchase her friendship.
Right.
I think so too. Oh, Remy. That's ruining that's like blasphemy right there. Well done.
I like when she held up her and she said, I don't eat very much, and the whole damn thing is gone.
Right.
I'm like Bets, come on. Listen, I ain't judging. Listen, food is there to be eaten. That is what food is for. Okay. So I'm not judging you for eating your food, but how are you going to hold up like a hollowed out baked potato and maybe, 3 bites of a steak left talking about, I don't eat much. Girl, bye. Stop it.
I like a good steak though.
Me too.
I agree. But it has to be rare, medium rare at the most.
That's where I'm at. Yeah, medium rare at the most.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they're fake braids. I think that's hers. I think those are hers. They're just really, really thin. I bet her hair is elasticy.
don't need to. If you want to support, you support. But don't be buying your friendship over here. It won't work. I'm just saying.
Well, thank God you told me that. I can put my dollars away.
What is it? Steak. You can collect my child support. Can you collect my child support? If you want to send me steak money, I'll go collect your child support. I got a bullhorn. Just let me know what house I need to aim it at.
What?
These people are reaching. It's just crazy. And it's not like this one. Like they've manufactured. They keep manufacturing stuff and they keep lying. It's like, at what point do you realize that you are like making up stuff to change people's mind? Like you've got to lie because the truth would never get you there. So you manufacture and make up lies. This is their MO. And I keep telling you this. This is what they keep doing, right? If they have no news, they just make it up, right? And when you find out who everybody's talking to, it's one person that loves to manufacture news. So he's taught all these people this horrible process, and now here we have.
We're back to JLR.
Oh God, the fixation is real.
And even if the guy gave me $50, do you honestly think $50 is a payment to stalk somebody? There's got to be more there. There's got to be conversations. There's got to be text messages. There's got to be coordination, dude. Not just because you have this fucked up thing in your head where you say, oh my God, he bought her to harass them. $50?
Hold
what
on.
kind of trash are you?
Hold on a minute, Betty. Hold the phone. Haven't you been railing for the last, I don't know, 3 weeks about how all JLR is a cahooter, and he's the one that got Queen Bee to do all the things, and then Queen Bee does all the cahooting, and now everybody's lying about you, and that's how you ended up with 4 restraining orders pending? Where are the texts? Where's the communications? Where's the proof?
She never
it works
says
both
it.
ways.
He doesn't have any.
Of
It's just a
course it doesn't, because
conspiracy.
it's made up. So who's making stuff up now, ma'am? Stop playing, Bets.
I
You don't
want
want none of this smoke.
Send her like some liquid Band-Aid for that hand or something. Ooh.
Get
Looks
some
rough.
gloves, lady.
Yeah, it looks rough.
Go sit down. Okay.
Go sit down.
Go sit down. And if that's really what you guys consider evidence, this is probably why you guys don't believe anybody's guilty.
I'm
Except,
asking
you know,
you
we
for
all
the
see
same
felons.
evidence you're asking us for.
These
So
people
how
are.
about that?
Most of these people are felons. And then I was sitting there talking because
Never been arrested in my life.
Same.
Never been arrested in my life.
Been in the back of a cop car plenty of times. Never been arrested.
I am not a felon. I
have been in the
picked
back
up
of
from school and
a
stuff.
cop car, but it in a parade.
I have been in the back and I have been in the front, but I'm not a felon.
No, definitely not a felon. I have a speeding ticket, ma'am. You gotta stop with that. Everybody's a felon. Girl, you've been arrested. She had a blister that she popped. It's her open skin, Irish.
Nasty little hoe.
That
Yeah,
she rubbed
yeah.
after her nap. Now let's be honest. Now I love a nap. Everybody knows this about me. I love a nap.
We all love a good nap.
It's summer. It's summertime, and I'm a woman of a certain age, 47 to be exact. And there are some times when you sleep a little hard and you get a little sweaty. And here you are touching your open wound with your dirty paw.
Yeah.
Ugh. Betty.
Get some like Benadine or something. I don't know. Do something.
Get some soap. How about that? Just start there. Start small.
Even just
Soap.
a regular Band-Aid would be good at this point.
I'll be right back, girls.
Okay. Okay.
you know, last night, Justin For All was on a panel and is like, oh my
Here you
gosh, the
go.
only reason I didn't like you is because how you guys treated Trev Time. And I kept trying to tell Justin, Trev Time is not the same that he was when he was on the Summer Wells case. Ever since he got with Chloe, he's changed because you've never heard this man be disrespectful. I have never seen Trev Time be disrespectful to anybody but Seth. And even when he was told to back off, he wanted to come at Seth like a cougar. That is not the Trev Time we used to.
He wanted to come at Seth like a cougar.
Like a cougar.
Like a cougar. Stop it, Betty. Stop it. She got cougar on her brain, I think. Come on. He went up on a panel to defend himself. He didn't come at anyone like a cougar. Jeez Louise. Yeah, buy him clothes and dinner. Show him a good time. Like a cougar.
Used to know. And you know what? It really upsets me because, you know, Justin For All, always about the, you know, I'm a loyal friend. Well, he worked next to me. He rode in cars with me. Him and I have had personal conversation. He personally knows me. I don't know how many times he's done that with Trev Time, but I guarantee it probably wasn't near as many times as he has met me personally and has worked with me personally.
Oh, Bitter Betty is coming out, y'all.
It is like that scene in that movie, FS, where the cougar jumps in the car. What is that? Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights.
Talladega Nights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bitter Betty is coming out. Please keep your legs, arms inside the ride at all time. It is about to get wild. She's so bitter that Justin no longer works with her or is not. I would say he's still on the same side as her because he does believe the Proudfoots are involved, but
yeah,
it's really torqued her off that Justin stood up for Trev. This is wild.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
So obviously he wasn't a very loyal friend to me. And I was
Oh.
trying to explain to him what Trevor was doing and still doing, by the way. This professional, oh my gosh, he's such a sweet guy. Well, sweet guys don't act the way he's acting.
How's he acting?
They're not constantly always poking something. Every time there's anything, even the news, you see Trev Times BS childish comment attached to it.
Like what?
And I told Trev Time at this time, I said, you're going to ruin your reputation over these people. And then we find out Chloe.
This
I'm
bitch
sorry.
ain't even got a reputation
sorry. Yeah.
anymore. She done buried that shit.
This is
No.
rich. You don't know. I don't think Trevor is interested in reputation advice
Mm-mm.
from Bullhorn
From you.
Betty. It's gone,
Mm-mm.
Trevor. Your reputation gone. You're a cougar now, buddy. You are a
Around.
cougar. I'm gonna come at you like a spider monkey all hopped up on Mountain Dew. Oh, that was good. That was good. You
Chloe is
ruined
too
your-
busy vetting the volunteers. Why does she need to vet volunteers? Did anybody ask you? You've got a 3-time felon that they're working with, but they're vetting volunteers? You see what I'm saying? This was the way they were wasting time and resources on crap that had nothing to do with Sebastian's case or getting more and more people out there to help search. They were throwing monkey wrenches every time you turned around. And to hear somebody say
Why
that
would
they're
you
mad
not?
at Seth
I
and
don't
Tony
understand.
because of it, clearly did not know what they were talking
about. What?
I don't understand. Why would you not want to vet people you're working with?
Absolutely would want to. Every time that I have volunteered with a search and rescue, I've been vetted. Like it's not like an extensive vet. I'm sure it's just a small background check. I don't think that's a weird thing at all.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good thing, and I think it's weird that she's making it sound like a bad thing. Like,
You're gonna
Trevor Lee, I told you,
as a
petty
cougar.
as fuck today.
You have pissed Betty off, Trevor. She's mad at you because Justin stood up for you, and Justin and her have worked side by side, and he should be more loyal to her than you.
They have rode in cars together, Trevor.
You got a finger wagging everything, Trevor.
Mm-hmm.
And Betty, again, doesn't use her inside voice. Betty, do you have an inside voice, ma'am?
I don't think so.
Is there an inner monologue? Do you not hear how loud you are?
She says she's deaf in one ear.
Well, probably from all that yelling.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. She and cops have rode in cars together too. You're right, Jones, and I am loving Trevor's petty level today.
Yes. Here's some life advice for you, Trevor Lee. You don't got to get petty if you stay petty.
I'm disappointed. The blood alcohol content gold medal.
See, the way he reads this hoe, like the way he comes back, he sounds like he's hitting the point, right? He's saying, like, forget you, but still with class.
It's
and
called a church read. I'm here for it. You're giving a good church read, not a cuss word in there. I'm proud of you, too.
I'm for it.
Trevor Lee.
I'm all for it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Michelle.
Oh, that
he has the stigmata. I'm done.
The stigmata.
That will be next. That will be next.
Oh, I didn't write it down, but Jonesy, do you remember the question you have?
Oh, is it true that Seth has said what's the word? What's the words? Shit, I can't think like that on the spot. Is it true Seth has said inappropriate things to Chloe in the past? Because I've heard that going around, but I didn't know for sure if that was true or not. Do you know? Is that really? Yep, is it? Oh, you can't check. Lord, let me get over here.
Get on it, Jonesy. Well, there's y'all's answer. Did you see it?
Okay. So no, it's not. Okay.
Trevor said, I will say he has to females involved in the search. Yes, very much so. I don't want to be specific on names.
Okay. No need. I just wanted to see because that was something that was mentioned, not on this live,
Okay.
but on another one.
Sorry, I had to go let the grand pup in. What happened?
Aww.
Tiffany Marie Troll came in and Trevor Lee answered my question.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, you guys take care of the troll.
Grandma did.
Alrighty. Inner monologue. I actually don't have an inner monologue or inner dialogue.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't even know it was a thing until I was older.
Oh, wow.
Betty has dimples and all the... Oh, no. Okay, let's see what else she has to say about Trevor.
To hear somebody say that they're mad at Seth and Tony because of it clearly did not know what they were talking about, because I guarantee if they saw how Trev Time behaved behind those scenes that they didn't see, they would have been appalled by his behavior, much like I was.
Oh, what was his behavior,
Much
Betty?
like I was.
Please
We just
listen.
seen that.
And when I saw people not understanding what was really going on inside,
I just read his behavior behind the scenes.
Yes, Betty, please cite some specific examples, since it seems to me, if I recall the timeline correctly, you came on the scene well after the fact. So how do you know what happened, ma'am?
It hurts my brain.
I think I'd get in less trouble if more of my dialogue was in her.
Why do they? I don't understand what the point is in pushing that Trev was the one that was being nasty. What is the point in pushing that? Just say you'll have a disagreement and be done with it.
Yeah, but think about it, Jones. And when did the tide start to shift against Seth? When did people start to have that moment? It was on that panel when he went at Trevor. That's when
it
that
wasn't.
happened.
No, I think
To
it was
me,
a
it
little
was
bit
way
before that.
earlier.
Yeah, it was.
But that was in the on Smiley.
yeah, for a
Okay,
majority,
I
it
get what
was.
you're
Yes,
saying though.
yes,
That side with
yes.
like Justin and
Yes.
Josh and
Yeah.
Smiley and
Yes.
Brittney.
Sure.
All of yeah.
Yes. So that's when they were like, oh, hell no.
Mhm.
And that's when it started. So now they have to make Trevor out to be
To be the bad guy.
the bad guy,
It's
to be
crazy.
the monster behind the scenes, so that no matter, and the way that they're doing it is by saying, look, he appears on his channel and in chats and on panels one way, but behind the scenes, oh, he's an absolute monster.
I'll let you read that one, Trevor. Or
Oh.
Jones, and I'll let you read
Oh,
that one.
I was supposed to be the fall guy, not because I'm anyone important, but because they thought I'd sit and take it. In my opinion, allegedly, I digress. Hallelujah, amen.
I knew she'd say the hallelujah grape. Hey, Whoopi, welcome back. Oh my goodness. Breaks. Yes, Diane, she's told us she's been a paralegal, realtor, worked for a public
Accountant.
accountant, like all the things.
Damn, what are them called? The bug sprayer guys?
Exterminator.
She's been an exterminator. Shut
No,
the front
I'm just
door.
talking shit. A juror, a judge, an executioner. She's been all the things, baby.
She's
all
definitely
the things.
been judge and jury. We have seen her do that in cases.
A news anchor.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She worked alongside great public defenders.
Yeah.
She had okay.
much like I was. And when I saw people not understanding what was really going on and siding with him, it made me very upset, because these are people that I always thought would do their due diligence before they opened their pie hole. But as we're learning,
you're so
I don't even like
that's
pie.
not the case here on YouTube. Just like last night, some stupid creator decides to scream fire without doing her due diligence, but it really was for attention, right?
Oh,
And then another creator, Fat Mouth from Canada.
Oh, hang on. We'll get to share in a second. That one's for you, Brittney J. You didn't do your due diligence. And Betty is pissed.
You've angered the bets now.
You better be careful because that's Seth's sister, I hear.
She about to Hulk out, y'all. I can feel
mad.
it. Bigly mad. Huge mad.
Hugely mad. Gonna be huge. Gonna be huge.
Diligence, but it really was for attention, right? And then another creator, Fat Mouth from Canada. I've never talked about that lady. Don't talk about that lady. Could care less about that lady. The lady is insignificant to me.
It's couldn't care less. It's couldn't care less, which means that you actually care, but you could care a little less. That's what you said, Betty. Couldn't care less means you don't care at all. Stop it.
Bendy, did you know that Betty and that Fat Mouth from Canada actually plotted together behind the scenes to play opposite sides in Quentin Simon's case and then do an interview afterwards?
Did you know that? Seen some screenshots and accusations floating around back in the day from that situation. Show did.
Yes. But she doesn't talk about her, never has.
No.
Could care less.
She's over here trying to give her the Mariah Carey. I don't know her.
Right.
Stop it, Bets.
Jeez.
And she's telling Tony, well, I'm sure you've heard about me. No, he hasn't. Not from this chick because you're nothing to me. Until last night I forgot about freaking Fat Mouth from Canada.
Oh, she's so mad.
I haven't seen all this. I have not seen all this. I stopped at Trev. So this is new to me. She's, Lord have mercy.
She's dogging
Cher.
There you go. Yeah, why bring her up, right? She don't care about her.
I know when I don't care, I scream at the top of my lungs from the bedroom with the dollar store tablecloth behind me.
Right.
That's how I show I don't care.
That's how I show I don't care about something.
From Canada. You know, out of sight, out of mind. Didn't even think she was an issue. Of course, she wants receipts, you know. Where's all those receipts for Summer Wells? Crazy lady.
Where's yours? Where's all your receipts for all your claims that you made in that case, huh? Because while you're dogging JLR now, which, hey, I'm down with dog that mofo all you want. You were riding hard for him during that case, and you went right along with all those conspiracies he racked up and blame he put on people and hate he incited. Where's those receipts?
Y'all, I'm struggling.
Receipts, you know.
What?
I'm struggling to understand why is she avoiding being in her office so hardcore that she would go get a tablecloth. Put it behind her bed. Like, why does she not want to get out of bed? What is it? What's going on to make her not want to go in her office?
Has she been in bed a lot lately?
That's it. She hasn't been in her office in months. It's either the kitchen table or the bed. And it's usually the bed.
Nonsense said that Brittany's going to be hurt by this because she's been saying Beth hasn't done anything to deserve a TPO. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Wait till she hears what Betty thinks of her. I don't know. Why is she in her bed? This is weird.
It is very weird. I mean, that's where she stays.
She said her office was cluttered with Idaho 4 stuff.
Then clean it.
Yeah. I mean, that's a novel idea.
Organization.
I mean, listen, when you got stuff on your mind and you're upset about things, you know what I find? Organizing, cleaning, manual labor of some sort does help.
It's probably cluttered with all her civil suits and orders against.
Oh my God. Nonsense. You might be right. If she doesn't have central heating and air, she uses window units, she might not have one in the office.
Oh, in Florida, that's torture.
So she's staying where most of her cool air is. That would make sense.
She got a new mattress and put it right on top of the old one.
Yes, it's so gross, Deets. It put a lump in my throat when I found that out.
Why would you do that?
Because she says she was sick and she didn't have the energy to move the old mattress off to put the new one on. So she put the new one on top of the old, dirty, stained, regular one. Ugh.
She didn't even
No.
Sorry, I was reading Tracing's comment.
No, me too. Me too.
She didn't even put a bed sheet in between them.
I don't know. She didn't say she did. I don't know. It's just gross.
To remind JLR what he's missing, the visual of the bed.
Yeah, that's why she's perking those titties up too.
Oh my god.
See what you're missing, JLR?
If that's
You see
perking them
that?
up, oh my. Oh my.
I can't say nothing. I've been a proud member of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee since I got boobies. I'm only a B.
She's been showing cleavage the last like 2 or 3 days.
If I really suck it in, I can get a whole, maybe to a C.
Oh yeah, same. I'm a big bitch with tiny boobies.
I don't have big boobs. I just don't. I got a big butt though. I got ghetto.
Same, girl. It's all about that
That's a Mexican in there.
So proud of my donkey dog.
I got salsa in me.
I'm at a resting stance. I can't with you.
No, she's got them. I don't mean like perked up as in like perked up. I mean like she's showing them off.
Out and about. The girls are out.
She's taking them
Not
out
that
for
they're
a walk.
actually up where they should be, but God, I cannot stand you, Trevor. Love you so much.
Oh, we're wrong. Listen, there's gentlemen.
There are gentlemen in the chat. We need to tone it down a little. It's the gentleman in the chat who's giving us all the one-liners. Some don't know how to properly house their accessories.
Who said that?
Trevor!
Oh my God.
I'm glad I got my camera off. My face is probably red from laughing so hard. Oh, me too, Grandma. Me too. Oh.
Betty, your best bet is to not go for Trev. Do not go for Trev. He's gonna fucking squash you, bro.
Don't swipe at him, Betty. Just stop right
He'll
now.
roast you to the grave, girl.
Oh my goodness. Man, these screenshots, I'm not intending to do it.
Out of mind. Didn't even think she was an issue. Of course, she wants receipts, you know. Where's all those receipts for Summer Wells?
Where's yours?
Crazy lady from Canada.
Just show me yours and I'll show you mine. How about that?
Where did every penny you spend your proceeds from Summer Wells? I want an accounting. I mean, all you got to do is go over to YouTube, go into your studio, and screenshot the last 2 years of your accounting and send those to me. It should be easy to settle and everything like that. So I'm sure you don't mind just going ahead and doing that for me. Since it's so easy. And if you're not going to be willing to do that, don't be asking anybody else for their financial receipts. I will tell you that. But again, she's absolutely insignificant to me. I don't talk about her. As a matter of fact, I don't talk about anybody. Until somebody gets under my skin and makes me come live here, I don't talk about people behind their backs. I don't talk about, go over there and say, oh, well, this person's this, to people's ears. I don't do that.
No, you scream from your bed. We know.
It's kind of funny that they have to.
We do it on the live. Like,
yeah, you're doing
every
it
time
right now.
Every time I pop into someone's live that's reviewing her, she's talking shit on somebody.
Yeah.
Like, she's barely talking on a case. She's talking shit. And I typically back right back out.
Yeah, I mean, you do it all the day. What are you looking at, Betty? What is up there that's got your attention?
She's always talking to her imaginary friend over there to the right of her every day.
Is there a light or
every single day?
She has
It
like a
doesn't
cutout
matter.
of JLR. What's going on over there, Bets?
It doesn't matter if she's in the kitchen, on the couch, standing at the front door looking at her long ass grass. She is always looking to the left.
Up and to the left. Up and to the left.
Every time.
Interesting.
Because she's a liar.
I don't. And so it's just, I just thought it was really, but I thought, if you haven't seen it, I thought Tony kept his cool. He shouldn't have been on there for 4 hours. He's a spokesperson. He can do what he wants. He's a grown boy, but I wouldn't have given them the time of the day because that's the whole reason why they were lying up there to begin with. They had nothing better to talk about. They needed a click and a view, and they decided to ruffle some feathers to get somebody to bite so they could have some content. That is everything I despise about the streets of YouTube. I literally could pull something out of my butt and create content on it. Some people are not that gifted. Okay.
Please leave it in your butt, Betty. Leave it in your butt.
Yes, please
Lord.
explain how your process works. This is your creative process, is it? You make things up and go live about it on YouTube. Thank you for finally admitting what we've all
Betty,
known all this time, ma'am.
You are everything I hate about this app. Just you yourself, and you.
Good thing you're not giving them the time of day right now. Oh, you
The
are.
time of the day, not even just the time of day, the time of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bets. Hope your case makes it in front of the Supreme Court. I'm sure your arguments will be scintillating.
Holly hockey sticks where the boobies come from. I'm sorry that this is the first image you came to
told
on
y'all.
YouTube. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I could literally, if I wanted to, I bet you I could do a whole entire live on braids.
No,
I bet
you
you
couldn't,
if
baby.
push comes to shove, I could do an entire live. I am the Seinfeld of YouTube. I bet you I could talk about
Shut the front door.
You stop that right now, ma'am. No, you are not.
Kramer. I mean, I don't even know if I'd put you in that position, but come on, you are not the Seinfeld of YouTube.
The Seinfeld of YouTube.
Goodness. That boil done went to her brain. Come on.
My God.
Yeah, she did say that, Mystery. She really said that.
Wow.
right? I bet you I can make an hour show about reading glasses.
Could you?
Raise your hand if you think I got the gift.
You can't
I'm
see
just
these
saying,
people.
right?
What do you
Some
ask
people
them
ain't
to
got it
raise
like
their
that,
hand
right?
for?
I'll sit on my
Some
hand.
people ain't got it like that.
You don't got it like that.
Did she
From
put?
Tennessee. Craddock is waiting for you. I hope he is because you
No.
guys are so full of shit. You're like, oh, you actually have to commit a crime to be arrested. They're actually, remember, Chris and Katie aren't in jail right now. Why? Because there's no evidence, right? Not that they didn't do it. Okay.
There's no crime right now, you nincompoop.
She's so special.
What crime is there, Betty? What
She
crime?
said Katie killed Sebastian.
I
She
know. I
wasn't
saw her
saying
thumbnails.
that.
I wanted to throw up. That was the grossest thing I
I
have
know.
ever seen. Was that thumbnail of Katie? You're fucked in the head, lady.
Period.
Okay. Let me tell you, I would not get an arrest warrant because one, I didn't do anything. And you literally have to commit a crime and have evidence of the crime you committed to get handcuffs, dum-dum. I don't know where
There's your dum-dum.
It was so easy
There
just
you
to say,
go,
oh, this person
Bendy.
did that. It's time for them to go to jail.
There's your dum-dum.
Dum-dum. She reminds me of
You literally have to commit a crime and have evidence of the crime you committed to get handcuffs, dum-dum.
Dum-dum.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Tony likes her because she doesn't know how to use grammar. She definitely doesn't have the commas and punctuation going down, does she? Oh my goodness.
If it was so easy just to say, oh, this person did that, it's time for them to go to jail. Well, by God, I'd have Chris and Katie in jail right now, wouldn't I?
Yes, you by yourself. Okay.
That is what you have built your platform off of, is you thinking that it's that easy. You literally stood out in front of Leilani Simon's house for like 2 months, pissed off that she wasn't arrested, but they didn't have the evidence to have for the charge to go all the way through. So they
Well,
were
Nick Maris
gathering,
is
they
trying
were
to tell her
doing
that.
their due diligence, dum-dum, and that pissed you off. You wanted them to just arrest her.
And let's talk about your hollering and shenanigans out there, right? What is it that you were hollering again, Betty? Wasn't it justice for Quentin? Do you realize where the justice takes place? Oh, that's right, in the courtroom. Have you covered or attended or reported on any of the hearings that have gone on since her arrest?
Nope.
No. Are you aware that her trial starts, what is it, October 7th or October 10th? No, of course you haven't. So where's your justice, dum-dum?
Dum-dum.
Well, her job's over. She got the arrest. She
Oh,
did it.
yeah,
Her
that's
team.
right.
Her
I
team.
forgot.
Her team got the arrest.
I'm all for, arresting those that are guilty, but I'm more for getting it right the first time because you don't get another chance.
Well, it goes back to that one thing that she's always screaming about: constitutional rights. You can't just arrest people because you think they did it. Because that violates their constitutional rights, ma'am.
Right.
You got to have a little more than, I feel like this is the person.
Yep.
Yeah, Misty, we are putting it. Hey, I don't go live that often. When we do, it's a long stream. Sorry.
Period.
Yeah.
And you call me the nut job? At least I got some damn brain cells. Oh,
Dude.
smoke another one, dum dum.
Oh, dum dum.
Good gracious, you live being stupid.
Smoke another one, dum dum.
Dum dum.
It's like the Law and Order.
Dum dum.
Dum dum.
It is. It's just like that.
Thank you, Kate. That's why you're the bestest. Oh my gosh, she's wild. We have a wild.
Some people are just
Betty.
too stupid to help. I would say go to school, but the public school system's crap this day and age.
Oh, another list
There's a
of
creator who's
complaints.
asking why there is a fundraiser for an animal rescue as opposed to a reward being offered to find Sebastian. I'm appalled that this Sebastian loved animals. Why the motive? Exactly. And not only that, but there was a $3,500 reward fund. And apparently, I still thought it was going on. I don't know if it is or not, but apparently it's law enforcement that doesn't want the reward fund. Apparently it'd make their life too crazy. You know?
Okay, dum dum. Didn't she read through the chasing? Where you at? Didn't she read through the missing child handbook? Wasn't that a thing she did? I remember you telling me about that a while back.
Yep.
If she did, Dum Dum would know why they don't recommend a reward. I doubt they're keeping them from doing a reward.
No, they
but
can still do a reward. They're just recommending they don't.
It's like law enforcement telling them we don't recommend you do GoFundMes or crowdfunding. We don't recommend it because it doesn't look good on the parents, and they know what happens. They absolutely do. And it's the same with a reward.
It does.
So,
it floods things as well.
Yeah.
It's like, and I get that, but I do, in certain situations, I think rewards are necessary. And I think,
sure.
I honestly don't think it would matter in this situation.
They don't have, yep, is right. Rewards are beneficial in the early stages of things, but after a while, it doesn't have the same effect that people think it does.
No.
And it's in her
I agree.
freaking handbook that she's always referencing, dum dum.
You got to put your soul in that shit.
Dum dum.
There you go. There you go.
Now it wouldn't do anything. I think that there should have been. I am that on the side of a reward fund at the beginning.
Yeah.
I don't think it would do anything at all. Absolutely nothing now.
No, it wouldn't. I don't think so. The missing child, that's not the name of it, but it's what like NCMEC and those use for when a child goes missing. It's like the blueprint of what you should do. I don't know what one she was reading. I know that Brandy's been up on my panel before and we've talked about it, and it's pretty outdated, but there is a newer one, but it's still pretty old. I mean, they'd have to update it monthly with the way, times are changing, or at least have like a social media or an internet amendment that they update frequently. Yeah, rewards work better for wanted fugitives than missing persons. I would agree with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree.
And not only that, nothing is stopping these yahoos out here on these streets from creating a reward fund for Sebastian instead of bitching about it.
Same to you.
Right? But they want to have control over another person when they didn't even contribute to it. Listen, if I contribute to a GoFundMe or anything else like that, I don't put strings on my money. And
Wait. I don't like talking about her and the bees damn lawsuit, but didn't she just want to try to put control over what she could see about that money that she was taking in?
She sure did. She sure as hell did.
Just checking. Oh, the hypocrisy, Betty. The hypocrisy. Dum dum.
I doubt that anybody that is donating to those causes actually puts strings on their money. It's these people that refuse to even participate that put strings on money that they didn't even help collect or donate to. They are freaking idiots.
Imagine waking up from a nap
And the
like
people
this.
that support them in this total idiocy of blah, blah,
What?
blah,
What?
are just as stupid.
I'm going back.
Betty. What the
I'm going
fuck?
back for that one because that was good. Idiostasy.
The Betty.
Now we're
Dum
just
dum.
making up words.
Now it's just gibberish. Y'all, she took a whole nap, and this is how she woke up.
I know. Callie, you're right. We do know a family who put all their life savings into the reward and it's still there. And that's a shame. And then then you have this dum-dum. Idiocracy. What did she even say? I gotta hear it again.
That puts strings on money that they didn't even help collect or donate to. They are freaking idiots.
Idiots.
And the people that support them in this total idiocy of blah, blah, blah.
Idiocracy. I'm making a shirt. I support you in your idiocy.
Let me get this screenshot. And then she goes blah 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 blah.
I know. I'll go back and hear. I'll play it through, but I'm gonna start saying that now. I totally support you, Johnson, and your idiocy.
Hey, Deets. I support you in your idiocy journey.
Dum dum.
Dum dum.
Oh, hey, Cougar in the chat. I support you in your idiocy.
Wow.
And the people that support them in this total idiocy of blah, 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 are just as stupid.
I don't even know. I'm gonna put it on normal speed.
What was that?
What she was trying to say.
What was that?
Oh, get it now, Jonesy. Look at that.
Look, that's a good one. Paul's
That
game
should
on
be-
fleek.
That should be a passport photo.
Got it. Look at her. How miserable, man. How miserable to wake up this fired up all the time. Oh my God.
I know.
Curiosity. I will use that every day.
Oh, Betty.
Okay. Hey, sir. Oh my goodness. All right. I put it on normal speed so I could hear what I don't even know what she was trying to say in that second part.
Freaking idiots. And the people that support them in this total idiocy of blah, blah, blah,
Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah,
stupid.
blah, 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 How dare you all support them in their blah, blah, blah.
What is that?
I can't believe you guys would support them in their blah, blah, bloodity. Like, how dare you? How dare you support these idiots? Oh my gosh. Does she know her Temu green screen is falling?
When she was calling people idiots in the beginning, I think what she was trying to do is like do the Scar from The Lion King.
The Lion
I'm
King?
surrounded by idiots. I think that's what she was trying to do.
I don't know, Mrs. W. I wonder sometimes. I wonder, like, what do the neighbors think? They're probably like, oh, I heard idiocracy. Yep, Betty's at it again.
Oh, she's really on one now. Apna.
And idiotic, in my opinion.
In my opinion.
If I offend you, you probably don't belong here on the Bullhorn Betty Crime Stories channel.
Look
she's
at how
all
she
wrong.
goes from 1,000 to 5 in 2 seconds. She's like way up and then let's bring it back down.
I offend a lot. If you can't handle the heat, get the heck out of the kitchen. Just saying, because it's hot up in here. And if you're offended by anything that comes out of my mouth, that means you probably are part of the problem.
Oh.
You got to tell you, my regular audience, when I'm screaming in here or saying something, they ain't getting sideways. Why? Because they know I ain't talking about them. But the ones that are bald butt hurt, yeah, I'm talking to you.
Bald butt hurt.
And if that's offensive,
What
guess
the
what?
fuck is going on?
I don't know. I gotta hear it again. I should just leave her on normal for a minute, I think.
You've been talking about pudding a lot, Bets, and I'm wondering if this is a euphemism. If pudding is a euphemism for something that you're missing out on. You need some pudding.
Like something's happening
Too
here.
much.
Oh,
And if you're offended by anything that comes out of my mouth, that means you probably are part of the problem. You got to tell you, my regular audience, when I'm screaming in here or saying something, they ain't getting sideways. Why? Because they know I ain't talking about them. But the ones that are bald butt hurt, yeah, I'm talking to you.
Bald butt hurt. Bald butt hurt.
I'm so confused, bro.
Get it now, Jones, and this is another good one. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, that is a good one.
Bald
butt
hurt.
All right,
I'm
we're
not
good.
offended by anything you've said on this stream. I've been laughing my face off. Okay, I find you to be problematic, but when I really take you at face value, you're more comedic and kind of sad than anything else.
I know. Idiocracy sounds like a medical procedure where they physically redirect your idiocy outside the body. They gotta go in and like pull it out.
Veruca.
It does. Oh, she's right. Oh man, this is something. This is something.
Sure am.
Okay.
And if that's offensive, well, guess what? I'm talking to you again.
Oh.
If you're that offended, this is not the channel for you. Okay. We do adult.
Allegedly, in my opinion, there's some spirits involved. There's some spirits involved in this, in my opinion.
She just said bald butt hurt, and now she says we do adult over here.
She's been tipping. She's tipping and tipping. I'm telling y'all, because look at the way she's moving her hand. Yeah, she's. Girl, you done had you some wine today, didn't you?
Bet you got a dark passenger bed. Is that what's going on? Is that
Not
Debunking
on the
there?
Lord's Day, Betty. Jeez. Girl.
The issue's not necessarily the people. However, I stick up for myself. And if that's offensive to some, oh well. Cry me a river, build me a bridge, and get you know what over it.
Huh?
See how she just look at the way she's carrying herself.
See, and CP and KP fought the reward fund and the go. Yeah, they fought everything, but everybody has freaking dementia, and
they did not fight the reward fund.
Oh my God! What in the world?
They fought the GoFundMe because law enforcement reiterated to them over and over it was not a good idea, and all three of them agreed on it. And then Seth is the one who backed out and changed the plan. But no, they didn't, go back on the reward fund. Oh, it is definitely a Dollar Tree tablecloth. It's what it is. Or Dollar General. It's one of those. Hey, Salty C, good to see you. Definitely a tablecloth.
And amnesia, because they just want a selective outrage. It's like, listen, the man did not lose his kid. Why aren't you demanding Katie and Chris? Where the hell's the reward fund for the people that have $1 million worth of assets?
Whoa.
Instead of a man that's renting an apartment.
Hold on.
These people are jokers.
Okay.
Like you're out here in the real world.
Wow, you're bald butt hurt over the money, I can tell.
How do you know how much they have in assets, Betty?
Oh, she knows.
Oh, that's why she said she was suing them. She was.
I'm being facetious. Clearly, Bets, you did you do an asset search, ma'am? Is that how you got that attorney on contention? Is that what happened? Girl.
No, she did. Sorry. I had to go grab another pib for this.
What'd you say, Bet? What'd you say from the other room?
I said, she did. She did.
Mm-hmm.
Leftover Christmas plastic tablecloth. It's all about the money, Nursey Kins. Absolutely. It's what it is for her. It's about the money.
No, Kathy, I wouldn't hang that up, but I also wouldn't be streaming from my bed, screaming at the top of my lungs after just waking up from a nap. Usually when I wake up from a nap, I'm refreshed. I'm not crabby. I take a nap to avoid being crabby. I'm just
Yeah, I
saying.
wake up in a good mood,
Me
laughing,
too.
smiling,
You
not
ready
calling
to
people cougars,
no, or you know,
dum-dums.
or dum or
Dum-dum.
what did she call it?
I can't
Idiocracy, whatever the hell she
Idiocracy.
said. Speaking in tongues. Jesus, Betty.
She's over here speaking in tongues on the Lord's Day.
We're laughing at them. You know why I haven't talked about you fat lips from Canada?
Oh,
You want to know why?
Why?
Because you do nothing. You are an absolute nobody that thinks they're somebody.
Oh.
Okay?
You
Like I
set
said,
him
there's
straight,
a lot of
Betty.
uneducated people with an opinion and a microphone on YouTube. It doesn't make them right. It doesn't make them act like they know anything. These people are idiots. I want to know who in my chat thinks it's okay to try to tell a stranger they've never met what they can and cannot do. To me, that goes outside the bounds of normal civility. Civility.
Words are hard today.
Man, you're giving us a remix? Is that what's happening here? The civility. Okay, first of all,
the fat lips from Canada are Cher, and I don't know who the lips, like the S is in that. Maybe Cher's husband. I'm not sure.
Let me just say something to you. Generally speaking, I don't tell anybody what to do. However, if somebody is doing something to me and they are a stranger, you damn right I'm going to tell them what they can and cannot do to me. Okay?
Right.
Which is what that TPO is about, isn't it? They don't want you doing nothing to them, lady. With your civility. She sounds like she's trying to do the rap that from the Golden Child. I said, I want the knife. That's what she sounds like.
Yeah, KK, I do. But don't tell her that, KK, because she's going to start going off on public school systems again.
Yeah.
You know these people nothing. They owe you literally nothing. They know you from squat on the wall. And you're trying to tell them what they can and can't do. Oh, and you better show me your receipt. Who are you? Just, who are you?
Are you saying
that is just, they would be so offended if the shoe was on the other foot. Because I'm demanding fat lips from Canada to show me her financials for the last 2 years. Since she demands it from everybody else, where's hers?
Damn it, Betty, you're going to make me stand up for Cher. Cher didn't demand shit. Well, at least not to the part that I've gotten to yet in the live stream.
She didn't.
She said, would you be willing to show those? Would you be willing to put that out?
There was a question mark at the end of that.
Than demanding, Betster.
Are you even wearing shoes, Betty?
Are you wearing shoes?
Talking about shoes on the other feet. Are you even wearing shoes?
I don't know why she's calling Cher fat lips. It makes no sense. Like, I don't think of big lips when I think of Cher.
She's really been fixated on lips too lately.
I guess. Like, I don't
She has. She called Queen Whale Lips.
Whale lips?
Yeah.
Betty,
I don't know. It's so weird.
It's obviously, it's clear that you've been hurt, Betty.
Well, and actually, if you think about it, Cher doesn't have any lips. Period.
That's what I was thinking. Like, fat lips is like the last thing that's going to come to mind.
I think more along the lines of like Skeletor or something like
that. If you're stuck on lips, like loose lips, because she talks a lot, maybe? I don't know, but not like fat lips. That's weird.
Yes. What's wrong with Betty? You're really on people's lips lately. What's the matter?
Oral fixation.
An oral.
Debbie's right. It's an oral fixation.
I want some baby back. Baby back
Baby
back ribs.
Barbecue sauce.
Dum dum.
Where's the crazy lady that's always with the effery?
Huh?
What? Just saying.
Be more specific. There's a lot of crazy bitches out here with the effery.
In this crowd, you're going to have to be a bit more specific.
We need some more adjectives.
Where's the crazy lady who's always with the fucker? You're going to need a little more description words there, ma'am.
I think she's talking about crime sleuthing because crime sleuthing's the one that let out the call that was Betty admitting that her and Cher was working together behind the scenes.
Why you say that name twice? Jonesy.
Dum-dum.
Sleeping.
Oh, that's why we can't take you nowhere,
Channel media
Jonesy.
shut down. We ain't trying to shut down
No.
channels. We're just trying to correct the bad behavior.
Oh, wait, you're correcting bad
told
behavior.
everyone. Yeah, you just told everyone that. Who? How dare anybody have the right to tell somebody else what to do? And now we're just correcting bad behavior. No big deal.
Yeah.
Just correcting bad behavior.
Yeah, you came out the gate
my
sounding like the
gosh.
angriest owl on the block, talking about who? Yeah, but now you're out here correcting bad behavior.
She's
Okay.
Betty from the block.
If you're not willing to do it, then don't demand it upon somebody else. Just like when Chloe was researching people's past to volunteer. Who gives a rat's ass? You're working with a 3-time felon that likes to womanize.
Oh, she bitter.
And he ain't even off his ass out there helping. So the people that are out there helping, why are you giving them the 5th degree?
It's called a background check, Betty.
Because she's a freaking idiot.
Who's the
She's a freaking
3-time
idiot. That's
felon?
why. Only stupid idiots do stupid.
Well, I think she's talking about JLR, but he's more than a 3-time
Oh, the
felon, so
womanizer. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Womanizer,
Yeah, okay.
womanizer, oh,
Yeah.
womanizer. Why?
I just can't see it. Can y'all imagine just
No.
chilling around cooking in the kitchen with, your boyfriend who is JLR and y'all are just having like normal
my
conversations?
Okay, you guys know how I don't believe in aliens because it's always joked about here, but I really don't. But I do think that JLR is probably the closest to an alien that I'm going to see in my lifetime. And so I can't picture him with any woman.
No, me either.
Period.
Any woman or man, honestly.
Or man.
Like,
no.
yeah, I just can't see having a normal. And I know that's what intrigues me about Granny because Granny likes him so much. And I'm like, because Granny talked to him in person, I'm like, okay, does she see something in him that we don't see because we only see him online? Like, is he more normal in real life?
I have
Is it
seen
possible for him to be
I've
normal?
seen the man sniff poopy underwear. There's nothing more I need to know in real life about the dude. Like yep, that's it. I'm good.
What I don't understand is how Betty, how are you so turned over this dude? Listen, even if JLR is the best damn pipe layer in all the freaking land, girl, you don't show it. You do not show it. You straight out here acting a damn fool, showing your entire ass in front of God and everybody over this man. He has got you so pressed. Betty, you keep that inside, girl. You cry to your pillowcase.
Listen, though, the other day she was telling her story about like when she felt like he was cheating on her and how she was in the back room with him, I guess, to his house. And she was like, is something going on? Like, are you seeing someone else? I cannot even imagine JLR being able to have a conversation like that. Like, I don't know. It's weird to me. I just can't see that happening.
I picture that conversation being more like, are you talking to your mom more than me? Like, I can't picture him as a womanizer or a manizer. Like, I just can't picture it.
I can't either. But even if he were, have some dignity, Betty. Keep it to yourself. Call your girlfriends. Cry into your pillow. Not doing all this business.
I do agree with Kate, though, that Kate says she's always kind of looked at JLR as like asexual, kind of like a plant. And I feel the same way.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. He's a fucking...
he's like an accessory, you know?
Right.
Sitting in your house. Yeah.
Right. Jonesy pictures him as a plant, and meanwhile, here comes Betty. JLR's got hoes. He's got hoes.
He's like a living Alexa, you know? Like, hey, Alexa, what time is it in Taiwan? And he would just repeat it back to you in a robotic voice.
Yeah.
But she says that they was like together to the point she was having to ask him if he was seeing other women. And that is just so, I don't know, it's so alien to me. I just can't wrap my head around it.
In my brain.
Okay.
I guess I really am a dum-dum because I
like,
just
does JLR do duck lips just while he's standing there talking to you?
When he opens the door, when you show up at his place, does he do the jazz hands? Come in, come in, come in. Welcome, welcome on in.
you know, when you're traveling with your spouse and you know, take the selfie pictures, you know, in front of whatever landscape you're in front of. I can't even picture that being JLR, even though he takes tons of selfies for his channel. Like, can you picture that with a woman next to him? Or a man,
No, but
anyone, a partner next to him? I can't even picture
have you
that.
seen the video of him and Magnolia on the beach and they were petting like
No.
horses and stuff? Oh my God.
No, I don't watch this channel.
It's not bad. It's actually good. It humanizes them more, I
Does
think.
it?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
actually does. Now,
I'll
I'll
have
say
to-
this. A couple of days ago, Betty was in her bed and she was ranting, and she was ranting about her favorite subject, JLR.
Uh-huh.
And she said something, and she reminded me of Meredith Baxter Burney from when she was in Betty Broderick. And she was about to light Dan's pants on fire because she thought he was cheating. And she
Yep.
asked him a question, and he responded. And I swear to God, Betty said it just like this: "Liar, liar, pants on fire." In that really creepy ass whisper that Betty Broderick did, Meredith Baxter did for her. Yeah. I was like, oh.
I've seen some receipts, y'all. It was a relationship.
Was
Like,
it? It was
it
for real
was
a relationship.
a relationship.
So he was laying it down for real. For real.
I mean, it was a relationship. It was girlfriend, boyfriend, check yes or no type stuff.
Okay, I need to know if they was fucking though.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't need to know that. That's
I do.
I'm
I
good.
do. To get my head wrapped around it, how can you be this upset and this? They
I
had
think
to
that
have
they,
been.
of
They
course,
had to have been.
I
They
think
had to have
yeah,
been.
that's
She's
why
too
she's so
sprung.
pressed. Yeah, she's quite
Yeah.
pressed. Mhm.
She's very, very pressed. I mean, that's the only explanation. Either that or she really misses that FICA in the corner. That's all. I just can't. That's the only explanation.
Not the FICA in the corner.
When you got to dust every once in a while, and you got
I
to
know.
go take your ass
Well-
to Walmart and get that moss because somehow it keeps disappearing. Yeah.
Well, you know he's a FICA. They're, you know, just
Ficus,
weird
babe, ficus.
plant.
Ficus.
FICA, whatever. Ficus. That's how insignificant they are. He's not like a fiddle fig. He's a ficus.
He's a FICA. I think FICA is something they take out your check.
It is. No, FICA
FICA
is
is your score.
Is your
right?
your score.
Yeah, FICA score. There we go.
That's what he is. He's absolutely a FICA then. He's like absolutely I could see him as a credit score. I don't picture JLR as human. I don't know how else to put this. He's
It's
like
because he just pops up everywhere,
inanimate object
at any time to cover something, and yeah, and he
Uh-huh.
never
Lizard
like
people don't blink.
Oh,
they don't. They don't. All right, let's see what Betty's got.
Stupid crap like that. There is no background check with volunteer work, lady,
Yes,
especially
there
when
is.
you're looking
Yes,
for a
there is.
15-year-old boy. It's all hands on.
You are an idiot. You are sitting here telling other people to go do their due diligence. If you are working with an actual search and rescue team, not just, you know, showing up to go walk in the woods on your live stream, but you're working with an actual search and rescue team, yeah, there's a background check. It's very simple. Or at the very least, there's a put your name and a copy of your driver's license down.
Yeah, they have
Yeah,
to know who's looking.
1000% is a thing.
I mean, I know that she's a genius at everything, including
I
true
know.
crime, but how have you not realized that, gee, Bets, suspects actually insert themselves into the investigation? If you don't believe me, go watch
It's a thing.
the first season when they revamped the Cold Case Files.
Oh, that
Season
was-
1, episode 1, about the little girl who went missing on Halloween and how that turned out. Okay.
Oh, what's the guy, the college student, where he found out, you know, he had
Stephen McDaniels.
Stephen McDaniels. Yes, I can never remember his
Stephen,
name.
why?
Yeah. What? Stephen?
I need
Yep.
to sit down. That happened in Georgia.
That was crazy. That was crazy. So yeah, people, they inject themselves into the investigation. So yes, it's very much a thing to do a background check or a copy of their driver's license. You want to vet the people you're with. It's not a big deal like you're making it out to be.
Check with volunteer work, lady, especially when you're looking for a 15-year-old boy. It's all hands on deck.
Well, not those hands. You got the
People are
stigmata.
ignorant and stupid. And if that offends you, then I'm probably talking to you.
You idiocracy. No, I didn't even
There's-
say it right. Idiocracy. How did she say it, Bendy?
Shit.
Idiocracy.
Idiostasy.
Idiostasy.
Her idiostasy is off the chart, man. Jeez.
Oh, Bets.
So that's kind of where we were today. Just thought I'd let you know. No, just joking. Actually, to be honest with you, I just figured I'd give my 2 cents on all of that. But I did think Tony did himself as well as their team very well, because with all those loudmouth little buttholes, he kept his stuff calm, cool, and collective. And you know what? I told Seth whenever he was on there and I started seeing that creator coming over here, I'm like, something's wrong. And I kept it to myself. And then I was asked, what do you think? I'm like, look, I don't know her that well. I can tell you she's not a BHB fan. She probably will talk trash. And if she's that kind of girl, then she'll probably flip the switch on you. That's exactly what I said. And I just said that maybe 30 or 45 days ago or something. But
oh, Betty, she was sticking up for you.
She sure was.
Man, Bedster, you lost you a friend. You could have had another sister wife in the club.
I can't get off the fact that didn't she just say she was wrapping up and we're not even halfway through it yet?
I know.
Details.
Sorry.
Details. I mean, come on.
know.
Come on now.
You dumb.
It caught me.
I don't try to control or stop somebody from doing what they're going to do. I was asked, I gave my opinion, and I didn't know the person, but I can just gauge that most people on here aren't here to help the victim. They just are. They're there to help themselves.
Did you catch her reasoning? The reason that this person isn't here to help the victim is because they're not a Bullhorn Betty fan and they'll flip on a dime. That's her reason. That is her reasoning right there.
Well,
because if they weren't, then why? If a parent, like if somebody came up to me tomorrow and said, hey, I really don't want you covering this case, and came to me, like Seth went to several of these people, I've been like, okay, is there a reason why? And if they explained it, well, do you mind if I do this? I'd go through it. And they're like, hey,
no,
I don't want you to touch it. It's very upsetting to me. I don't want you touching it at all. I'd be like, okay, God bless you, right? And I'd move on. I wouldn't then turn and start attacking that innocent parent because of that. I would move on. I'd find something else to talk about. I'd find another case to move on to if it upset the parents that much. So if you get that kind of call
Chris and
they
Katie
flip out on the
Chris and Katie are the guardians,
parents,
right?
yeah.
Well, they are the guardians of Sebastian.
Right.
Like, they can and they do have a right to tell you they don't want you fucking with this case anymore. So she's saying that she would stop if she was asked to stop, but yet she hasn't. She's actually went harder.
Mm-hmm. She was sent a cease and desist, right?
She won't answer the doors.
Well, I thought that was for the
oh no, I don't think she was sent
TRO.
a cease and desist.
Oh, okay.
No. She wasn't, but
I'm surprised. Typically you start with that. So
TRO doesn't sound like somebody filing a TRO on you doesn't sound like they want you to be having anything to do with
it's kind of a self-explanatory cease and desist, right? I get it. I gotcha. That's true. Oh my goodness.
On the parent, what is that telling you? It's telling you that they're there for themselves.
Oh.
That's what it tells you. Because if they were there for the victim and the victim's family was having some major problems, then they they would just back off.
They would.
But here, that's not what you're getting. You're getting people attacking Seth because he's asking them to back off because they're covering his case wrong.
Who's attacking him?
They're not respecting him or his son.
Betty.
And then they want to say,
picking at that scab, Betty. And
I know.
Blister,
First of all, stop picking at the scab. Second of all, you do realize that you are harming that same son when you go at his mother the way you do. You don't have one shred of proof, one shred of nothing. The thing that you have, the thing that you stand on is the fact that she was the last one with him. That does not make a person guilty. That doesn't make a person guilty at all.
I mean, that thumbnail says it all, Betty. That
Yeah.
thumbnail was something, it was gross. And I don't mean it's so distasteful. But you're for the victims, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Jones is falling into her nappy nap.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
know,
so need
just-
Hey, oh, well, I'm doing it. I do care
She's
for
making
lessons in
sense.
empathy
like
with
attacking his
Betty.
innocent father
Yeah.
over something that happened 8 years ago. That's what you call investigative reporting. Creating bunk criminal history on his spokesperson and manufacturing a disgusting video. That's what you call helping.
It wasn't
15-year-old boy, right?
manufactured.
Hmm?
But it doesn't help. I agree.
But meanwhile, you don't do that shit to Katie or Chris.
They're not
You
on
just
TikTok
save it for
at
Seth.
3 o'clock in the morning.
The only person
Katie and Chris have stopped speaking publicly.
Right.
They've
And
stopped
nobody-
hopping on panels.
Right.
They don't
Nobody
have a
did anything to Seth.
spokesperson. Yeah.
That was listen. Nobody told Tony. Nobody came over to his house, knocked on his door, and said, "Bruh, you get on this TikTok right now, and you're going to stay on this TikTok until I tell you to get off." Nobody did that. He chose to go on TikTok at all hours of the night, acting a fool, and not. And look, what happened was an accident. The only reason people made such a big deal about it is because of he denied it and then said that he was getting the FBI to investigate it. Stop it. That's why.
I'm blown away by the idiocy.
It's too much. The idiocy level is too high. Too high.
You're looking for this boy that doesn't want anything to do with y'all's butts because of the way you acted, the way you this is not professionalism. I have never seen professionalism attack their prior client. That's not professional to me. We've all been fired from jobs. When have we turned around and took 6 months to bash our job?
I've never been fired from a job.
Neither have I, but I did see a
Just saying.
YouTube short that came from TikTok yesterday where a kid got fired from a local grocery store, and he took to the Tickety Talks and made a whole ass video and outed the manager who fired him for having an affair with the stalker guy since before he even got hired. And if she thinks that she's going to get away with firing him because he posted a parody video on social media, she is wrong. And he went dead off on her and spilled all the tea. So yes, it does happen, Betty, but we all need lessons in professionalism from you. Please go on.
I know. Look.
Gosh. Over the head and just not let go. Seems like really unstable behavior, if you ask me, from a bunch of people that try to proclaim themselves as professional. And then to hear somebody go up there and say, well, I really didn't like you because of the situation. You don't know what that situation was. You didn't bother getting both sides of the story, so don't tell me you do your due diligence. You went with one side and one side only, and I chose to look at the whole entire picture, and people got pissed off at me. Oh, well, I will never, ever talk good about Trev time again on this channel.
Oh,
Trev.
I think Trev's probably going to be crying tonight.
Yep.
I bet there's going to be tears on that pillow. Oh, Stevie, that was just Jones and falling off her high horse on her way down. Oh my gosh. I think the people that were commenting on it just looked at what happened publicly, Betty.
Right. We didn't, but also he gonna cry in the car. Poor Trev.
Absolutely.
He gonna cry in the car, Trev. Bless his heart. Betty.
First he's a cougar, and now he's gonna be crying about it. I can't.
And just like I said, and we will watch it happen in living color, his entire reputation go down the stinking drain.
Oh,
nobody will ever take him seriously. Nobody will ever want to work with him again because they see this poor behavior. And people don't know, hey, what, maybe what if it doesn't work out between us? What do I have to look forward to? Well, you have this. You have being trashed for 5 solid months if you don't do exactly what these unprofessional people tell you to do. That's what's going to end up happening.
And this,
you can look forward to a Snickers.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the epitome of professionalism right here. This is what it is. Her reputation is still intact, according to her. Trev's is out the window. Out the window.
Down the street and in the trash can. That is where Trev's is going.
Louise.
And let me tell you what you can look forward to working with Trev. Professionalism and a Snickers meme.
And a Snickers meme. He might even make you a SpongeBob one too. Just saying.
Oh my gosh.
Every bit of vitriol that they have.
Spell vitriol, Betty.
Where we saw the question from earlier where there's a python, because I have been watching this python capture here in Florida, the legal python catcher, and the python can consume. Yeah. They have to
That
be a
ain't what
pretty
Betty
big
ain't worried
python
about.
that
No
can stand
python.
up.
Betty ain't worried about pythons. She's
But,
worried about
yeah,
cougars.
alligators can too. But you know what? I think we need to really look at Dee Warner's case. This was a case out in the country. This was kind of a backdrop of what, you know.
How she just jumped from that to that?
We don't even know who Dee Warner is, Betty. Look, Betty, this is what
She
your
just
problem
lost
is.
her mind, and then she's like, "I really think we need to look at Dee Warner's case."
You don't know how to warm up the car, Betty. Damn.
Now that they found her and made an arrest, we should really look at that case.
Yeah, let's tell them everything they did wrong.
Let's check it out. I bet law enforcement did something bad there.
Corruption, cahooting, collusion.
Oh, see, is that what she
Potentially
stays on?
could be a reasonable, realistic possibility. You know, that whatever tank. And it comes down to the stuff that I was talking about.
Wait, what? Wait.
I
gotta hear. I know. So Dee Warner was found in an anhydrous tank, but what is she saying here? Let me hear this again.
It's gibberish.
But
I'm
you
going
know
to
what?
smoke a
I
cigarette.
think
I'll
we
be
need
right
to
back.
really look at
Okay.
Dee Warner's case. This was a case out in the country. This was kind of a backdrop of what, you know, potentially could be a reasonable, realistic possibility, you know?
This is the backdrop of what could potentially be a reasonable, realistic possibility. What is she even saying? There's okay, let me listen further.
You know, that whatever tank. And it comes down to
Anhydrous.
the stuff that I was talking about related to, you know, the large items, things that wouldn't look abnormal driving with, something like that type of tank out there in the country. You know, I went out in the backyard. You guys know I heaved and hoed.
Oh,
I got
my.
blisters.
Okay, first of all, hang on. I gotta get that blister off the screen. So what she's trying to do is say that she needs to look at Dee Warner's case and connect it to Sebastian Rogers because Dee was found in an anhydrous tank. There's the possibility that he could be found in something like that and, you know, just sitting on a country property somewhere. That was a fucking long jump. You win the gold medal of long jumps there, man, because that made no sense when it came out of your mouth. None.
Got scratches and blisters and stuff. Look at the owie. I got it all to prove it. Okay, I was out there. We have unstable people on the streets of YouTube. They can't control them. They think it's funny. They don't realize they're messed up in the head, and the rest of us actually know just how messed up in the head they are. But they will never admit it. They think that we are. This is just YouTube banter back and forth. They don't realize they're really not wanted.
You were just pointing out your boo-boos like a crazy
unstable
person.
They truly are.
Oh my goodness.
And they'll literally sit here all day just to say one stupid comment. I mean, it's literally totally unhinged and totally unstable. And then they try to say that I'm the one that's unhinged and unstable. Talk about deflecting much.
It's not a
All right,
deflection.
let me get over here. Don't forget to go out there and like this. Sub up if you haven't already subbed up. Looks like we'll have to put this on fire. I mean, I really don't care. People are going to, that's what they can't stand, is no matter what they do, people still unhinged. For those that live in the nice trailer parks, I ain't talking to you. For those, so people are so unhinged.
Wait.
So
We have a sneak diss here at Trailer Park, people.
ghetto. We don't hang out with trash on this channel. So go back to the trailer park. For those that live in the nice trailer parks, I ain't talking to you. For those that live in the trashy trailer parks, I'm only talking to you if you're trashy. So
She's only talking to those of you that live in the trashy trailer parks. If you live in a nice trailer park, you're good in her book. Trashy trailer park, go back to the trailer park.
oh, just FYI, I thought I'd throw that out
Wow.
there. Want to make sure we've established the parameters here, okay? Oh, good gracious, good gracious. What are you doing? You don't even have your head this way. You got your butt this way. What are you doing under there? Do you like being under covers and with your eyes open and stuff?
I'm not even gonna comment on that. I'm not even gonna comment on that. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna leave y'all with that. We have been on for 5 hours now. I need a nappy nap. I'm gonna fall off my high horse. That was crazy. I could come back. I might be able to come back tomorrow to finish that interview. If not, I'm sure there's other people reviewing it, but holy cow. This is a wild one, y'all. Wild, wild, wild. I know. We can't all be classy like Betty and if you're in a nice trailer park, you can be classy like Betty, but if you are in a trashy trailer park, please don't go to her channel. She doesn't want you there.
She has everything she needs in that bed. Did you see her? She was first.
Did you see her pick up the blanket and be like,
Yes.
"What?" And I'm like, "Nope, not gonna comment."
No. But the antibacterial cream or whatever she had in the bed.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's JLR under those covers. Thank you, Kate, for being here. I'm getting sleepy though. I'm
Yeah.
ready for a nappy nap. Those two streams, we didn't even finish either one of them, but they wear you out, man.
It's all that screaming.
I think that's what it is. It might be all the laughing on our end. It's exhausting to laugh this much. Thank you. Thank you all for that. Thank you for coming up, Bindi. I appreciate it.
Having me, babe. I'm gonna go. You say bye to everybody.
Are you live tonight or anytime?
I need to do a Patreon live. I said I would read, so I'm gonna read. But I have some more Boone stuff. I've been thinking things over. I have some ideas. I have some thoughts. I don't know what Boone's up to, but it ain't good. I'll tell you all that.
Well, you guys have to check out the Ward case studies. That's what you're going to want to share. Or I'll grab it real quick and put it in chat.
Oh, thank you, babe.
But yes, it is a good channel.
It's all right.
I kind of like it. Oh, here. I'll grab you guys. Melissa's live.
Yes.
You guys can hop over there and check her out. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for helping me laugh so much.
Oh no, you made me laugh. Oh
my God.
What did she say? I keep wanting to say Idiocracy because that's the name of the movie.
I know.
Idiostasy.
Idiostasy.
Too
Oh,
high.
thank you, Seth B and Queen Bella. They were on it.
I do feel like we should all of us creators should have some make an emoji with idiostasy.
Idiostasy.
And the bells of malevolence. That's another one of my favorites. That's a Booneism. She said instead of the bells of justice, it's the bells of malevolence. They're ringing for poor Sarah Boone.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Bye, babe.
Bye. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Yes, guys, don't forget to check out my community post. If you want to submit a wish list for back to school items, I'll start posting those tomorrow. I think it'll be a fun little thing we can do inside of our own little YouTube community to help give back. I just dropped Melissa's live. If you guys go over there, tell her Deet said hey. And thanks for being here. I'll catch you next time. Love, love.